sort of return him. But I've seen the Dilim, the black one, and I've handled it, and it's rad. And I totally get what you're saying about the limitations, but I'm so torn because it's gorgeous.
I mean,
and you can get them in positions if you can unlock them.
Yeah, but after 2 heatings, he moves around pretty well. Other than, like I said, the head is so much softer than like the neck, and the neck is so stiff that every time I try to move it, like the head just pops off. I just put it back on, it's fine, but it's a little frustrating because these aren't cheap, like so.
But it's beautiful.
It is.
It is. It is gorgeous. All the colors are gorgeous. There's this one, Morocco, the gray one, Dilim, the black one, and I actually forget what the brown, and there's a white one too, isn't there?
Yeah.
As a matter of
Like
fact,
one for each direction.
The 4 directions. Yeah.
True Star Screamer says he has a review of the white one on his channel, Brick. So you've got to check that out.
Well, I don't know if you all remember
that, like, people were talking about, like, he never, like, he's stiff. Like, he doesn't have like the loosey goosey joints that I've seen people complain about, and he stands.
So you're referring to, remember when I sent those reviews? Oh gosh, I wish I remembered her name. I got to remember her name. Dope. She doesn't do a ton of stuff. She doesn't seem super consistent on her channel, but yeah, she did the first one, and she was talking about how stiff it was. She went back and gave an update and was just like, she was like really frustrated with it. And so that alone wasn't enough. This still isn't alone. Well, like, I haven't hit cancel, or I haven't called it in.
Her review, the joints were tight. So she put some stuff on to kind of loosen it up.
Right.
And then it became like super loosey-goosey.
Right.
And she was like, I can still pose him. He can still stand, but he's really loosey-goosey. And I've been hearing similar from other people. It's like they're either like super tight or it's loosey-goosey. Yeah. And
the legs literally felt like I was going to break them. Like I had to work them to where I can actually like move the legs.
I mean,
and they're still pretty tight.
You guys know how I feel. I've been like in a bit of a werewolf craze lately. I don't know if it was because of the wolf moon of January, but like, I mean, Adam Battleground Blog here, he's saying gorgeous figure, and he'll let you know, like the wolf craze is extended to me and Skelly because this upcoming week for the Frenzy, we're getting together twice in a month, and we're doing a full episode on werewolf toys right now. So that's coming up this Thursday. Alan, I see we have your attention.
I'm in.
Okay. All right. I'll let the guys know. I think we'll have to send you an invite for Thursday.
Okay.
I fucking love werewolves. Always have. I like werewolves more than I enjoy vampires. And I just gotta say, like, there's a lot of good werewolf toys out. I actually went on a werewolf hunt today. I was out there looking for the NECA Kessler werewolf from American Werewolf in London. I gotta tell you, I know like a couple months back, I was still seeing them everywhere. The only one I could find today was the Toonie Terrors one, and that's not the one I want. I want the big 11-inch guy. It's up on Entertainment Earth, but it says on back order. Now, mind you, that's an older figure. So the fact that it still says it's on back order on EE kind of makes me feel like if I were to try and order that, it would just be like this guy's never going to show up. Kind of one of those limbo states. Just, man, wolves are on the mind right now. Like I said, I don't know if it's because January's full moon is known as the wolf moon. But
well, that's what I was thinking. I was like between. So I have the white Veteran Williams. I have the D20 Gray Wolf, and I was thinking like that, and this one would be kind of awesome as a little. But you know what? The more we're talking, I'm thinking of canceling, and we're gonna get other stuff soon.
Yeah.
Between that, like, between the what's his name, the hyena from Reign of the Beasts.
Reign of the Beasts. Oh my god, I cannot.
I feel
wait
like a
for
wolf
him.
is coming imminently.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a 4 Horsemen styled one sometime. Like,
here's the bummer. The bummer is that was going to be my very first loose collector figure, and every single time I'm like, oh, they look interesting, but there's just something that I kind of pass. Or other ones I've been more than that.
Brutal
Other
Realms
ones I've been
Werewolf
like,
looks
ooh,
promising
I'm staying
too,
away.
Right?
Which
yeah,
one?
Brutal Realms Werewolf.
Yeah. That's true.
That's
Yeah,
going
I
to
can
be
wait.
coming down the
It's
pipeline.
I just wanted the scale. Like if Thanos didn't put him up, but Thanos, if you hold him up next to like some other figure, like a figure in your hand,
Do you have an ogre scale figure you could put him next to?
yeah, it's just such a contrast, right, between that. Because my veteran Williams is cool, but he's like kind of the same size as a lot of guys.
Yeah, he's not much bigger than a regular figure.
Right, and
wolf
that's
is.
That's kind of how I feel about like a killer warg. Like he's kind of that same size, but for me that kind of works. Like I don't mind. Now, I've had True Star Screamers comment up here because we're kind of we're still getting spoiled with like werewolf type figures, right? So NECA just made the announcement. Now we saw that it San Diego Comic-Con this past year, or it might have even been one of the toy shows. I know they showed off that they're coming out with a Howling figure. So we're finally getting a Howling version of a werewolf.
My favorite werewolf.
Then not only are we getting one from them, but Syndicate Collectibles, the guys who are going to be doing like the True Romance, the ones that are doing the Bloodsport guys, they are coming out with a Howling werewolf. Flexing on those Vipors. God, I love that figure. Hands down, one of my favorite Motu figures.
That was a booger because I had gotten one apparently months ago, but I put it in my just bin of figures. I didn't put it with my Snake Man. So then I went and looked at my Snake Man and he wasn't there. I'm like, I thought I had one. So then I went and I bought two. So now I have
custom stuff.
Yeah, they're just going to be for custom.
Custom fodder.
And but you know what I'm excited about? On the back of this Vipor figure, there's there's three of these like chameleon dudes.
Ooh, yes. Did you get the file for that one yet? I've got the file for that one. The kit from Alien
part of Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
I got the file for that one, Alan. That one's you can find it.
I bought a chameleon head at Legion's Con. And I got two of these guys. I have my own Kilowarg to open up, a primal. And this is a figure I'm weirdly excited about. For a $4 figure right now at Big Bad, this is Mandarin Spawn.
I have three of those.
Just for the Quan Do and the Dao sword, you know?
Yeah.
So bits,
Alan,
like those are cool.
If you heat up, like just take a little bit of heat to any of that, everything pops off in a good way. So I've like used that mask on top of a He-Man Masterverse. It looks fantastic. It looks like a mask. Like a lot of those parts are great for other things. If you're interested in the rest of the stuff other than the weapons.
I don't know if Alan likes the
original one.
Yeah, I think they look really cool. I have a blue one and two red ones that I've kind of taken apart.
Yeah,
I don't think Alan has any interest in customizing.
No, he doesn't like.
No, I mean I know he definitely
like
does,
that,
but
so.
I was just saying there's definitely more to that you can use than just the armor.
Screw your early purchase, Thanos. I'll make my own key.
I got
don't know how big
Eternia?
I gotta find out the key.
Oh no,
what
Cat's
size
Lord,
it is that you got because I need to change the size to make it right.
So Sonny is also bringing up the fact, and I hadn't seen this, but apparently we're getting a Saber Wolf from Killer Instinct.
Love that guy.
6-inch scale coming. Yeah, he was one of my favorites in Killer Instinct. I love that game. Any game that comes out with a soundtrack CD and it looks like the cover of it looks like it was styled by Wu-Tang Clan. I wish it had been written by Wu-Tang, but
I thought you were going to say any game that lets a girl give you a fatality by showing you her boobs.
Well, we'll get talking about some boobage once I get back inside, because in my NECA hunting today, I did get myself the Elvira in the black dress. I've decided like all of their horror celebrity kind of figures, I might want to get. Like, I really want the Vincent Price, and I was looking for him. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to pick up the Christopher Lee Dracula, just because I don't think I'll ever get my namesake in figure form from anybody else that I care about. So even though I don't buy a lot of NECA, I'm in a very NECA mood lately. But that's okay because they've gotten better along the way from other stuff that I've got.
Speaking of NECA,
said any hello to the chat. Sorry, Stanley, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
oh no, go ahead.
No.
Did you did you get my link about the NECA or not? Well, not the NECA figures, but the RoboCop figures villains.
Which ones are they?
There's a new company that just posted. It's JFC, and they're making the villains of RoboCop in NECA scale.
Oh, nice. Like the other ones that NECA themselves hasn't done yet.
Correct.
Right, because all we've really gotten was ED-209, and that's been it from RoboCop.
Yeah.
We never got the 70 show, Dad?
Yep.
No, which we clearly need more.
Well, yeah, they got the whole gang of 5. The 5 guys from Moniker's gang. So, yeah. So I sent a link earlier. So it's up on Toy Arc. Has an article about it. So
okay.
Yeah.
We'll probably have to bring that up and look at that a little bit because, like those are some things we have been lacking on.
Yeah.
That it's just nice to see that we're going to get. Now, I do want to dive in here and start saying hello to everybody in the chat. Guys, you're all here. Make sure you slap that like button. And it's been talking shit all week, so go smack the fuck out of it a couple times. Just because, we need to do that. So, let's say hello to Stanley, even though he's here on screen with us. We also got him pulling that double time in the chat there. We've got our brother Payne's Toy Sample saying, stopping in to say hey, hope everyone has fun. Enjoy the time all. We love you, Payne. Can't wait till you're back with us on the regular. We got Paul Morales here with us saying hello, everybody. And although I've already pulled up one of his comments, we got Sonny Sundries here. What is up, Sonny? Always glad to have you hanging in the chat. And Stanley is not the only one pulling double time with us. We got Kenzo's Creations hanging out in the chat here with us and on screen. Thor KC saying, how about those Chiefs? Getting some gags.
Somebody ban that guy.
Tell Mahomes to back out of Kenny's throat about 2 inches. We got
Mendoza. What are you talking about?
Mendoza saying, what's up, all? Then we got Roll Keeper here saying, hello. And again, already pulled up one of his chats, but True Star Screamer is chilling with us tonight. And we have the official power couple of Toy Tube, Nolan and Ray Black here with us, making sure that we are 100% Toy Tube official. Fat Red Foo hanging out with us. The cringiest name in all of Toy Tube, Speaking Moistly, is here. We have, again, Adam of the Battle Ram blog joining us tonight. What is going on, Adam? Frank DeManio saying, what up, all? And we got Kurt Ferguson. That's a funny name, right? Kurt Ferguson. You guys catch that? It's Celebrity Jeopardy gag. Love it. Norm Macdonald. It was
S words.
Norm Macdonald playing around. Kurt Ferguson. Burt Reynolds. That's it.
Penis mightier.
I'll have the rapist for $400. That's a therapist.
That's an old Three's Company joke, but yes.
Oh my god, I love it. That name the sound that a dog makes. Mr. Connery. Moo. I'm sorry, Mr. Connery. That's wrong. Well, that's the sound your mother made last night. One of the best skits ever. Oh my god, I never got tired of listening to that.
Yeah.
All right, True Star Screamer says, irked, my 4 Horsemen shipment was supposed to arrive today, but nope. Hey, buddy, at least you got tracking and it was supposed to be there today. my shit still hasn't even shipped yet. And then I was yelling at Greg and TJ Williams, the H is silent, last night, and they both told me now mine is officially at the back of the line. So I might get mine sometime next year.
Nice.
You get yours after the next in stock.
Well, as far as I know, I didn't piss anybody off, but mine still hasn't even. I haven't gotten a notice.
Yeah, no notice for me yet either.
Kind
So
of
I'm still
used to
waiting
it on the
notice.
West Coast, though.
Yeah. Well, our good buddy Joe, he already got his all in for his armory night, so he is happy and big and shit right now.
The all-ins tend to, right? That's what I understand.
They tend to get those out first, right?
Yeah,
Getting all the all-ins first, those go out.
Makes sense.
They do a lot of the new, like, in-stock stuff, like whatever's been, like, single orders of, like, stuff like Ninian infantry and stuff like that tend to go out first.
Kind of like whatever they prepare for, right?
Yeah, Cobb with the flex here. He's got a Waltor the Mad Skeleton from Mythic Legions, not the cosmic version. And then he's also got the sweet Ninian infantry.
Love this dude. Yeah.
Freaking love that figure, Cobb. And I'm proud to see actually you went out and you made sure you got some of your own 4 horsemen. Didn't just win them this time.
I wasn't waiting for no raffles.
Yeah,
Was that
no raffles.
in-stock this time? Did you do in-stock sale, Cobb?
Yeah, I have
totally did.
I have the last few just cherry picked here and there. That's I got that.
Yeah.
What was his name?
I have no idea. I'm on somebody's list. Maybe it's because I'm associated with Oz and he talks to.
That's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is. Greg Brutescale said, "You know what? This guy Brick's always hanging out with Oz.
God damn it, Oz!
I'm gonna go watch those 2 sexy bitches while I'm in the shower." All right, we got Tony's big sale. What's up? K-Mac here saying, "What's up, Oz and friends? Is that Dalem? Speaking of the Great Wolf, I believe, or
Dilim.
There we go.
This one's Morocco.
The wonderful, beautiful Shannon Hops joining us here. Say hi, Alan.
That's my wife.
I was like, "Are you related to her?" No, I'm joking.
Don't look at all the stuff I bought. You should be watching this.
It's your fault she watches it. I mean, I ain't mad about it as long as she hit the like a few times. And Kurt Ferguson again saying, "I really like my Red Sonja from Loose Collector." So that's always good. It's good to know Loose Collector is putting out some stuff that people are enjoying.
Yeah, they're definitely. I get that people like them. There's some good stuff. Just for me, still haven't found the one.
Who's the figure in your left hand, Brick?
This is Wildcat. These guys know because I was chatting about it this morning. This is a figure that I went back to Target for because I saw it last night. I was like, I'll come back in the morning. If this and Orion are back here, it's a McFarlane.
Yep.
An old JSA character.
Gotcha.
But if they're still there in the morning, or if I still want it, I'll go back. And if it's there, I'll grab it.
I'll tell you what, Target's really just gotten that wave because even my Targets had them. Like I said, I was telling the guys before we went live, I went around, like I said, I was doing NECA shopping today. Had NECA section at every Target, and they normally got a lot of stuff in. Was hitting them at Best Buys. And every Target I went to actually had that like current wave up of McFarlane. I was really impressed. What were you holding up there, Alan? I'm sorry.
I was just showing that in my area already, TikTok's out. It's gone.
Oh, okay. TikTok is done for on the.
Oh man!
Well, you're Central Time in Texas, right? Or yeah, because you're not all the way over in El Paso, where
TikTok
it's
is not
Pacific
available
and weird.
right now.
That's right.
Mine's still going.
Sorry.
All right.
Wait, sorry.
I don't know. I
TikTok
think
isn't
yours just
available
shut
right
off too.
Yeah, that's what I just got. Yeah.
You just got that. Oh man, there you go, guys. Say goodbye to TikTok. All glad I didn't put my bank in there. We got Todd C here with us. SCS Dog saying aloha all. And Jean from the Collecting Brothers, as well as his AI brother Josh joining us. Alan pulling that double duty. We've got K-Roll in the house. What's going on, sis? Plastic Skull's here with us saying, hey, guys. Gaz is here with us as well. And if you guys didn't catch it, 2 weeks ago on Thursday with a friend, Gaz sat down with our good buddy Punk and they had a blast all evening long. And it was great to see that long talk with Gaz. Learned a lot. Guys, definitely make sure you go check that out. Lone Dragon saying here, what's the difference between you and a mallard with a cold? One's a sick duck, and I can't remember how it ends, but your mother's a whore. Which again is another great Sean Connery joke from.
Yeah.
It's funny; these are like they're all credited for Sean Connery, but he didn't say a damn one of them himself. It was all from celebrity jokes.
Your move, Trebek.
You think you're so smart with your greasy hair, and you. Oh, I'm gonna offend somebody here. Dago mustache.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm offended. Officially.
There we go. Cancel us.
Yep,
Finally
I'm
drew
offended.
the line.
I've
Got that
already
Don't
field
offend us
stripped.
wops, man. We'll get pissed off.
I've already field stripped my Mandarin Spawn in order to give these cool bits to Jitsu.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got some really cool bits. I will say that. We got All Music Fan 88 here, Jeff, hanging out with us, and Brendan Higgins is here with us as well. Good to see you all here. Thank you for joining us, guys. It's great to see everybody. Todd C mentions Wildcat's got some glutes.
Yeah, Wildcat does
He got
have a
that
nice
cake.
rubbery overlay to give him that shapely butt.
It's the same butt that they gave Dick Grayson in the Nightwing, isn't it?
I feel like they're all kind of the same, aren't they? Isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
have a
but the-
ton of I have some McFarlane stuff, and I'll see from Orion because I believe Orion's the exact same
There you go.
deal.
I was going to say, we're going to need Bud back. And as I say that, the man has arrived. Hopefully Bud, everything working good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's like the first time in weeks.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yep.
bud.
All right.
Totally didn't throw my phone at the wall.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Whatever gets it to fix, right? All right, guys. So last week, you all may have remembered what we were trying to do is we're trying to help our good friend Kenny make up some ground on some watch hours here. And, we helped him out a lot. Not only did we get him quite a few watch hours on last week, but one of the other things that we did was we managed to get him a bunch of subscribers.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You guys are awesome, man.
Like 30, right?
Thank you all for doing that last week, jumping over to Kenny's channel and subscribing to his channel, as well as also giving him some watch hours. But he's just not quite there yet. Whereas we managed to be extremely overly successful when we did one of these campaigns for Brick's channel. We haven't quite hit it yet with Kenny's. I would appreciate if everybody who's watching this could go jump right over to Kenzo's channel instead of mine. That's right. Once again, I'm telling you all, now that you've hit the like and you were watching from my channel, go jump over to Kenny's stream on his channel and watch from there so we can really build up those watch hours for my man Kenny here, because he needs some help. Once he gets it up there, I know he's going to be able to maintain it because he does an absolutely amazing live stream on Wednesday nights.
Once he gets it, though, if it lasts more than 4 hours, please seek medical attention.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm already over on Kenny's channel on
Thank you,
TV
guys.
and
Thank
my Chromebook. So
I know my hair isn't as good as Brick's, but I just someday.
Well, guys,
yeah.
we really
I'm already
appreciate
too
that.
old for that shit. It's already falling out.
I was gonna say, man, I don't know your glasses and the trimming of the thing. You're looking pretty clean. Not to mention that awesome shirt. What's up there,
I
buddy?
wore this one for Alan, but he didn't even comment on it.
Oh, look at that. That's
Yeah,
great.
Let me bring
That's
that
like
Lola.
Beast Kong, like Beastie, just like Donkey Kong, but it's Beast Man.
Yeah.
I'm down.
dig it.
T
That's a
Public.
great shirt. That's great.
I got it when it was on sale for like $16. It was good.
There we go. And I can see already everybody is jumping on over to Kenny's channel. Thank you all for doing that. It really does help out, everybody's channel. Like, we really, really appreciate it. And Adam says he is subbed as well.
Thank you.
Which
Thank
is
you.
great.
Jesus.
Man, she is looking
Wow.
good.
Holy cow! Look at that sword too. Damn.
Yeah.
As
How's
right
she
now-
feel?
does not have any kind of stiffness or whatever. Like she can move. All the clothes are like, if you want to, you can strip her completely down, just have a naked elf. She does have these little things right here, which are her like butterfly joint replacements, because these are pegged in. The shoulder pads are pegged in. Unless you're like Brick and they just don't give you the right shoulders.
Boo.
She moves really good.
It's okay. 5K is really responsive. Oh, never mind.
No.
And she's got a couple other heads. I actually think I might take the helmeted head off. Like, it looks cool, but
it looks cool, but the red hair really, really pops. I don't know. I'm a sucker for a redhead, so.
Yeah, this is all like pretty soft, so you can like move her around pretty well.
And look,
underneath, but she does come with some underwear.
Sonny's just trying to get you to do all the stuff.
She's not even wearing a thong. Jeez.
No, she does come with brawn panties though. You can put them on.
Oh, okay.
Hey-o.
Okay.
That's a human thing.
Come on. She got heels, but they're like sculpted. Like there's no gap, so like she stands pretty well. It's Mithril Studios. Like it's all got like kind of like a rubbery. Like even though she's like a lot smaller than the orcs, like it's got that kind of like almost storm collectible feel to it. She moves really well.
Really?
She looks really cool. Her sword's badass, and I'm super happy to have her.
Right.
Also, I was a little worried about the skin tone, but it has like shading in it. It doesn't look like it's just plastic. So,
very
from
cool.
photos, that was something I was concerned about too. It looked super plasticky and kind of like almost translucent.
Yeah, but it has like a nice little like shading. It's not really coming through on the camera, but it doesn't just look like flat plastic. Like it's actually really nice.
Does she? So she's mithril action, right? Does she? Do you have an orc? You have some mithril action orcs, right?
Yeah, I've got one of the orcs.
So, just curious, like quality wise, do you feel like they're on par?
Totally. Yeah, she feels super solid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not the one that had 2 different skin tones, was it?
No, that was.
I know what
those ones are.
I know there's something you're looking. I was asking you which one you were getting. I'm gonna get the opposite. I forgot which one that was though.
Yeah, I don't even know if I ended up getting one of those. I think I might have canceled the order on it.
I can't remember what it was now. I know it was another female figure, but I don't remember quite what it was.
But I like this head a lot. I like screaming.
Yeah, I dig it.
Don't let pick her up.
That'd be a good banshee head,
right?
Yeah, it really would.
Kind of want to get like 2 more of the Ghost of Christmas Past just for that alternate head that they've got for that one.
And this is all the hands and stuff she comes with.
Very cool. Very cool. I like how it's on a sprue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Figma does this. I really like that, so you can keep them all organized.
Yeah. Need more of those.
Were you opening Shirka already? No, that's SH.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, no.
All right.
The hand sprue.
Oh, gotcha.
Kidding? Is that because KB Toys is back around?
Mm-hmm.
What I heard today.
So Thanos, are those they're not actually on sprues, like you have to cut them off, right? Are they on like a joint on the thing, or are they actually on?
No, they're just like pegged.
They're
just pegged.
Yeah,
they're like the Figma ones. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
That's dope.
All right, guys, real quick, I want to say, hey to some more people jumping in. Yeah. Sorry. Well, we got Dre, the Geek Dad, joining us. What's going on, Dre? Good to see you. KJ Smith is here, jumping in the chat. We've got, and Dre's also saying, hope the panel is having a great evening. Yes, we are. Jay Astro has joined us as well. Dave's Dimensions is here with us saying good evening all. Thank you guys for all showing up tonight. If you guys are seeing the ticker down at the bottom of the screen, we're really trying to help Kenny get some extra watch hours. So anybody who's in my chat watching from my channel, if you don't mind, please go head over to Kenzo's Creations on YouTube. And we are trying to watch all of this from Kenzo's channel, helping our boy out, giving him some more watch hours. And while you're over there, go smack the like button on his channel too and help that algorithm out. It'll help push it. We promise.
My like button's been a real asshole. So
Yeah, there's a dick on everybody's channel. Make sure you smack the hell out of them. All right, so you know what, Carol? Just because you said it, and I am not going to take any blame for this because I don't buy the mithril action stuff just because it's a little bit out of my price range for the most part. Carol now says I need that elf. So you know what? When you get stuck buying all the mithril action like orcs and everything else, Carol, you could blame that squarely on Thanos. All right, but I will take sole credit for your mythic addiction. All right.
You
And
will enjoy
Sherlock
these.
Crime
They're
joined us
very
as well
done.
saying, "What's up, everybody?"
They are. That's good to hear, Thanos. I was really curious about that one. Like just from the images and stuff, I wasn't super convinced, and I'd seen some in-hand shots and stuff, but so I don't know.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. This is the fucking definitive Jitsu right here.
that doesn't look like that one that sat on the shelf for 6 to 8 months, does it?
2.5 years.
Oh, okay, yeah, 2.5 years. Sorry.
And that's a $4 figure that I'm using the bits to spruce them up. So
That's amazing, absolutely amazing.
BTS right now.
You know what? I would still like to get the parts from the Masterverse one just to put on my Origins one, since a lot of that stuff is kind of swappable between the two.
And Sherlock was mentioned in my the Yurko print for the Hunter bot.
those are beautiful.
Yeah,
God, they print so clean too, man. It's like everything. It's just so basic. The legs go in, the torso shifts into the top, and then the head goes on, and then the handles, and that's it. So it's like I got it all done in one print on my Jupiter. So
that's a great paint too. Good job, man.
Thank you. It's airbrush though, nice and seamless. So
you know what's really awesome about that too is Alpha Inflict, another good friend of the Toy Frenzy channel and here as well. He sent me a bunch of photos of stuff he's been printing off from there. He's even got the nice Zodak throne. Yeah.
Yeah, him and I talk quite a bit too. So yeah, we're always throwing pictures of our prints together at each other.
Yeah, he sent me over pictures of his earlier today too. And it's great because like you did yours in resin, he did his in PLA, and they both look phenomenal, even with the two different types of printers. So that's really good. For people who are wondering what that difference is, if you print in resin, it comes through a bath. And then it kind of solidifies where it needs to, it hardens and cures. And whereas the PLA uses an extruder where it goes layer by layer by layer, and that's where you'll see a lot of those 3D print lines that then you got to fill in. But depending on where your microns are set, you can get those pretty tight and close together on PLA or ABS printers. So
yeah, definitely. I need to get started on my. I took it out of the box and I started setting it up, but I haven't started using it yet.
All right, guys, let's vote on it now. Who's got the better glutes? Who's got the better glutes?
Same butt.
I think the color makes the red pants look better.
Yeah.
The light
Use galore.
Between the red and the blue makes it stand out more.
The color,
but
gotta love that classic Kirby action though. Look at that Astro harness, man. That thing's rad.
You know, I almost did that one today too, because one of the targets I wanted still had a Kirby. Still had a freaking Kirby from NECA. I almost grabbed him. Almost.
Astro Harness was my dancing name in college.
Yeah, you too, huh?
That sweet mutated shredder. Oof. I think you're making Bud jealous, but then Bud's flexing hard with his sweet custom painted.
Good. Look at that
Modulok.
Yeah.
And nobody else got one like it.
He seriously killed that, man. That's so good.
That's
I haven't even
gorgeous.
opened mine yet.
It's the best paint job on a damn Modulok I've seen since Classics.
That is great.
I wish that
All
one
that detail.
head didn't look terrified.
Yeah, he looks a little scared.
Looking good, bro.
One of his heads looks like it's done some stuff. The other one looks like it's seen some stuff.
Oh, I've definitely seen some shit.
Oh, and I'm at 19 over in my chat, so thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you all for being over there. Now, I know we got 35 people watching right now, and only 19 of them are over in Kenny's chat. Get your ass over to Kenny's chat. If you're not
I'm in
subscribed to his
both.
channel, I got the ticker.
Thanks.
I'm in a
Oh, you got
comic
it too
toy
bad.
kind of mood
Oh,
today,
got it
guys.
too bad, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
looky
Finally.
there. Finally.
Finally.
Hold on. Show it off here, Cobb. Flex
Yeah.
it. Show it.
That's been a long time coming, Cobb.
I know. It
Yeah,
took me a
it has.
good minute, man.
Oh wow.
For those of you who missed out, Cobb normally gets every Mattel Creations,
At least
every single release, at least 2 of every single release. And our boy, for the first time ever, slept through Mattel Creations. And if I remember correctly, this dude, he came out while we were all doing the 24-hour stream, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I just know I started working that night shift and freaking.
Yeah, you had
I
just
am.
started the night shift and ended up sleeping through it.
I woke up at 8:57 to my alarm. I was like, "Oh, cool, 3 minutes." Just wait 3 minutes, and I don't know. I was out.
It took you that long to fall right back asleep, huh?
I guess so. I was freaking done for.
Bro, man.
Bro Man is here with us. What's going on,
Yeah,
brother?
he's been killing those 1/6 GI Joes, man.
Yeah,
If you
I was
guys
gonna
haven't
say
seen
he-
Bro Man, go check him out. He's he's Bro Man on. No, he's GI Bro on Instagram. Right
GI
now.
Bro 1, not to be
Yeah.
confused with GI Bro, who's got the best guns in the GI Joe
Oh,
community,
yeah, that's right.
according
G.I.
to
Bro 1.
Punk.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, GI Bro 84 is the best guns.
there we go, the best guns. This is GI Bro _1 or 1_ I believe. But yeah, definitely go check him out.
Check him out. He does
He's
a lot
moved-
of 1/6 customs.
Yeah, he was doing a ton of amazing work on some Motu 1/6 customs. And then he kind of switched gears and switched it over to doing the 1/6 GI Joe. And it's just
He's got a
badass.
gray skull. He's got a gray skull for those 1/6.
Yeah, he does.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
nothing
right,
like
folks.
a Snake Mountain behind the guy in the middle, but
Right. Made a 1/6.
but nobody
scale.
does it like that.
No.
Alan sipping his tea, going, nah.
I was going to say, I don't think anybody else has the space to even get us close to that.
I like
I know
my
I
Snake
don't have
Mountain,
half the imagination to do that. So
There we go.
but I don't mix lines. I'm just Motu. Anything I buy, like that Mandarin Spawn figure, this Killa work, they're just going to get folded into Motu. So that helps me narrow my focus.
Oh,
I was going
gonna
to
say
say,
I'm with
Punk,
you,
I'm not going
Alan,
to
but-
add you. You can add your damn self now.
Well, I wanted to look at some stuff first.
No, absolutely, bro. Oh,
he wanted to go look.
you
Go
removed him so you can add.
look. Go look.
He must have
go
saw
on,
the
get. Go on, get.
the Detroit Villains set, and okay, let me go research those guys now.
Yeah,
He can let
exactly.
himself
Go
on.
get the Detroit Villains. I think Punk's in that pack. I kid.
I picked up a 5 POA figure because it was $6.
Oh.
I was like,
Dude,
oh,
the
that's cool.
Commanders are up by
Which one you
10.
got? What'd you get there?
Gojira skeleton.
Nice.
I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
sick. Where did you find that guy at?
Target. It's a
Really?
$6 clearance
The
reaction.
reaction? Okay. I'll have
Yeah.
to keep my eyes peeled. I've
I was
seen
like, oh, that's a cool little thing.
yeah, I've seen like a little 6-inch Heisei era Mecha Godzilla. And I was like, ooh, I kind of
rad.
want that because I had one when I was a kid from back when who was doing them back then? It was still Bandai, I believe, back then. But yeah, I had a couple of those 6-inch Gojira figures. Actually, there's like the big 5-pack. Ooh, flexing.
This is flexing, not really. This is
Hey man,
stuff I don't normally get, but I saw this at my brother's house and I really like this Wolverine. I feel like
Right.
this could be the
classic.
I mean, it's no
weirdo.
CT Toys Wolverine, but you know.
Well, no, those are great. I wanted those, but they're just like I've got a thing on my shelf.
Here we
So.
go. Money talk. Here we go.
2 of them? Oh my
God! Turn the loop off.
Loop for us.
Right, you don't have it.
Here we go.
Okay,
Forgot to turn the loop off.
Yeah, you have to turn that off every time.
Hey, Brick, did you watch Wilhelm's show today when they were discussing the Micronauts?
No, I gotta go catch that.
Yeah,
Definitely
it was on at 1 o'clock on Wilhelm's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, dope.
It was all about the Micronauts. You would have loved it. It was a good show.
Oh, I gotta go check that out. Yeah, no, I was not notified. I was actually building stuff. So.
Now that Punk's here, we can start talking about Super 7.
We've been waiting for him to get his opinion on that.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll talk about Super 7 a little bit because last night we were talking on Let's Go Off-World. Anybody who's seen Curtis knows he's a bit of a fan when it comes to the Super 7 Silverhawks, right? To the point where he was all in buying them and they weren't vac metal and he'd gotten past that and he was okay with it. And then Brian Flynn made the announcement that they were going to bring them, they were going to do them in vac metal, and it really pissed Curtis off and he snapped his steel heart live. It was, just a little bit of maybe an overreaction, maybe a little bit. But he just snapped it in half. I'm sorry, I couldn't spend all that money on a toy and then just snap it in half on purpose. But we brought up because they announced that they're going to do reaction versions of the Silverhawks with vac metal, and the initial images that I had seen, they don't have their wings, of course, right? Because we all know that reaction style figures don't have the side lifting of the arms for a spread wing. And then I also didn't see that they had their companion birds either, which to me was like kind of like that crucial part of the toy. And I was like, man, I mean, I know reaction goes a little slim when it comes to the accessories. But that kind of like really burns me out. Like I don't even feel like I'm buying a Silverhawk toy. It's just vac metal.
Silver person.
Oz.
Yeah.
They made Powell Peralta skateboarding figures that look like their graphics. And what would you assume you would give them?
A skateboard.
It would just kind of make sense to give them the deck.
just a board. I mean, it doesn't have to be like a different design. Just put the graphic on it, right? But they're like, nope, we're not going to do that.
Right. Yeah. So I did find out, however,
this little skeleton I got. Sorry, I was just thinking about that. Now that you said, because I was like, oh, do they normally give them? But yeah, this guy came with like a cool.
Yeah, I see it in the back there.
Yeah.
So it's not like they didn't do it before.
It's just weird the choices they make.
Right. Like some toys get accessories with them. Some other
I mean,
ones don't. It's weird.
And it's probably also based on what they know will sell, because they started as doing kaiju stuff and Sofubi stuff back in the day. They built that following. But also, if you take a look at this thing, well, I guess they all are kind of original molds, but this is like a truly. This took a lot more.
It's a very unique mold. For a reaction, right?
But the reaction Tim Armstrong Rancid figure has two guitars. So
two guitars.
Two of them.
Right.
Yeah. Which again, I understand some things, but it's like make a generic skateboard that you can use over and over for
and put a sticker on it. Or even just a skateboard. Doesn't even have to have the design.
Just give them skateboard. Yeah, but they just here you go. And
there was an update, and there are pictures that yes, they will be coming with their companion birds.
Oh. So that was weird when I heard you say that, because I thought I saw them with the birds.
I did. The first pictures I had seen, I did not see them with it. So that's on me for just not digging into it further, because I was like, yeah, it's a reaction. I'm not going to buy it either way.
Spreading all that misinformation, Oz. God.
Yeah, you know how I roll. I got the idea for spreading misinformation from Ken.
Yeah, from Ken. Yeah, he's the one that started it all.
I saw Toy Sorceress talking about it last week, 2 Fridays ago, and she was. That's probably also where I got it confirmed because she had them.
Right.
She found them in store.
Nice, nice.
And they sell them just on the website. You can only get them in the 4-pack, right? But you can get them loose, single at the store.
Yeah.
Yep. So
it's your birthday too, by the way, if you haven't greeted her.
Toy Sorceress, yes. Happy birthday to our good friend Toy Sorceress at Toy Habits. I was just chatting with her sister a little bit earlier today, the Baroness of Toys. She managed to pick up a really sweet. Anytime I see somebody with one,
That's
My
a
Pet
secret,
Monster.
Nice.
Huh?
That's a secret.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I feel like
I mean,
it's
not
not a
when they
well
talk about it on the show.
And now when they talk about it, it's not. They really didn't want people to know. If people found out, they found out. But
No,
they've been hiding.
they mentioned it when they did
was
the.
out there now.
Yeah, they've been talking about it since they went to that.
Okay.
They did a what do you call it? Like a shop tour of a place that they went to as kids.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to say, because I knew they had mentioned it on one of the shows. Because I found out about it from live. I didn't know up until that point. Oh, man. Oh, I felt really bad there. I can always go back and edit that. Nobody heard it.
Particulars.
But
People heard it.
Well, what people don't realize is that they've had beef for years and almost disowned each other, so they weren't talking. And so that's why. No, actually, none of that's true. So never mind.
now Brick's spreading the misinformation. We're just full of misinformation here. I'm going to start calling the
I got good
Clubhouse
news
the
for you,
rumor mill.
It all comes off.
Nice.
There you go. Thanos is already getting the ideas. They're
His
flowing.
butterfly won't move on me right now, but he
Really?
looks bad.
Okay. Now, for most people who don't know, the very first Wolverine solo series, him in Japan, he was rocking this outfit back in the day. And that comes with the alternate head where he's got the black across the eyes a little bit too. No, they didn't give that to him.
So. No,
I mean, it's just
it's just
that they
a
would have
kind of
put on.
more chill head.
Okay, yeah,
because version of this.
Yeah,
this won't focus for Scheisse.
A really cool outfit. Again, for back in the day, they just kind of wanted them to have like an all black kind of ninja outfit.
Yeah, that's kind of why I want him on the shelf. I feel like he can hang out with Ewoks and He-Man or whatever in this more weird generic thing rather than his.
Yeah, sure. All right, so we've had Machine Man jump into the chat saying, "Broken Steel Heart here."
Good.
Oh yeah. And in from Micronauts, all 2 of them. It's been 46 years.
Damn straight, Machine Man. Damn straight.
And Onryu83 joined us as well, saying hello all. What's going on, Onryu? Hope everything is well for you right now. So speaking of Wolverines, though, we got that Secret Wars Wolverine where his colors pop a little bit more. And of course, we had some interesting news earlier this week too, or yesterday rather, for anybody who saw the live fan stream Hasbro Pulse. We're going to be getting a Dakin figure. I'm not a huge Dakin fan, never have really been a huge fan of his, but it's pretty cool.
I'm looking forward to getting them because I actually want to put together the Dark Avengers.
Avengers, yeah.
More
this
toys
cap
is always good.
You said he's
I was
bad?
actually, no, he's rad.
Okay,
I was actually
okay.
pretty happy with the Marvel Legends wave. I wanted the Dakin, Rom, cool.
Yeah.
The Banshee, rad.
Adam Warlock.
Adam Warlock. Yeah. So there's a lot of good stuff.
I'm glad it's a classic Adam Warlock that they're coming out with now, right? Like it's not like the newer, renditions of Adam Warlock over the last couple of years. No, like this is a straight up classic. Again, it'll fit right in with your Secret Wars figures and all like that if you got any of them. I like that. I've been dying for a Rom freaking Space Knight forever.
I know. Excited about Rom.
I'd love to have a decent looking Rom toy.
Yeah. So we can finally
throwing shade because that original
that,
toy was butt.
I was gonna say, so we can replace that 1970s 12-inch hunk of junk.
I don't think I've
This is
Barely
one of
lit
those
up and
things.
made
Oh,
noise.
wow.
That was good.
One of
I
those
just
things where
couldn't
Marvel
understand.
had so much to
Right?
the original toy.
It weirded me out that it just took so long because, again, I know part of that gets tied up with rights and everything else, but Hasbro already owned the rights to make that toy as it was initially their toy to begin with. And then the comic
Not-
came out.
It wasn't.
Go
It was
ahead,
Parker
Britt.
Brothers. It was Parker Brothers.
Parker Brothers? Well, yeah, but that,
Yeah.
well, because
But-
Hasbro bought. Yeah,
They bought it, but they didn't have
Right.
like the rights to the original thing.
gotcha,
and yada, yada.
gotcha. But they already had the Marvel license, and you know they're making the toys for Marvel with Legends forever, and I'm like, where's my freaking ROM? Why can they not just put this out by now?
Well, it took
So
them
I'm
forever
glad
to get
see
to
it.
Crystar. So I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's the
That's
same thing.
true.
They got to clarify what the rights are to
Yeah.
everything.
Mhm.
So,
But either way,
Betsy's
excited that'll be coming out now. Really happy to see it. It's that sweet,
she looks great.
old- Yeah,
I'm gonna have to do some surgery and give her a decent cape because this is
nah,
While
it's not doing
pretty.
it for me.
is just a weird statue.
Yeah, it
She can
limits
move, but
way
her,
too
her
much
cape and
movement.
hair can never move.
She's from the land of consistent wind.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. The
Um,
ROM figure is also bigger, which I like because folks like me, like I tend to get, if I get a couple of Legends now and then, it's because I can fudge it. Honestly, I got this mainly for this Wolverine, and it doesn't matter because he's a teeny dude.
Right.
But same with Magic. She's a kid, Ilyana. But that ROM is a bigger figure, which is nice because it'll squeeze in a little bit better with some of the other things. I wish they did that with Crystar. He's a little small.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Just Jeff brings up the fact all those folks that passed on Bullseye, Hawkeye a while ago are going to be kicking themselves in the ass if they want to finish the Dark Avenger team. Because, again, Bullseye was the Dark Avengers Hawkeye. Matt Gargan was their Spider-Man in the black costume. So you just get a black costume, Spider-Man fills that role.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Jay Astro is probably the first one who said it because I hadn't seen anybody. I'm not a big fan of it, but he loves the No Way Home Electro that they showed off.
Yeah.
Who's got
okay.
I was not thinking it would be good at all, but I'm looking at that figure. It's like it's for the costume design and everything from the movie, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it looks pretty good.
It looks like the movie.
I don't know if I'm excited. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the electricity, like right in front of his face, which again I know they were doing to like symbolize the mask and everything like that. Electro has always just been one of those characters for me that I've never been like a huge fan of. Speaking of Secret Wars figures, we got the Titania here.
Titania.
I guess I'll open her up tonight.
Go for it, man.
Open her up.
How are those lenticular shields like?
Not good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, well, because
They weren't
I asked
showing up on
because the Crystal Ball's coming out in the classified series, and he came with a lenticular shield back in the 80s. So
The funny thing is that the lenticulars that I've seen done recently are not as good as the ones they did in the 70s, which is a strange thing that they can't get the old technology.
Well, like you can't swap it out either. Like they had different ones you could put in.
Yeah, there was
and
like
this one,
what,
it's
4
just a
discs or
solid
something?
one,
Yeah.
right?
But I can tell you that what the G.I. Joe team does is going to be, or might be completely different than what the Marvel team does.
Well, yeah.
Looking
But
at
I'm
those
talking about
dudes-
other lenticulars I've seen that are recent ones that don't have the same effect that they did back then.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you would think that, I mean, even though they have to be different, they use the exact same technology, but clearly they don't.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't.
very still.
I thought they would have, being they're all Hasbro.
I mean,
So
all the
They're like
design
so.
they can't
funny, I was
share
just-
things between the licenses, from what I understand.
Not just that. I was just having a conversation with someone who might work on stuff, and the reality is like when we say like the Hasbro team, or even within say Marvel Legends, like they deal with so many different contractors, whether they're individuals or outside studios, and because I was tripping out because of the amount of figures they put out in a year.
Right.
Like, I think it's at like 160 or something. And if you do the math in a year, how many figures have to be going, and then ultimately filtered through the sort of core team and like Dwight as the sort of creative director, I'm assuming. I don't know what other, how they're handling approvals or whatever, but yeah, it's really tough. And then you blow that up between like, oh, there's the Joe people, there's the Hasbro, there's the whatever Legends people, or when there was Rangers, like they're working with so many different people, and this is like the age of one. Not everybody's an employee. We're talking like a series of contractors often who are like in and out per project. I don't know. It doesn't surprise me that between one division and another, they use different technology. I'm actually surprised that we don't even see that within lines, like, because that's what's tripping me out about these things as I like start to pick up a couple. They're so inconsistent, right? Like there's so many different bodies, there's so many different options. It's like, I think versus, like this, where it's like, well, they've got a limited budget. They know they've got to use reuse. Basically, it's the one body with a couple of different feet and then some heads. So it's like a simpler palette, right? And you can be a lot more consistent.
Well, I think that Hasbro also uses several different factories to get lines out, right? So I mean,
I don't know for sure, but I
you would assume it as much as they're pumping through.
Exactly. I mean, they have to, given the number of things that they produce, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But like, I'm just saying, it doesn't surprise me that an outfit like Hasbro, which really isn't one outfit, right? Has so many inconsistencies. Like it's just like any other corporation, right? It's like,
imagine Chevy not using, like Buick can't use what Chevy uses, and Chevy can't use what GM uses. That they all have to use separate stuff. It makes no sense. Like radios, like they cross over the platform. Now I understand from what I've heard about that contract they signed, that anything that you use, that anything that they use for Marvel Legends, if they lose it, it becomes a property of Disney if they lose it. But my thing is like the Raptor wings, they're riveted on there. So why wouldn't you have riveted the Falcon and the Winter, or the Falcon and the Captain America wings? It's little things like that.
You mean just in terms of like when you say riveted, like production wise? I don't know the figures enough. Or you're not talking about sculpt rivets, right?
No, so like,
yeah, you're just saying production. There are rivets in that one and not in the other. I just want to clarify.
So right here, where it moves up and down, it's riveted in there. But the Marvel Legends, the Falcon and Captain America, you actually have to pop them on there and then hope that they don't wear, which makes no sense whatsoever. And the
again,
Hey,
it's
Punk,
just different. Like,
I was going to ask
corporation is huge. Sorry, go ahead, Ed.
I was just going to ask, did you get the Angel with the wings? How does his wings go on?
I didn't. I'm kind of regretting it,
because that'd be an interesting thing to find out, like how they did his wings compared to how they did Falcon and
Angel's wings are just on.
Are they?
Yeah, you didn't have to put them on or anything.
But is it like a backpack? Like, can you remove them? You can remove them, right?
Oh, and Brick, I think she wins. Brick, she wins.
Yeah, for sure she wins.
Dang.
Woo!
Did you see that thing I posted in the chat earlier and dude got clocked? Sorry.
Oh my god, yeah, that was phenomenal. That was
But yeah, as far as these like massive corporations like Hasbro, it's just that they operate at a scale that's so different, and everybody's, I'm assuming, and I've also kind of heard, incredibly siloed. Like, and that's no different. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us in this room have worked at corporations and kind of experienced a little bit of that, right? Or even Oz. It's not like, you as working in a GameStop is like communicating. He's not even on here, is he? Communicating with like other GameStops. It's just, it's so massive and unwieldy that it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So like
those wings are
they're just
fantastic.
on there. You got like, you can pull them out.
Okay.
So they're pinned
Yeah.
right into the back of his back or riveted
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, like you could probably get them out of there. I haven't tried.
Yeah.
But they're really well
and they're
done.
relatively light.
Yeah,
you know,
they're very
compared
light.
to a lot of the wings that we have, whether it's like Illidan or
Yeah.
gargoyles or legions.
Interesting.
He's cool. I like him. He's a good figure.
Because you would think they would do that at least with the backpack, right? And just have the backpack for Captain America and Falcon, considering they're actually backpacks that they're wearing.
Right.
Quickly, my son just came in and actually had a kid interrupt me for an actual purpose. He said, so TikTok is getting banned now, as we all know.
Right. Yep.
And he said CapCut is too. CapCut is owned, I guess, by a parent company, and he just said they're.
I heard Timu's going to be gone too.
I don't know what Timu is. I've heard of it.
That's the one where you could be shopping like a billionaire.
It's like Wish.
Oh yes.
I
just know a lot of people use CapCut.
CapCut's my thing.
I use
CapCut. So
Hopefully you guys get a refund if you guys got a year worth, right?
Nah, I don't pay for Pro for anything.
I'll tell you what, man. Some of these creators that have been doing stuff on TikTok and they're also on YouTube and Instagram. I mean, they pretty much said it. I mean, they put it out there. You ban free speech. People are making money off this. In our country, and of all the things that you have to worry about, that this is what you decided to focus on is.
Hey, it's brainwashing our young into being Chinese spies, punk.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things, it's a red herring.
Yeah.
It's a red herring. It's dishonest in terms of what the real reasoning is for doing it.
Oh yeah.
It sucks. Like you said, like a lot of people were using it legitimately for making, that's a livelihood that they've essentially cut off.
And you know what? It's not a small portion.
No.
It is huge.
No, it's a lot.
Yeah. And it's huge with a particular age group. It's huge with a particular demographic. And
you really got to wonder too, because like Instagram doesn't pay the way that TikTok does, right?
No.
So those people don't have a platform to go to now unless they
YouTube
go
does.
to YouTube.
YouTube pays more.
Right, but they have to go to YouTube now, right?
Yeah.
And they got to build up an audience on shorts and whatever else they're doing.
Oh yeah,
from scratch.
And it's not just the building up the audience. There's a markedly different set of people who watch YouTube and use TikTok.
Right.
And so it's not like those same people are here. I mean, I know a lot of
21-year-old daughter lived and died by TikTok. I mean, that was,
all my students
circles, that was their
life,
stuff.
Yep.
I preferred it.
Huge followings on there. I had a lot of, former students who were like huge on there doing their thing, but
yeah, it's going to be interesting at Monday at school. I work in high school, so yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting how that's going to work for students.
You're going to be seeing a lot of kids with withdrawal syndrome.
Yeah, attention span.
CapCut, so it's getting me. I'm like, damn, I freaking use the crap out of that thing.
So I just
Filmora. That's what I use.
Me too.
Man.
I have CapCut on mine, Cobb. Let me see if mine's out.
Alan, here's that.
I'm trying to bring mine up right now.
Trying to find it.
And it comes with the backpack, and it comes with a bunch of other stuff. I just printed these two because I printed them with the red.
Nice.
Sorry, CapCut isn't available right now.
Yep, mine too.
There you go.
How about that?
So they shut it down quick and hard. All right. So I did want to jump back into the chat here because we had a couple people in. Joe Gonzalez is now with us. What's going on, Joe? I think you were trying to join earlier, and as you see, we are full up. We've got Greg, formerly the Brute Scale. We were just talking about you earlier, how you automatically bumped my shipping to the end of the line for my in-stock stuff because I was heckling you last night. I'm not apologizing. I'm going to heckle you further as you apparently have taken punks and bricks and slid it to the back of the line as well.
Hey, don't lump me in there, man. Don't associate me with that guy. Oz is a troublemaker, fake fan.
Yeah,
you put him on the back of the line. Come on, man. I'm a fellow shower amigo over here. What's up, man?
Right?
Oh,
Right.
hey, Cobb, quickly before you take off, what'd you think of the Bobcat attack?
Oh, I know that's just dead on. That's definitely what it was. It sounds like they just took the sound clip from that and put it on the live.
I told you that's exactly what a bobcat sounds like, and that's exactly what it sounds like.
That's totally
When that
just
thing
freaking
came up, man, I was like,
clip
I gotta
from
create
that.
a group.
What do you think of Thursday of a friend with a friend?
Where did that come from?
I just threw it together. I seen you.
You know, we quickly before you leave, like we were talking about stuff, and someone brought up a parody, and I was like, man, I kind of miss Roman the dog.
Right? Right? I miss Roman popping up in the chat. That was great.
I forgot all about it, and you know,
I've never forgot.
it was Cobb.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I didn't know.
I knew it was Cobb a long time ago.
Sorry.
Because Roman the dog asked me to do a Walt Flanagan's dog shot. I'm like, that's Cobb.
Yeah. And I think I hinted that on purpose, just so you know. The Walt Flanagan's dog.
I'm not going to lie. For the longest time, I thought it was Allison. I really did.
That's actually who I thought it was at first. But then I knew that I knew
it was too friendly.
Allison told me so bad, Cobb. Everybody thinks it's me.
Yeah, I just remember Matthew. You know, Matthew going like, "Hey, just watch that account because there've been other accounts that they start saying some awful stuff, and obviously, you never did.
No.
Yeah. And after a while, we knew like, okay, this is all all playful,
all funny.
But I was shocked when I found out who it was. I mean, I had no idea. I mean, I was because people were like, you really don't know who it is. I was like, I have no idea.
When did you reveal it?
Oh, that was a while ago now.
Oh no, yeah.
But you would pop up on stuff. I mean, you popped up on Hella Dope Toys all the time.
Yeah,
you popped up on stuff like you normally aren't watching. Which to me threw it off tremendously.
It was actually like I've gone through 2 phones since then, so it was on an older phone. So
oh, no.
I was like, it's kind of being a pain in the ass to go back to it. Phone's closed now. That's why I was like, it's done.
There you go, folks. No more Roman the dog in the chat because Cobb's lazy.
Way to go, Cobb.
No more Roman the dog. He got taken out with TikTok. Sorry, folks.
Well, the cord got
Roman the dog is not available right now.
All right.
Like the Lions have left the building.
Yep, they are done. Okay, we all know the Lions have had it rough for several decades.
I was gonna hop out.
Since
I can let Joe in. I'll hop back in.
All right, Cobb, take care. Joe will see
Commanders beat the Lions.
Oh my God, did they? 40,
Yeah,
there it is.
one side,
45-31. And I'm like, of all the teams to lose out in the playoffs to is another notoriously bad team. And I don't. This is the sports ball. just sports ball for you, Brick.
That's the weird shaped one, right?
Right. The egg planet.
Yeah, no,
It's soccer.
Yes,
I was gonna
that's
say
it.
that one I got. Yeah, no.
But so okay, again, I don't think I've ever seen the Commanders ever score 45 points.
Oh no.
30
if I
points.
remember correctly, they did it to the Lions in a playoff game.
Oh, was it before? Okay, so we're just
Yeah,
repeating history
something
then.
like that. Yeah. I have
They
to
didn't
say
show the
this.
stat. It was-
Brick, you have your hand up real quick.
Sorry, I'm not even joking. Lions, I think I
Vikings
feel like
score.
I've heard of maybe, but Commanders, is that a newer team?
It
They're-
used to
They
be
were
were
the Redskins.
formerly the Redskins.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, Washington D.C.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which I have a certain hatred for because one of the reasons they kept blocking Baltimore from having a football team for 10 years was because we had the Redskins. I'm like, but Washington, D.C. is not Maryland. That doesn't count. That's a cop-out. Fuck you. Tagliabue hates Baltimore.
Yeah. And on top of everything, the actual family of the model that was the head of the Redskins is mad that the Redskins removed his face from their helmet.
Oh yeah.
He wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
It
Again,
was mostly It was mostly people that are too sensitive about things that wanted it removed.
Yeah.
Not the.
Hold up that clawful real quick again, Thanos. Sorry.
Well, yeah, it was also the owner, Dan Snyder. He was a very bad man.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, he was just an asshole.
He was.
All right.
Yeah. Well,
But-
I don't want to say that.
But as for
What
the
is that,
Lions losing, I
Is
have
that a
to say
Motet Manette or is that Snake Man?
No, it's the Necroconda.
Okay.
The
Glow in the dark.
dead snake
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Glow in the dark bits.
Nope.
I like
So-
the hood though. Like that's cool.
Right? Yeah, I'm
That's
digging the
one
hood. One of the things that I absolutely love about this figure, outside of the fact that it is a snake and that it is glow in the dark, is the fact that the story behind a Necroconda is it is the shed skin of previous snake men.
Yeah, that's
were
an
like-
awesome backstory. I love that.
Right? Like it. Oh, stuff like that. Just again, like how the mutated rat lore is, you know, the skeletal version of the snake popping out of the actual snake itself. I love that they did that. Absolutely love it. And it glows in the dark, so I can't like be upset about that at all. Comes with like every one of the snake swords. It's great. Yeah, there's that rat lore just puking out the skeletal neck vertebrae and oh man, it's so good.
That guy looks cool.
The one that could not stand.
I was
is
trying
now-
to show these. I was trying to show these off earlier, but Ross has these little like supply things. They're Apex Legends, $2. It's a supply crate, comes with a die-cast weapon,
Nice.
and like
What are
another
they?
little accessory.
That is
They're little
cool.
supply crates for Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
They're $2
Really?
at Ross. Yeah.
I was just in a Ross and I did
So-
not see those anywhere, but I was looking
Yeah.
because you had brought them up. And I didn't see them anywhere in there. But my Rosses notoriously suck, so
I almost wish they never put Ross's in Michigan because I ain't never found shit in any of them, and I've walked through so many goddamn.
oh man.
I fucking hate them.
You
I wish they
gotta
were just
go
gone like
until you're
Toys R Us.
sick. You got to go till you're sick of going, and then you're not gonna go, but you're like, I'll just check, and then you'll
That's
find
the time
something.
you'll find it. Yep.
I've done that. I've done
Yeah.
that. I'm driving home. I'm like, it's cold as shit out, but I'm driving right by, getting off the expressway, and I walk through, and you know what I want to say? Burn this fucking place down.
Or you could just be happy for your friends that do get stuff
Fuck
instead
you
of
guys.
being all fucking crybaby about it.
$25. I didn't see
Fucking
no one
crybaby.
fucking being. I didn't see one person being like, "Hey, I got this fucking Thunder Machine, man. I know you're looking for one, dude. Give me $50 and we'll be fucking set." I make a little bit. Nope.
So you're selfish and you don't care about other people being
I
successful.
never
or
saw
You're
it.
happy
just
or-
fucking learning this.
Punk
Why-
doesn't
why
have
not
friends,
use Brandon?
Kenzo.
Maybe it's
Punk
because you're
doesn't
so
have
cheery.
friends.
I didn't hit Ross much because we
In
have a
like
huge
a
clicking group
pound
up here in
radius.
Seattle.
Don't worry, you wouldn't have found shit there.
We don't have a Ross here, so I'm good.
Hey Thanos, I'm genuinely happy for you that you got that stuff. It's awesome. You're awesome.
Cool, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Appreciate
just
you.
want to jump back in here and catch up with the chat now that we're done hating on Ross for a minute. Pivot. That was another. Good.
May I
all right.
change the subject?
Yeah, may I change the subject here? We've got Greg, formerly of Brute Scale. This is probably in response to me saying that he shifted my order to the back of the line, and now I've promptly gotten punks as well as bricks shifted to the back as well, so I don't feel left out and last. You
Nice
are-
Cayman
Don't
Rider.
move me to the end.
No. We'll get our
Lumping
shipments when
me
we get them.
here.
Honestly,
I'm used to it on the West Coast. I'm used to it.
I've been so spoiled. Like every time I order something in stock from them, it's like here within a few days, and then I'm just sitting here staring at it, waiting for you guys to get yours.
Then why are you being such a
but
jerk?
I'm
Oz?
glad everybody gets there.
Don't
I
you
like to
care
rub
about
it
your
in, you know.
friends,
Be
Oz?
happy for people.
Can't you be happy for your friends, Oz?
I have friends, FRENZ, or frenemies. Nah, I love
I
you
still
guys.
always
Alan,
every time you're in
Alan?
a chat, I always read it as
I just-
Jim Nance's voice.
I just want to say tonight's episode of Dude Pimp My Jitsu is done.
Nice.
I have to match the gold paint.
Yeah.
But this is the knee pads on his shoulders.
Yep.
From that
good.
Mandarin figure. There is
Don't take a
this
back
was like-
elbow from that guy.
like yeah, well, no, these are knee pads. The other ones were shoulder pads, I think. But this is a knee pad, and then I added
That's
this
the one.
knee pad to there, and the Kwon Do, and then the mask that was on the face, I added to the belt.
Yep. That's what I was saying
Nice.
earlier, Alan. That's what I was doing, and those things you use as shoulder pads make for great masks as well. They
Yeah.
fit perfectly on
That's
massacres
awesome.
heads.
And that's
That looks
BBTS
rad,
for
man.
$4.
Yeah, he's
The
$4.
parts. That's cool.
Mandarin Spawn.
It's
And
nice
I've
to
got
see you
a-
take some interest in customizing figures, Al.
Yeah, gee,
Yeah,
Alan.
well, you know,
About time.
and I got a spare Kwon Do.
Nice.
That's what's up. That is awesome. Great to see that. Now, that's a Jitsu that I probably would have bought more. Nah, I don't know. I definitely would have been prouder of buying that than letting them peg warm for so many months, years. 2.5 years, like I was peg warming in my targets. All right. I also wanted to give a shout out. We've got Lion Run, the Princess of Power, hanging out in the chat. What is going on, Lion Run?
Line run.
And I know it was a while ago. Happy birthday to you. We kind of missed that shout out for your birthday a while ago. Good to have you here with us, though. All right. And K-Roll's mentioning, no worries, OG. Jacob got his before me and I ordered before him. I ordered mine like first thing in the morning. All right. Like I placed mine as soon as Snag sold out because I was trying to get Snag first, and then placed my order, forgot to change my address. I was going to get Snag shipped directly to Bud. And yeah. See, look, Joe's being the jerk. He's
Nice,
brought
Joe.
me. Got it. His all-in
Yeah.
came in.
Well,
Got
in Joe's
all them
case,
nice.
it's like the casinos, right, where they like start treating you extra special because they know you're a
Joe's
high
He's a
roller.
VIP member.
Joe's
Yeah.
the first name on just right on the top of that list.
Right. Like they
Keep this
they
guy
hunt his
happy.
ticket out and they go, if we can get this out to him now, he's probably going to spend another all-in on us in a couple of days. Let's do it.
So I
We have
really
the
believe
first
that
all-in
was my
already ready to go.
strategy. That was
was-
my strategy actually, though, because I ordered the all-in and I just figured that the all-ins are probably boxed up. So I placed my all-in order and then went back and ordered everything else I wanted separately, which I still haven't got yet. But the all-ins go out quick, so
Yeah.
that was
That makes
part of my
sense.
plan.
I mean, it makes
does.
sense. You know, these are boxed. Let's get them out of the way so then we can work on everything else. I mean, that makes total sense.
You got
Yes,
to
they do
please
it
the
every
shareholders.
time.
But I will say
Yeah,
that I think Skeletron for their Kickstarter and then going into the backer kit, they did it right. They went in order of who backed it. You know, and that's how I think it should be. Like first backer, I mean, those are the people that were most instrumental into it. And it would be nice if the rest of these companies, Hasbro, when you do a HasLab, because I always get mine last, I know that I do it right away. So I'm usually within the first 100.
Well, I think Super 7,
Oh.
your favorite, might do it too, because I just got the email that Cat's Lair's coming, and I didn't back it I wasn't one of the early backers, so it did take a little while to get it. So,
Do we want to hear
backed
from
immediately.
somebody? Do you want to hear live from somebody that is very upset over TikTok being knocked off?
It's already gone. It's not even 11:15. It's not even. What day is it supposed to be? It's not even January 19th. I had to go to Reno, and that's Chinese. And the whole thing was Chinese communists. That's why they banned TikTok. Did you know? Senator, he's Singaporean. Like, oh my God, he's Singaporean. Guys, it's Singaporean. Oh my God.
Could you ask her to tell us how she really feels?
Hashtag tween screaming.
Hi, Olivia.
You know,
All over the world, or all
when
over the
Olivia
country
gets
right
her
now.
own channel one day, it's just going to be called A Punk's Daughter.
It'll blow
Monday-
right by mine.
Nah, it's gonna be called Fuck
Monday night. Monday. Monday night. Life rantings. No toy ramblings, just straight life rantings.
This is what we felt like when Optimus Prime died.
It's how we felt when they took the. It's how we
So
felt
it'll
when
come
they
back
took
to
the two
life.
boys off the air, right?
Now, real talk, like, yeah. I mean, yeah. I sympathize. Can you imagine if they like, I don't know, if like one of these parent groups back in the day, because of their lobbying, decided that Saturday morning cartoons were going to stop.
Yeah, right. It's the
Like
same thing.
it's
the same thing.
Yeah,
it's like that plus they
crazy.
took away all of they made it illegal for young people to use the phone and talk to each other. It's both those things at the same time.
I'm getting death stares from her. Like I did, like it's my fault. Like I did something. Like it's me.
All your YouTube money, you drained all the funds out of TikTok and shut them out of business.
I think I'm not a political person, and this is not a political statement. I just believe that regardless of my personal opinions of anything, banning stuff that doesn't directly harm people is bad in the United States of America, which is a place that was supposed to be built on freedom. If you don't want your kids on TikTok, don't let your kids on TikTok.
Joe, I don't think that's a political statement at all. I agree. Because this really shouldn't be a conservative or liberal thing. This is free speech, and you're right. It's not hurting anyone. And if you don't want your kids on it, it is your job to teach your kids that this is
who are
wrong.
the parents? Right? Like, who is the parent in this situation? If you want to limit your kids' screen time, like, you work it out with them. Like, okay, you've got this much time that you can use your device.
Yep.
There you go. I mean,
you can put parental blocks on any device nowadays. You know,
right?
It's like,
yeah.
I just feel like it's giving up a freedom. And I know it seems silly because they're just stupid videos on the internet, but it's
the thing is what's next? What is it?
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Again, we don't want to get political. I know I hear that a lot on here, but like there have been several rights that have disappeared in the last couple of years, just to be clear, and some of them arguably more important than TikTok. And I think TikTok's very important. I just want to name that, and maybe we should just kind of move on.
Right.
But
well, who's getting Origins Rio last on Mattel Creations next week? Thank you.
Fucking Phil Collins.
Fucking Phil.
Fucking Phil.
Hey, Brick, could you check your phone real quick? I sent you a message.
On TikTok.
Oh, shoot.
And Punk, I sent you a message on Facebook for Monday night.
All right, but
I downloaded a whole VPN to be in Germany.
I know.
I love her, man. She's rad.
Rad.
Signed up for that NordVPN.
Rad.
Oh, Brick, you open up a new can of worms.
Wait, she knows rad now?
So she went to school. It was 90s. What? Yeah, 90s day. So she went dressed as a skateboarder. She wore a Pennywise shirt with like a flannel over, and she had my rad hat on. And she named herself Rad Brad for the day. a matter of fact, I believe
that's definitely 90s.
Yeah.
I actually had a whole photo shoot.
Rad Brad. It's a little earlier than that, but yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like
I was still saying it
80s.
in the 90s and the 00s and the 10s and the 20s. So.
I was
gonna say, she already went and downloaded a VPN.
I already had VPN, but I try to be in Germany with VPN.
Can you ask her if that's working for her?
It doesn't.
I don't need to repeat it. I think you can hear that, right?
Yeah.
So
is the
Olivia,
VPN not
are
working,
you?
or is TikTok not working through the VPN?
Everything's not working. This is my one skateboard trick I know. It's actually not a skateboard trick. It's me posing as a skateboarder because I'm fake.
Oh, you're just a poser?
Yes. Come on,
Isn't
bro.
that like a Gumball episode?
Your dad's like one of the greatest middle-aged skateboarders of all time, and you can't do an ollie?
Did your dad
Bro,
not
I
spend enough
tried
time
it
with you? Yeah.
Busted.
You should post that video on TikTok. I think it'll do well.
Yeah, we had a
Alan just rubbing the salt in the wound. Ooh.
See, Alan, you don't know this little girl.
I do not.
Go get the shirt that Greg. Okay, so Greg bought me some shirts for my birthday, and he ordered them online, and he said, "I saw this one, and I just thought that it might be perfect for your daughter." So.
Wait. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. I thought you meant the bunny one.
Oh no, that's for Gun Bunny. We'll do that one on another one. Where's the other one?
I got
It has a saying on it. Now, let me tell you a little story about this girl. When she was little, like 2 or 3, I wasn't here, but I guess her mom was next door because we live in townhouses, and she was friends with them. So they were sitting outside just talking or whatever, and she was sitting
ridiculous.
there.
I'm not scary.
And she got mad, and they don't know what she was sitting there like this. And this is my neighbor telling me. And she goes, we looked over at her, and she's like this, and she goes, "What are you looking at?" And they're like, "I have never been so scared in my life."
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
So Greg, the guy who 3D prints stuff, he said he saw this and thought of Olivia. So
she's
how do I make
fierce.
myself big?
Just
I got you here, Punk. Don't worry about it, brother.
Nice.
That's
Now,
right.
if that's your friend thinking, "Oh wow, I thought of your daughter," dude, I'm telling you.
That man.
I can see Allison saying that too, so it'd be perfect for Olivia and Allison to get together.
Yeah, I think.
I'm just saying. I want.
Them about me.
Dude, I haven't told them nothing. You come in here enough that they have formulated
No.
an opinion of you.
A rude opinion. I am an
The
Yes, that
the
was really believable.
generational the generational sass that we could have. Oh, we got so many people controlling these days. There we go. Of having Allison, Olivia, and then if Adam wants to have Victoria jump one and just have a complete like, oh man, the generation of sass that would happen with it. That might be the coming of the apocalypse. I don't know.
Well, especially without TikTok now.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Like genuinely, like
We're gonna
stop
take
being-
back to the streets like we did when we were young.
I guess maybe she can do Friday night rants.
Okay, bro, like,
You know what? Maybe now she can learn how to do an ollie because I heard her excuse that she busted her ass. Well, yeah, a lot of us did.
oh, I didn't say the A word. I don't say that word. I only say butt and fucking.
Good job.
All
right.
You'll get over it.
She doesn't say the A word, but she'll definitely drop some F bombs.
Olivia. Hopefully you
Ooh,
get
look
to
at
school on
that.
Tuesday.
What's up, Adam?
Adam, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Indeed. Good to be here.
Killerwork's head is really hard to get back on.
Yes.
Yes, it
yes,
is.
you have
Yes,
to-
Be
yes,
you have to
careful.
heat
heat
the snot
it.
out of that.
It may require your customizing tools.
I just Vaselined his peg.
It's just
Whoa, hey-o. You're gonna have to ask Olivia to leave the room, Punk. Just got real adult real quick.
We're gonna have another seahorse episode going on here.
Oh man.
But
Seahorses.
even heating up the head, that plastic is so hard it doesn't give that much.
And it's
So
that peg, like the hole is.
you can see how much smaller it is.
Oh my god, yeah, it's ridiculous. Like the first time I popped the head off of that, I was like, I'm not even gonna try with one of these other heads. This one's already been on there. I'm popping it back on because at least I know it.
Ed, did you have any issues like that with your other Vet Williams?
No,
So it's a factory
my heads
issue
are
for that
tough.
run.
They're hard to get on, but the holes. It's just because
Oh, the right side.
Once I heat it up, it goes right on. But
Yeah. I wonder-
Did anybody get
My,
the?
when they rerun
my
them?
Blade Master Wang is the same way though. There's one head it won't go on the peg no matter what. The other head goes on just fine.
I wonder if I just never used that head.
Does anybody have the what do they call it? The primal?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Oz and Alan both have.
Oh, okay, and it's the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are the
I'm gonna pick up
joints
another
on the lower
primal
legs on
soon.
those ones?
Mine are good.
They seem fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of mine are fine. I don't feel weird at all. I'm not worried about it.
They're tight. I don't get any stress from it when I try to move it, which is good. Because I was really worried about that. The ankle joints even are like really good and posable. They hold up well. I've had nothing but good things to say about my primal. Like he is amazing. And I think that definitely helped fuel my my Wolf Moon frenzy that I've been in. Because like I said, I spent hours today trying to find a Kessler. I got excited seeing about the Howling from NECA, the Howling from Syndicate Collectibles. I'm definitely going to try to pick both of those up because I think they'd look really cool. Now, the only thing is, the way the Howling werewolves looked, I always thought they looked a little more doggish than wolf-like. But I thought it'd be interesting to have having both of those sculpts and then having him as like a pack leader. But I'm worried that because the NECA we know is 7-inch and already my Elvira is taller than my Kilowog. Like her hair gives a good 1/2 inch over Kilowog. Now, mind you, his knees are bent and everything like that.
Yeah, Kilowog is way bigger than I thought. These are supposed to be 6-inch scale, and I bet he's close to 8.
Well, he's supposed to be because of the fact that he is, like it's not exactly a werewolf.
He's
but it's
wolfed up.
Yeah, so he's supposed to be bigger than the 6-inch.
Well, he's also from a different line than an actual.
But it's a weird choice though because they have 6-inch werewolves. Like in the line, there's werewolves as well. So I mean I have the Kilowog and it's a cool figure. I don't love it, but aesthetically it looks good.
Yeah.
But he does feel too big unless they do something else that big because everything else is like 6 inches tall.
Okay, so I downloaded the comic.
Yes.
And when I was looking at it, it looks like that's how he's supposed to be though. When they transform, it looks like they're supposed to be huge.
They are supposed to be huge, but like Adam was saying, there's actually characters in the
Night Hunter one, right?
figures that have a werewolf head that go on a standard size
body. Yeah.
It just seems like an odd choice. Like it's
the only thing they can do is make like Chadsworth and whatever the Yeti's going to be called be that size, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of saving grace is that knowing that they're going to do a couple other figures in that size. I think you kind of go, oh, okay, like I'll reserve judgment for when those come out. Hopefully, they're not. My Kilowog has really loose hips and ankles, but
My
the knees
ankles
are
are
tight,
bad. Yeah,
so it doesn't stand up at all.
I can get mine to stand, but the ankles are definitely loose.
Well, here's my question. When you have them standing, right? I haven't had any issues at all with mine. When you have him standing, do you have his legs more bent or more straight? Because I just straightened mine out, and now he's a bit top heavy.
Mine are bent like they're supposed to be, so I have no issues. But I do have the primal one coming, and I'm gonna mix and match them because now you have the trench coat. Because I don't use the arms because I have like a vest, so I'm gonna put the trench coat on him, and I also have those spawn guns, so I can have a gun that hits him.
Yeah,
If anyone has those spawn or the McFarlane.
The McFarlane weapons pack.
They're awful guns, and they're too big, but they fit on them perfect. So yeah, I ordered another one.
That gun that it comes with is also really disappointing.
Yeah,
I know. I was sad that they didn't include the Better and Williams shotgun. They gave you the bullets, but
they gave the bullets.
They gave you the bullets, but not the shotgun.
Yeah. This gun is just. Yeah, I mean it's.
I mean, all that stuff sounds super fancy, but my toy gave me a trading card, so there.
Did it come with a stand to hold the trading card?
It didn't, but it came with a free stand too.
Did it come with an NFT?
Maybe, but
They,
I don't
they
know what
still
those
make
letters
those?
mean.
They still make those?
Is that banned in the U.S.?
McFarlane does.
My Elvira came with a signature stand. It's got
So-
Elvira's
I got that one too. She's in the
Do you know
tub
who
in the
signed
garage.
a stamp.
For the
technically,
record,
it's Tampo.
I just diddled my Dremel around his neck peg a little bit.
Whoa!
Because I want this head on there because I don't like the weird tusks.
Okay.
So, and now it's fitting on perfect. So I just
put
had
'em
to do a
on
little
with
bit
the
of mod,
cigar. Put 'em
a
on
little bit of
with the cigar.
modification. I don't
Thanos,
think
do you
werewolves
have a
smoke.
veteran Williams? Sorry.
No,
But do you?
I do not. Mm-mm.
Okay.
I need to get
Because
a
you're
veteran
hearing
Williams.
these guys talk about the veteran Williams. If you were going to tell me, yeah, this is just as problematic, I might just keep it.
Oh,
You can send it
It's
to me, Brick. if
it's
you
a
don't-
good figure. It is a little pricey
is.
for
I've
the
seen it.
frustration.
Yeah.
that's a good.
I
That's
like
a
how
good
you
werewolf.
put that. It's a little pricey for the frustration. I have no
Hey,
idea.
That's
So-
that's how I feel about the Kilowog. Is sort of like it's if it was $60,
How much was
I'd
it?
probably be okay with it.
Mine was
it's 80,
60.
right? 80 for the.
How much was
the
it?
coat.
I think
for
it's
the
$80.
coat. Yeah, for the.
Well, yeah, the
85.
primal's cheaper.
The Primal's
Yeah.
cheaper.
85 for the crappy Gatling gun and stuff.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
my
really happy with
primal
him.
was. Yeah, I am more than beyond happy with. Again, I got the primal. I didn't get the Night Hunter one. I was thinking about it, but I just kind of like, mine's going into like a more fantasy style collection, so the clothes would honestly just. It's more money for parts that I don't really need, basically. So.
And I got these sweet Beast Man hands. As soon as I
Right.
paint them.
There you
I
go.
was gonna say, I know
Yeah.
Alan will definitely be repurposing some parts. I'm surprised
Can I show this guy
the
off
Primal
real quick?
Killer Works not already. Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah. Hold on a second here. Let me scroll up. I can make it
I
bigger.
actually don't have zoomy controls.
You should have zoomy controls, Brick.
I might not be
Didn't
logged
accept
in
the
on
invite
Clubhouse.
again.
Dude,
Gotcha.
I love that spray can. So cool.
Yeah.
Ah.
Comes with a couple different colors. It's got like a blue and a green too.
That is
It's
awesome.
got these
Oh,
little
that's
awesome. Grappling hook things. You have like open grappling hooks or closed ones. The little
Oh,
thing
is it
here
supposed to
actually
launch out
like
of there?
spins.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like half launched, but
those are ropes
this
on
little
the
part,
backpack,
actually-
right?
Yeah, they actually
Yeah,
like
okay.
spin though. Like if you want to, you can move it kind of like a dial. He's got these little like crossbow things. I got this little like jet skateboard. It's got
Hoverboard.
got a couple of the feet. Got spinning
Oh,
nunchucks.
a skateboard accessory. Shocker.
He's got little flames that I think go on the jets on the skateboard, but I couldn't really
Yeah.
figure it out.
Because hoverboards don't work over water.
He's got like an actual. We've got an actual
Jason
rope
Lee.
for the grappling hook as well.
That is great.
This is the not Mikey head with the little Walkman, big ass headset.
That is
I
cool.
then he's
love
got
that it's an
another, like-
actual Walkman.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then he's got like a fully masked face, but I think I like this face the most out of all of them.
That is really, really good. I do like that a lot. I mean, I like the Mikey head, of course, probably most just because of, again, being a fan of the Ninja Turtles. But I like that they have the alternate look so that they don't just have to be Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I like that these guys are styled enough to be cool, like with their own design choices. Like, I think I like the alternate stuff better than the actual Ninja Turtle stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if you want,
how
many the
versions of those have we had now, right?
Yeah. But pretty
All
cool.
right.
Pretty cool.
Sharlock's saying head to bed. Take care, Sharlock. Have a great night. Let me see here. I'm going to come up. I know Jay Solo Arts mentioned here. Kilowog is the most disappointing figure I've ever spent that kind of money on. Ouch. Again, did you get the Primal or did you get Night Hunter? I'm trying to get an idea here. Because, again, my Primal, I am completely happy with and think it's great.
Me too. He's a great
I think
figure.
Jay got the Night Hunter, but I'm not sure.
It's weird to hear that when everybody was like, Veteran Williams is so good. You know? Like, that's weird.
That's, I think, what makes it even more of a bummer is how many glowing reviews there were for Veteran Williams.
Yeah, I think there's a different production issue going on. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I also think a lot of the people that were buying it, they were buying Operation Monster Force, not that. And they're comparing it to those figures, which that plastic is completely different. So they're trying to compare it to that. And that's like trying to compare, a Dodge to the Dodge that was rebranded, but it's really the Mitsubishi, like it's made by a different company just with a badge on it.
Right.
I think that might be some of the issues some people are having with it too.
There we go.
Yeah, I get
that. Could be it.
Yes, I should tonight, huh?
I don't even think it's close to being one of the most disappointing figures that I spent that much money for.
No, it's definitely not that.
Buy Super 7 Ultimates ever?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
All right, hey, I'll be better. The Mezco G.I. Joe Snake Eyes. How about that?
There we go. There we go. Because I never hear people complain enough about Mezco, like ever, unless they're talking about the leather.
Oh, really? You never heard anybody talk about the '89 Batman?
That's what I was
okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Or the fact that it's in stock, but not really. And
I was just going to say pre-ordering the Doc Knock. Yeah. That one.
Man, I scored on that one. That figure is rad. But, I got Hedgehog.
The new Doc is so much better than the original one.
And Hedgehog picked it up at NYCC and brought it to me at Legion's Con. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. I was totally on it. Like, I want it. And I'm sitting here like folks who are hardcore Mezco folks waiting for that thing and still haven't gotten them. It sucks.
Nice moose.
I really want this in Animal Wars of the Kingdom.
Right?
I want to move.
Digging it. I was gonna say, where'd you pick that head up from?
It comes. That's the Laranya in the 4-inch figures. Laranya.
Oh, okay.
All the deluxe 4-inch figures, which are like the bulkier ones, came with an alternate head. And
Got
so
it.
I bought this one specifically to get the moose, and it comes with alternate feet as well, which are
Cloven.
hooves,
Yeah.
rather than like the little ape feet.
The actual.
So Adam, I opened up Belarus on the Clubhouse a couple weeks ago. That was like my very first ever
of the
one
4-inch
from that line. Yeah, and it was pretty rad. It's really
They're pretty good.
Was that also sculpted? So those are actually all sculpted by Veteran Williams guy as well.
Yeah, it's Larry
Seba.
Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec here, real
All right.
quick.
So, Payne, if you're listening, watching, it's not an offense to the figure that you made for me. I have that up there. But since everyone says this looks like me, I'm not sure I can get it. But here is
I see it.
The custom
the human
Roman that Tony did. So now I have a perfect companion.
You're not allowed to have that gun in Michigan.
Now, if someone can do an angry teenager for me, that would be awesome too.
With a German cell phone?
Yeah. With a German. She did try going to China, doing a China.
She went to go order it off of Temu and
as a
couldn't do
base,
that.
maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Use the magic.
This is not this camera's not one to focus today. I think
And how tall is she compared to
me?
Take some customizing.
Well, I was just going to ask Rick, her when you get a chance, if you could compare
what's
the
up?
size to normal Marvel Legends or the Wolverine.
yeah,
'cause the
sure.
other Wolverine figures are a little shorter.
Well, here's her and here's Betsy.
Yeah, that'll work.
Betty, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So she's.
Did they re-release that Magic figure?
They did. It's a re-release.
Oh, that's why everybody keep showing it off.
Getting
I was
her
like,
now?
that figure's like 4 years old. Why is everybody so
Yeah, I mean,
hyped
but
on it?
wasn't it like a
Same
was it was
thing.
like a Walgreens too back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got her too. I like her. She's a good one.
That's a fantastic figure. Yeah, I'm glad they re-released it because that's like,
Yeah,
it's a great one.
it's.
I got her at GameStop. I think
it's
I'd like
almost an entirely like a unique sculpt too, like the arms and the legs and stuff. Like there's a lot that has never been reused on that.
Do they have an older one, like an older?
I don't think
an older
so.
costume.
the
No?
older Magic
think so.
would have been Toy Biz.
Yeah.
Like back when Toy Biz.
I want
was
that
big.
full-on demon one with the red horns and
Right.
stuff, but the yellow and black.
All right, so Jay's saying his Kilowog is a total bummer. Figure wouldn't stand at all. Hip peg snapped like a peppermint stick when I was trying to bend the knee.
Damn.
That is rough, brother. Man, I'm really bummed out to like now I don't even want to show mine off anymore because I've not had any issues.
Well, I think
love
they
it.
don't mean the primal one. I think the primal one.
No,
maybe
it's
is a
the
step
Night
up.
Hunter one.
It's definitely the Night Hunter one. Okay, I gotta pick one up.
Which,
so I
which
can try
is
it out.
which is the more deluxe one?
Night Hunter.
Night Hunter one. That's the $75 one that, because you
85.
get like all the extra 85. Jeez. Yeah. You can get all the extra weapons and like, the clothes with that one. And
But I was disappointed with the. Okay, so I didn't even lean into this as much in my unboxing video of it, but like, you get shotgun shells, but no shotgun.
Yeah.
You get a big gun that's like kind of twisted and bent and doesn't like everybody's putting like the portholes in their weapons now, so you can put effects in it and stuff. It just looks weird at the front. Like it looks unfinished. The bullet belts are all twisted and the bullet, like it's really flimsy, and the paint apps on the bullet belts are terrible, quite frankly. What else? The bullet belt doesn't fit into that gun, so you have to like carve it out in order to fit it in, and then it kind of doesn't fit in anyway, so you got to like glue it in if you want it to stay in there, which sometimes you don't want it in there, so you don't really want to glue it in there. So there's a fine line between like it fitting in there and staying, or gluing it or whatever. What else? But yeah, and then you do get accessories that you don't necessarily need, because you got, two different coat options, and then you got the arms and the legs, which is cool. I mean, I like that, I can go full werewolf with my Night Hunter if I want to. So, you kind of get the primal plus a whole bunch of stuff. So if you actually look at it price wise and go, okay, I got a primal, and for what does the primal go for? $4.50?
It's $15 difference.
15?
Yeah, it's $15 difference.
So I mean, for $15, it's great value. So
Well, I
in
think
some
it's
respects,
25.
I thought it was 25 too.
I thought it was 85, 60.
Oh yeah, 25. Sorry, I can't do math.
60 for the
I went to
Kilowog
school at
Prime.
next school.
So what you get for that extra $25 theoretically is worth it, but I'm not going to use most of the stuff.
Right. So one of the problems I have is, like you said, it doesn't come with the shotgun, but they give you the shells, which is such a dumb thing, right?
Well, I just wish it had something else in there.
Right, but also, like, they give you that claw that hooks onto the arm. I would have rather had the Veteran Williams knife that he comes with, right? I mean,
That claw is cool, but you also don't get a fist.
Right.
So I forgot about that one. You get a claw, but the open hand, the claw comes like a quarter inch past.
Yeah.
So what's he getting, like, what?
Well, Adam, I gotta disagree. You just have to press the bullet belt in. You don't need to cut it or anything. Just press it in, and it works. It sits fine. Other than that, I agree with everything else you said.
No, mine does. Mine, like the hole.
One of
is
them
the
fits.
same
One
size.
doesn't. Didn't it come with two, and one fits and one doesn't?
None of mine fit.
Yeah, I had to.
I couldn't get mine to stay either.
Yeah, that one I pressed into it, and
That's
it
a
doesn't
bummer.
come out.
I'll try
With
again.
that said, I also won't take it out
Yeah.
challenge anyone. But I agree with everything else you said. You know, but I don't have a problem standing mine. Mine, the joints and everything are fine, so I have no problems with that. But I agree. Theoretically, everything that it should come with seems like a good value, but no ports for ports for blast effects, and at least everyone does it. Though the barrel spins, so you made the barrel spin, and you couldn't. Well, I guess it has such big barrels. You'd have to get a special size blast effect.
But the other interesting thing is that they made this Gatling gun originally was going to come with Chadsworth, the Sasquatch. So now they still going to give this to Chadsworth because it's already out.
Who has the triangle one that I think it is a gridiron one?
I don't think it's the same one. I thought the Chatsworth one was like kind of more.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's a triangle one that I thought was made by Gridiron.
There might be another. I don't know. I hope this one gets updated. I mean, you could drill little holes in there. It's a 5mm. You just get a 5mm bit and drill it.
We shouldn't have to.
But you shouldn't have to. Exactly. That's my point. Considering that everybody else, like even Hasbro, has come around and they're like putting ports and stuff to like plug in. And they've standardized it. Like it's not rocket science. Like it's not hard to do that.
Here's a complaint about Mezco. Their ports are smaller, so if you want to put their blast effects, which are really good, on other guns, you got to use a little bit of sticky.
Well, that's why.
Yep, but you can't put other ones in theirs. There you go. Another complaint about Mezco.
Did the Four Horsemen put ports in their cosmic stuff?
No.
No.
Not for effects. Not in the turret or barrel.
Just in the armor itself. That's the only thing that's got port.
Great. Now we
like Micronauts. Oh, sorry.
Thanks a lot. Now we got pushed back again to the bottom to get stuff shipped out.
We're even further back now. Somehow we end up becoming negative numbers in the shipping file. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. Go take your shower and enjoy yourself.
I had that ATL 2.5 came out or got released, I think, while I was away. Or revealed, I guess, not released.
Announced, yeah.
That was while you were in.
And it's like that figure's got me like reconsidering some cosmic stuff.
Good. So good,
Now,
right? Like
is that a
again,
cosmic?
it's not.
Sorry, I want to hear more from Adam in terms of because I know you weren't into cosmic. How does that one, since it's not cosmic?
So I'm still not into cosmic, but I'm into a bunch of the figures that have been released. Like the first few waves, like don't do anything for me, but there's been sort of like a figure per wave kind of thing that looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
But then like the ATL 25 and like the single release from this year's 2-pack
Fisher Rice.
No,
well, that same armor with the red
Fisher Rice, is another one.
Yeah, so you think the AA20 or
AA20, AA20. So between ATL 25, the AA20, Fisher Rice, there's a few that like I would like to have those parts and not to have Cosmic Legions figures, but like because I'm looking at combinations of certain parts and I'm like, that would make a cool figure. And then I'm kind of like, but I don't know that I need that figure when there's so many other cool figures that exist already. Like I don't have time to I'm not popping and swapping stuff anyway. So it's sort of like, what am I thinking? What am I?
Well, along that line, when the in-stock sale came up, I grabbed a Calavius because they had it on there with the intention of popping and swapping with that ATL 25 because I think that skin tone is going to be a really close match.
It's it should be that darker, really dark.
That ATL 25. One last question because you guys might know because I just haven't been paying attention for 2 weeks. In the pictures, it shows both bare upper arms and fabric upper arms. It comes with both.
Yes.
None of the pictures sort of show that as like an extra part. So
right, and that will be even on the standard release version of it because they do the con exclusive parts. So con exclusive parts is
I know that it's the head, the shield, and the staff. That's it.
staff. Right, but everything else is going to come with it. So, like, if you don't want the shield, the staff, and all that stuff, man, standard release probably going to be the way to go. You know, you just got to wait a little bit longer. But
why not?
It is. I was going to say it's a really good, solid.
I'm probably going to be at Joe Fest though, so I may as well just pick it up.
Well, this isn't Joe Fest. This is Toylanta. Are you going to be at Toylanta?
Well, if they have it at Toylanta, won't they have it at Joe Fest?
I guess it really depends. Well, shouldn't it be the regular release if it's going to be at Joe Fest?
Yeah,
it would be. It would be a regular release. Well, because they've had con exclusives at other cons, but it's
the con is selling the exclusive, not the horseman.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, I'll just reach out to Brett then. Never mind.
Yeah, there you go. You got it. You already know. Oh man! So now you guys got me going back and looking at Big Bad Toy Store because I wanted to bring up the Killer Warg Night Hunter, which is sold out. So I couldn't even pick one up to compare if I wanted to at this point.
I bet you could pick one up.
He also seems to have a bit of a mohawk. Well, yeah, but I want one that's whole, not broken.
They're all going to be broken. Doesn't matter.
All right. Greg says I didn't shower.
Why
yet.
he cheered up at him.
I don't have anything on order, so he can't bump me to the back of the line.
There you go.
I've only been nothing but nice to Greg. Please move mine up to the front of the line.
Right. I like how we all believe that Greg just can determine. You know,
we don't.
You totally can't, but it's
you just brought it up and then you wrote this.
I'm gonna keep harping on it. We're just riding for it. We're bringing Greg as a part into the show now. He's just
that dude's super cool. Can I just say, like, one of the
oh my
nicest
god,
dudes.
yeah, he is.
Hell yeah,
love that guy.
I want to get a picture of Greg standing next to Punk at some point, though.
Real quick, speaking of nice guys, I got to give a shout out to Brick. I got a surprise package today. And when I opened it up, you can certainly try. Yeah, I had no idea.
Like I texted you earlier, man. When I saw that, I was like, Joe. So
yeah,
had to be done.
Super cool. Totally going to be wearing this to the next session of the Legion's Quest.
That should be your permanent Legion's Quest shirt now, I want to say, because you've said it time and time again while they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't say no, you assign difficulty. So
yeah.
But I appreciate that so much, Brick. Thank you, man. That was an awesome surprise. I really, really appreciate it.
All right, so for anybody
glad
who
you like it, glad it fit too.
I'll make it fit.
Is it wired?
Is it wired?
No, but I am. So yeah.
So all right, Primal Kilowog is still in stock for anybody who wants a decent werewolf figure. Again, I have had no issues with my Primal. Seeing a lot of people are having issues with the accessories. Well, he doesn't come with anything but spare hands, heads, and a cigar head, so you don't have to worry about any guns. Yeah, I don't know. It always bums me out to hear like anybody having these kinds of issues, and it seems to be, again, this could be a very vocal minority of people who are, you know, within our community that have had issues, and I don't know how the larger community is with this. And I'm not saying that to diminish anybody's complaints, because it's absolutely valid. You had an issue with a figure you spent $85 on. Yeah, you're going to be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
But I know I would be too. So that really sucks. I always hate to hear that.
Are you seeing these comments like Jay Astro and Jay
Yeah, no, I was pulling them all up. He said that's where I was talking about the accessories. Back handle of the Killer Warg gun also snapped right off with no provocation. I mean, this one right here snapped like a freaking peppermint stick. The hip peg when he was trying to bend the knee, so he wasn't even bending that joint, and it snapped. He was bending a completely different joint. Sounds like my sister when she had the problem with her first headless horseman leg. Of the horse, it's, you know, she was moving the completely different leg and the other leg broke. And I mean, yeah, like we all know there's going to be a certain amount of QC issues, but man, that's really bummer.
All right, I need some education here, some McFarlane education. But Lawrence, are you gonna say something?
I have more of an issue of spending $80 on a figure, and then I can't even open up the alternate head. And I'm not in my reviews.
You can do whatever you want, Lawrence. That's the reality. Is that it doesn't matter. You can do what you want. You're not. They said you're not allowed to post it in the cabal. There's nothing you did wrong. People can say that they can disagree with me all they want. You can post it wherever you want. They requested you not put it in the cabal, which you didn't do.
No, I'm not even part of it.
Well, to be and also they didn't request him anything because
I know that's what I mean. It's it's like he doesn't know
Sure.
them anything, and they don't know him anything, and it's not like there's any sort of like legally binding contract when you buy the figure that you won't show it.
Right.
It's out there in the world. People have it. You can do whatever you want.
One of the things I will say about it wholeheartedly, and I've said this from the very day you posted the review, I love the fact that you did post it because there are people who watch your channel that are not part of the Cabal community or anything else. And if this is their first chance to see like a Four Horsemen product, and they're not, part of that, they got to see everything that was involved with it. They don't have to know the ins and outs. They literally got to see. And then, if they want to get into the community deeper and all like that, they can definitely choose to and do so. But I think it's a great way for people who may not be part of the community or just seeing it for the first time to get a full review of everything. No hidden parts, no re-edits later, no add-ons later. They got to see all of it.
Yeah. If you don't want to be spoiled, maybe don't watch reviews until.
That's how I feel too.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you, Joe.
So I will say, like, if I would have known, I would not have done it. Right? But I still agree. Like, just like what Adam said, I paid for it. I have the right to do whatever I want. But if I would have known, I would not have. But I did go and change the thumbnail so people wouldn't just go, just come by and be spoiled.
Oh, I didn't realize. Was it in the thumbnail too?
Well, all the heads were. I guess you would have to be looking for it. But I guess if you're a Mythic Legions person, you would know right away, right? Like you'd see it.
Yeah.
But how many Mythic Legions people that would be like
just Terrence
watching, looking at the thumbnails for your videos and be like,
well, I can tell
unless
you
it was like an algorithm thing that was like, hey, check out this guy who opened up a figure.
Oh, I guess, yeah. But still, suck it up. Like
I was just doing an eBay search for Mythic Legions, and somebody had posted the head for sale, and that's how I saw it before my figure was delivered. And I was just like, "Hey, that's a cool surprise head," and moved on.
You didn't flip the table over?
No, no. Surprisingly,
totally broke my computer over the whole thing.
Right.
So. We've had a couple people jumping in now. I'm guessing Purple Gang has ended their stream for the evening. They were doing a huge giveaway for hitting 12.
Oh, they ended a while ago.
Oh, did they? I'm just seeing them pop up here now.
I want to say
I popped in there really quick.
Curtis ended his at like 8:30, and then they were going on at 9. But we've got Dennis Boss in the house with the Purple Hearts. We've got Wholesome Warlock Jordan or Who Lessum Warlock. Oh wait, hold on a sec. They are still alive.
I don't know. I
totally
thought they were done. I thought the video ended.
They could still be alive. That's the thing. I don't know. I was a little worried about Van.
Season 5, so
I was a little worried about Van earlier.
I
was just gonna say I popped in there earlier and sort of saw it before hopping over here. And it was good to see Terrence up and about. He's super fresh faced too. He looks super rested. So I'm glad he's.
I want to say something about that whole thing. I have talked to Terrence since then, so it's not like there's no problem. I know he wasn't happy with my live, and he posted some stuff on Instagram, which he's more than welcome to. But I mean it's
so. Rob Zmore is here saying, and this is El Spooky Zorro, says, I saw it for the first time on his channel and it ruined it for me. Expecting a letter from his lawyer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. We appreciate
Gang,
it.
I'm going to head out for the night. I have a long day of teaching tomorrow, so.
Ooh, Alan's got to take some people
Night,
to school
Alan.
tomorrow.
All right, Alan.
All right,
Have a good
Alan.
night, man.
Probably see
Thanks
you
for
Saturday.
hanging out. I'll
always
send
a
you an
pleasure.
invite probably for Thursday, brother. Like I said,
Okay.
I'll let the guys know you were interested on jumping in on the Werewolf Talk Thursday.
I'm a super werewolf fan. I can dust some things off to show.
Yeah.
Sweet. That'll be even better.
All right. Bye.
Later.
Bye, Alan.
And all you
Later,
Killer
Alan.
Warg fans should go to that stream on Thursday and let them know how
Oh, yeah. If you're a big fan of werewolves at all, please come check out the Frenzy this Thursday night. We're going to be talking a lot of werewolves.
This was my educational question. So obviously I open up some toys tonight that I don't normally get. I do have a couple of McFarlanes, but they're like Dune figures. So they're movie figures and are built a little bit differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think what else I have. I think I have like a Wonder Woman or something, like a couple Wonder Women. But
you got any of their Music Maniacs, Brick?
No, well, back in the day, like, but these, these are like my first actual like superhero guys that basically use the same body over and over again.
Yeah.
So that was kind of an education. But I've heard people say this, and I'm super clueless. What does this mean? Is this just like
not a whole lot?
It doesn't, right?
Gold label
It's just,
is their that's an exclusive.
Yeah.
I used
so
to think
like to Target.
Yeah,
Kind
it
of
just means
Target,
it's not
see that?
available
Or
at
to Wal-
every retailer.
Yeah,
basically.
sometimes it's
Department store.
sometimes Gold Label is a Walmart exclusive, sometimes it's a Target, sometimes it's Fan Channel, sometimes it's his. It's not
It's
like
just-
there's different colors, but then there's also the silver label.
This
and
is
the
that
platinum label.
Because I'm gonna say, like in general, like
It's an
I
exclusive.
don't buy a lot of McFarlane stuff, and I've just paid attention a little bit. Like their approach to toy making and marketing and stuff is beyond me. Like stuff like that doesn't make sense. Or there's page punchers that are big, and then there's page punchers that are small. And I'm just like, from a branding perspective and trying to like make sense for consumers, it's a little odd.
The page puncher was supposed to be the small little ones, comes with the comic. It's something
Yeah.
when you're walking through and you're like, oh, hey, Dad, I want a toy. And hey, I used to love this comic. That's how he explained it. And the
Right.
next thing you know, here's a page puncher with the full size figure that you already have, but with a
Right.
comic book that you
Right.
probably bought with the little one.
Yeah, it was kind of like, huh.
I
And
was
then the
totally
idea that-
confused about page punchers for the longest time because of that. I'm like, where are people finding them with the 6-inch figure? Because all I ever see
Right.
is them with the damn little, like 2-inch figure.
If there ever should have been, there should be a better commercial for ADHD medicine, it should be McFarlane in one of his board meetings. All right.
That said,
look-
like if I will just say though, if they just made a couple little adjustments, size, whatever, is a whole other thing. But just like if you threw in like maybe a thigh swivel on this and then a boot swivel, I think it'd be decent. I don't
Look,
know.
you gotta
can
clean
do
up the
a lot of things.
shoulders. The like they have
Yeah.
good movement, but the gaps are just ugly.
Yeah, I mean it's not like Yamaguchi ugly, but
Some of them are, and that's just not all of. It's like it was a lot of hit or miss.
Face was priceless right
Look
there.
at most of their wrists move really nicely. I'm like, I wish everyone would do like a ball right there, so you can move it in every direction. And then you look at everything else and you go,
Isaac.
yeah, like
Can I
this
do
is
the
pretty
hair
nice.
dryer real
I
quick,
I appreciate this.
Right. So Todd C says, by the way, Brick, that that is your ticket to the McFarlane factory.
I'm good.
He's got a golden ticket.
All right, and Thanos, yes, please show this off.
Oh.
Oh my god. Explain to people what this is and who it is, where it's from, because I know we got Berserk fans out there, but they don't all know.
Okay, from Berserk, she's a little witch girl. She also comes with this like astral form, so she can like connect with Guts and keep him out of his Berserk mode. Read the manga. I don't want to explain her to you. She's
Yeah,
awesome.
no, that's good enough. You're just kind of explaining
Google
where
it.
she's from and stuff. That's good enough.
Hey, but can the Astroform,
more
is there like a
Googling.
connection point on his shoulder? On Guts' shoulder?
She can like rest like on the other figure.
Oh, she's
I haven't
just
set it up.
sculpted that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna put together this model kit.
Whoa. Joe?
But I'm overwhelmed.
It was Joe. I
I'm
got
like-
it. I muted him. He's heat treating.
I'm
God damn it, Joe.
We got you,
Oz,
brother.
Oz, look what I got. Don't tell
I have
anybody.
my mic muted, like the actual mic. That is so weird.
Oh,
There
I've
shouldn't have been
done
any
that. I've
sound.
made that mistake too.
It doesn't work like that.
Damn it. Okay.
It
Sorry.
might have at one point.
You have to mute on StreamYard.
It's so
Oh,
weird. Mine
so
did
weird.
at one point. I don't think I have to update the driver.
My Yeti mic is the same way, I think. Hold on.
Nope, can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Are you fucking with us and not saying anything, or are you actually trying to talk?
Mine actually did used to work, but
did that work?
It doesn't.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it did work.
Oh,
And-
never mind. Okay, if you have a Yeti mic, it works.
I have a blue Yeti.
I don't know.
I have a blue Yeti.
That's-
It's a
that's
software
happened-
thing, fellas. Welcome to
Yeah.
the internet.
That's happened before on Offworld where I've been talking and they can't hear me because my mic.
Wait, what time zone are you in?
Bricks.
The good one. We're all in the good one. Oh,
It just the mute hasn't caught up
sometimes,
with it
though.
yet. Yeah, it's
My
relative.
mute works too.
Sorry.
Now, Kenny, you wanna hold up that figure you were just showing off there?
Ooh.
so awesome.
Look
Don't
at that,
tell
Kenny.
anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Ooh.
She's
That's
just
and,
too cool, man. She's just too awesome.
I was gonna say K-Roll wants to know what you think of her because she's badass.
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
She very nearly made my top 10 this year.
Dude, and I think you guys understand kind of how like my cherry picking with a lot of lines end up being the female figure. I have to add more female figures. There's too many dudes in this thing, man. So
that's your choice. There's plenty of them out there.
I love them. The more I
know,
can get,
I'm just
the
saying, there's
merrier.
plenty of them out there. No excuse.
I collect He-Man, dude. There's not that many in He-Man.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there's not that many female characters in
Exactly.
Masters
Kind of
Universe,
that's I have no
it's
choice.
called
Yeah.
E-Man.
That's why I pick.
Hey, do you guys? So, like, this was supposed to be like the Princess of Power year, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
When is it? When's that supposed to start? Because
When-
there's been like nothing.
Sometime after Rio
Adam.
Blast. I don't know. We're getting certain
I don't do the cartoon ones.
It's kind of like the year
boo.
of Skeletor.
You might have to.
Was
You're gonna get
that was yeah, well, we all know how that
was
went.
Also kind of me.
Very anticlimactic because now people are just starting to get that retro Masterverse Skeletor that we waited all last year to be revealed. So yes, it is the year of the Princess of Power. It's her 40th anniversary. She's looking real good. 40. A lot of 40-year-olds look real good these days. Well, like when we were growing up, and you know, like somebody's mom was 40, she looked like older. Heck, most of the Golden Girls were like in their 40s when they filmed
I
that.
know.
40s, 50s,
When you think of 50-year-olds, that when we were kids, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like a grandmother.
Right. Now
They're
it's
almost dead.
now it's like, whew, you know. But either way, so yeah,
They didn't live as long, but the food was delicious.
that's true. Got to get lard back in the food. Now, I mean, what? The a lot of
Boil
there was
everything.
several influencers got sent like a She-Ra gift box, which was kind of cool, where they got like the first sketchbook figures, which I thought were really great. That was Grizzlor and Hordak. They were sent the cartoon version of Hordak and the cartoon version of She-Ra, which was great. And so far between that, like Catra and Mantenna, like so far that's basically all we've seen. I am hoping, really hoping that we're going to see a lot more Princess of Power announcements, but who knows when it will come in. Like, who really knows?
Do you think like And I mean, I don't know what the fan base would be for this because I'm not a Masters of the Universe guy, let alone a Princess of Power person. And I won't say guy because I think there's a good percentage of that market would probably be not male. And is there a big enough market that they could do a Princess of Power line? In the same way, like we've had Strawberry Shortcake, we've had Rainbow Bright, we've had My Little Pony, we've Gem is getting released next month or something for pre-order. Could we see an Origins version of Princess of Power? And if so, would it launch this year, or should it have already should we have already heard about it if they were going to do it this year? Like, I don't know. I feel like I feel like anybody that's doing Origins would probably pick up at least a few of those figures, and then it's sort of an untapped market because I don't see any Princess of Power stuff out there.
So they're
if
kind
they
of
make them compatible, like same scale, because I collected the classics, Motu classics, and all the Princess of Power figures just blend right in with the Masters of the Universe, and I thought it was awesome.
Yeah. Now, did those figures sell as well as the Masters?
They did not.
So maybe there's
She-Ra did, Adora did, but I mean, like when you kind of get into the more obscure Princess of I don't want to call them obscure. The side characters. I don't want to sound offensive, but non-main episode characters.
Yeah, the supporting cast.
There you go. Supporting cast did not sell nearly as well.
Right.
But it was also a Motu line, so I could kind of see that.
So I'll just put this out for right now. Like, from what we have seen so far, they are kind of shoehorning in the Princess of Power figures that we are aware of through the cartoon collection at the moment. And that could be due to a couple of different rights reasons. Allison probably has a better breakdown of that portion of it, like who has the rights for Princess of Power specifically right now, or what looks they can do. Because one of the things that there was some speculation on early on why we weren't seeing anything like any She-Ra stuff kind of announced with Origins earlier on, or like any plans earlier on, is because they were probably waiting for her birthday, which is this year, 2025. It's the 40-year anniversary. And even when they started putting out the Princess of Power Masterverse stuff, it was all very cartoon filmation look, but not like the toy design look, which seems kind of weird because they were the ones that designed the toys in the first place. So wouldn't they have more of the rights to the look of the toys and less the rights to the look of the cartoon? But like I said, right now it seems they're really shoehorning it in with the cartoon collection, which means they got a lot of figures to pump out this next year, and they haven't announced anything yet. And that's kind of troublesome overall, because like they should have like 6 waves kind of announced right now if they're going to be trying to do the Princess of Power
Mattel
figures.
always does that middle of the year. Here's everything, and
Well,
then
they used to do it around the time of. They normally do it around the time of like when Toy Fair would normally be, like that February March time frame ish, like going kind of a little bit later into March, like going into April, because they don't do like a presence at Toy Fair itself with announcements to the mass public.
And then they display them all at San Diego.
Yeah, and then San Diego's when they do like all the like that's where you really see everything out. Well, I mean, especially like last year. And we used to get announcements at PowerCon, but now
so
we'll just
for classics, the loophole that they were able to do the Princess of Power figures was not the cartoon or the original figures, because there were rights issues. But Mattel had done a design book like that they distributed to I don't know, all these different
to
like
retailers or something.
Yeah, it was people that made merchandise.
Right.
And that design book, which was based off of
like turnarounds and stuff.
Yeah, with the cartoon, they were kind of more based on the cartoon characters because that was more popular, I think, or more recognizable. And that's how they were able to get the rights to do those Princess of Power figures in classics. So it might be a similar situations with Origins.
Yeah, and that's what I think we're going to start seeing. Like, we're going to see a trickle in. But I mean, let's face it, if history's repeating itself, according to Scott Nutlick, this will definitely be the divisive end of the line, as She-Ra killed the original He-Man line, according to him. So, like, this definitely signs seals the deal for the end of He-Man again. But they've also got a 2-year head start this time around, so we'll see.
Just so you know, there's a lot of Joe YouTubers that are saying that the classified line is dead too. So maybe they went to the Scott Nightlick school of fear mongering, but
saying that the classified line is killing G.I. Joe.
Well, that is
that classified.
No,
is
that it's just going to die.
Yeah, just like Scott's been saying that the
Origin's been dead since 2020.
It's actually the
we
it's
have
the
no
content
idea what these Joe
creator
YouTubers are
school
going to do
of
afterwards.
Yes. What will I do?
content
with
creator
myself?
school of getting attention and
That's 100% what it is. He drew more attention to his channel by saying that Motu was going to die than any like just straight content that he had done before. So
he did more
Mike Zero of Motu.
Right.
But when Scott did stuff on like planograms and explaining stuff, he did really good videos.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I actually got into his channel before the Great Debate.
Yeah.
And I found his like inside baseball and like how toys are made and stuff to be fascinating and to be like very informative
His
and very well.
So good.
Well, and he didn't work at Hasbro, so what does he know? But I think some things translate. I think some things are probably true at Mattel. They're true other places.
Sure,
as well.
there's certain things that are just gonna be universal.
But I think that all action figures are made the same way. So the sort of insights into terms like the time that it takes to start a project to delivery onto shelf, how important it is to be on a shelf, where on the shelf you are, all that kind of stuff was very, very interesting. And I think a lot of people kind of write him off. I think there's a lot, I don't know this, but I think there's probably a lot of Motu fans who kind of write him off for his involvement in Mattel Masters of the Universe. I quite frankly don't know his background very well. I don't care. So I don't know if he ruined Masters of the Universe or not, but I'm not here to debate that.
I don't think people do. People say that they don't really say so much that. Just if anything, some people weren't happy with some of the things that happened during
the direction of it.
But there was never like if anything, it was more like I think generally people are acknowledge that if it wasn't for classics and his role in classics, that we wouldn't even likely not be talking about Motu in the same way that we do now. It kept it alive.
No, not at all.
But as far as like going back to the pop thing, I think it would totally work. I honestly do think that it has a lot to do with some of the licensing, the rights issues. Like I know when I spoke to someone who was working on, who had some information when they had Motu, like they were working on a Motu license, and the question came up because it was right around the time of the DreamWorks cartoon. Like, hey, are you going to be making anything around that? And they were just talking about the sheer mess of having to navigate that. And they tried. They totally tried to like make that.
And they got some out. They got like more Barbie stylized.
Toys?
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm referring to people who had the license for Motu to make She-Ra stuff at that time. But you're right. A completely separate entity did those. Anyway, but I'll just say there's that, and then same thing goes for like, it was. I think the most exciting moment was when Masterverse announced that they were gonna do, Shira stuff, because it was like, oh, this is not like classics. This is like a retail effort. This is like Mattel in the main. This isn't dude in like a corner doing this like online only brand, like classics was. And that they were like had no problem and were confidently putting out She-Ra figures. But then they made a couple, like there was a whole like subline, Masterverse She-Ra, like Princess of Power, and then it just kind of
5 figures.
Yeah, there were quite a few. Like there's Shadow Weaver, anyway. But like at the end of the day, it just disappeared and fizzled. And so then I was like, okay, well maybe they're not going to do it. And then they did that freaking Revolution thing. You saw Revolution, right? Where it's like fully like writing in She-Ra into it.
Yeah.
And anyway, so it seemed like something was happening. That said, I don't know. I don't really, based on all their other anniversary stuff, it seems like Mattel, kind of like see our conversation earlier about Hasbro. I think there's just like they're big. They've I don't know. It seems like they can't just kind of get it together. And I don't mean that in a diss, because I'm not saying it's easy. I guess what I'm trying to say
is
of
moving
I'm
parts.
assuming it's complicated and difficult, and there are reasons why they can't do it, not because they're like shitty or anything like that.
Totally agree with you, Brick. And it sucks because like we want it, right? Like we want to see this stuff come out. We'd happily buy what we could. I mean, one of the whole reasons that I've distanced myself from collecting so much Mo2 is just the sheer difficulty of being able to get it. Like it's supposed to be in this retail space. I go to this retail space, I can't find it. Try to order it online. It's it would sell out too quick. Fortunately, certain things have changed with a lot of stuff, and it has made it a bit easier to collect again. And I appreciate that. But now it's like it's been so not fun doing it that I've just been like, I'm like, what I haven't had issues of ordering Mythic Legion stuff. And so like I've like my focus has shifted. Thanos, go ahead.
It never really recovered from its like distribution debacle. Like it's still to the point where like some stores have a good amount of Mo2. Most stores have zero. So like
I don't have a
still
single
frustrating
Walmart.
line to collect.
Yeah, not a single Walmart. And again, people have heard me talk about it before. I have tons of Walmarts in my area that I could shop at, and not a single one carries Mo2 anymore. All of my Targets have kind of been getting stuff trickled in. And like I said, it's super weird. Today, I went to like 3 different Targets, and every single one of them, all of a sudden out of nowhere, had Dragon Blaster, Skeletor, and Snakeface.
Yeah, same here.
Figures that released like 2 years ago that were impossible to find, couldn't get them. I bought them from a local toy store, Plug in Random Treasures, even though they're no longer there. I bought them from Random Treasures and, paid a little bit of markup. Not bad, but honestly, at the end, actually, I think, Lawrence, you were here when I bought one of them. But yeah, it was like, I paid a little bit of a markup, but I got the figures. Call it a convenience fee because we didn't have to waste any more gas that day, or didn't have to worry about, ordering it online, hassle, none of that. And I was fine with it. And now all of a sudden they're popping up in the Targets. Like, what, did y'all lose them? And now suddenly you've uncovered this box from 2.5 years ago at the back of the warehouse. So you're shipping them out to everybody.
It seems like it. It's funny you say that because, like, oh God, that's gorgeous, Kenny. I want
the Despara. So yeah.
That was a fun custom for sure.
It's funny because when I went to, to Target today, I was surprised to see all the Dragon Blasters, and I was like, oh, like why are those there? The Skeletors. But it's also weird for them to find these things when, I don't know, maybe it's a Target thing, an internal stock thing, but when we're seeing all sorts of crap at Ross and Ollie's.
And the other funny part about that is too, and sorry, Joe, let me finish up my thought real quick. the same thing kind of happened after, like, with the other deluxe waves as well at like a year and a half. Couldn't find like I could not find Clamp Champ, couldn't find any of the deluxe figures, like except for like one Buzzsaw Hordak, Ram Man. And then like a year and a half later, all of a sudden, like boom, here's Clamp Champ, here's Ram Man, just popping up out of nowhere at Target. Same exact thing. It was only the deluxe figures, but they all like started showing up at once. And now here it is again. We're finally getting these deluxe figures that are from like 3 or 4 waves ago, that it's like now just coming out. And it's like, I don't know what happened, why they could not get the shit together with the distribution of Origins after 2020, because the line launched at like the worst possible time, heading right into like, you know, with dealing with all the COVID and ships getting stuck in, you know, harbors, not being allowed to dock and offload, all that kind of stuff. It definitely messed up with the distribution of the first several waves. And then when it finally seemed we were going to get them, like, then it was just peg warming one wave. That was all that ever freaking showed up.
Well, even remember when they did the Orco wave and they did that the little display case that I got from Target, but they had
they did the reissue of
Glow, and it was random too. There was no rhyme or reason. They're just like, here you go, and they only did it, you know.
Have wave 2 again. We know we fucked up and you couldn't get this, and then everybody was going in and buying them out.
Just to get the display.
At communicating, like Hasbro has their live streams. You know what they're doing. Like Mattel's like, we don't tell you nothing. Once a year, we'll throw some stuff at you and not give you a timeline. And here's like 47 exclusives. Good luck finding them.
Side note: subscribe to Toy Habits. No,
we'll let you vote on a fan choice item, but we'll give you two options so that we can totally skew the results to what we want. And then we're gonna talk about it in April of next year. And then finally, San Diego Comic-Con is going to happen. We're going to finally reveal what that fan vote was and what you guys wanted. But then you're going to realize this isn't what you wanted, and a bunch of people are going to get real vocal. And now it's just sitting in a room somewhere collecting dust, and we're not going to see anything more about that fan vote. And that's a true story, because I did hear from somebody who's been in that office and saw it sitting in the back collecting dust, and nobody's working or talking on it. And we're going to have this great Skeletor day where, like, we're going to have a guy in a suit dressed up like Skeletor go out and dance around five blocks. And then, that's Skeletor day. Nothing else special going to happen. Good luck with that. I don't know. They're like, they are just absolutely terrible. Obi-Wan, I hope you do find it, because that is the best He-Man figure they've released.
I just saw him yesterday, man, up here.
Absolutely. It's a good one.
I think Mattel actually has some distribution issues just overall as a company. I collect Halo Mega Blocks. And Mega Blocks was a small company that produced brick sets. They were easy to get. They were in the major retailers. They were freaking awesome. I loved them. Mattel bought them, and I was like, oh, this is going to be huge. Now they have a big budget, to go along with it. And now you can't find anything. Like, I get a lot of my sets nowadays off of eBay, because that's the only place where I can track them down.
Check Mattel Creations, Joe. Sometimes it's easier to get the Mega stuff direct from Creations.
The exclusive set was easy to get off of Creations, but they don't put a lot of the standard sets on there.
I don't even see
they'll go up on
segment.
Amazon, like the Fallout set that went up on Target and Amazon, sold out like almost instantly, because everybody is so scared of the distribution issue that the fans just swarm everything as fast as they can. So maybe it's intentional, but I don't think so. It feels to me like if a small little Canadian company called Mega Blocks could do better at distributing their toys than Mega Corporation Mattel, that there's some intrinsic issue built into their distribution.
Well, the craziest thing
Seems
is
like it.
I definitely like remember 3 or 4 years ago, Mega had its own section, like not directly in the Lego aisles, but like close to.
Yeah.
And you know, they had their sets, like, and that's great because, like, well, Lego pays for their specific aisle, so you can't put anything in there but the Lego stuff.
Right.
And then, like, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that Mega section just disappeared.
Yeah,
And
when
mind
Mattel
you,
bought Mega Bloks, that's
Yeah.
when it happened. It was freaking weird. Like, it was an amazingly successful line, and Mattel bought it, and that should have made it better. The quality went up by a lot, but you just can't get this stuff. So
Maybe Scott should have been talking about the decline of Mega Bloks rather than Motu.
I think that's where he got his info from. Like, he heard Motu Mega.
The quality of the blocks, those minifigures, everything went way up. Like, it's not like they didn't invest in the property either. They're really good sets. They're high quality, way better quality than they were before. You just can't find them anywhere.
Get them.
Yeah, because I had, like, oh god, it would have been like, I guess about 10 years ago. I had like the big Warthog, and that was and for those of you who don't know, the Warthog vehicle from Halo, that like I had the Mega Bloks set of that. That was the biggest pain in the ass block set I have ever had to build in my life. Because, like, as I'm trying to build it, nothing would stay together. It's falling apart as I'm building it. And then later, getting some of the other stuff again after Mattel had them. So much, like, I could build the stuff and it would stay together as I'm building it. And
no comparison. Yeah.
You know, my sister, she got into getting a lot of the Mega stuff. She's got the Snake Mountain and the Gray Skull, and she likes to build her stuff while we're doing this. It was, you know, I'm glad to see like she was able to build them, and I know a lot of people did. And like the whole time, I'm just thinking of my own old horror story from this larger Mega Block set. Like, that's not going to stay together. It's not going to stay together. But I haven't heard people having those kinds of problems since.
Yeah, no, you know, as somebody who's been in that line from the beginning, like the quality control is way better. It's just the distribution is so bad. There was even a set that they released in Mexico and nowhere else. And I was only able to get off of eBay, and I was like, what was the thought process behind skipping America and Canada and just releasing it in Mexico? Yeah, I don't know. Like,
now, did they announce it as like a Mexico exclusive, or did it just never get distribution?
It just showed up in Mexico and nowhere else.
I bet it wasn't an exclusive. It probably just didn't ever make it on the right truck or something. Like,
yeah.
I mean, that's kind of just speaks to the point that you're trying to make, right? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
How? Why is why?
Well,
why can't they figure that out?
The Sergeant Johnson and Power Armor set. And it was just like,
oh man,
like it just showed up in Mexico. I had to get it on eBay from a
Sergeant Johnson.
It
was just like,
the same
go ahead,
thing.
Dennis.
It was in Mexico and like none in the States for a while.
Yeah. Origins was heavy like that towards the beginning. Like every other country in the world was getting it, but you could not get it here.
Duplico.
Yeah, Duplico was a big one for that. In Lone Dragon, I meant the Chupa thingy. How about that?
No, he's talking about red versus blue.
Yeah, that's what my line was from. Because that was the thing. He's like, you're making up stuff like the warthog. What's that little
like
Mexican goat sucker thing called? The Chupacabra? Yeah, Griff, the Chupa thingy. How about that? Totally.
Like
I recognize the line as soon as I love it. I love red versus
That's
blue.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, just for all the reasons that people have said, like, again, I don't know real information, just as a sort of consumer and paying attention to this stuff. It seems like Mattel just doesn't either prioritize. I don't know. It's a really weird thing trying to kind of like make sense of their handling of their toy line. So I'm mainly dealing with the Motu stuff with Masterverse.
Right.
And I don't know, in just Masters of the Universe in general, it's
It could
interesting.
be worse.
'cause
They
it's
could
like,
be Playmates.
well, yeah, this is true. but as far as like Motu,
Playmate's
it
business
seems
model
like
is sign the turtle license to everybody we can.
But then don't
And they're
deliver your
succeeding.
toys anywhere.
No, not at all.
let me just say this: like, what's weird to me, and it seems like we're seeing their Motu strategy change in real time, like constantly. Like again, when they did the Masterverse thing, it was supposed to be this big celebratory thing. We're coming back into the sort of like 112-ish, 110 space, like back to classic style thing. We're, while we also have Origins, and they made such a big deal about like, we believe in this brand so much. People, saying that Motu's dead. It's like, hey, no, we're doing a new cartoon. So here's the Revelation one. We're also going to be doing in that same form factor the CGI figures. We're also going to be, and eventually they announced Princess of Power, and then they did this new Eternia thing where they're like, we're going to take the line to brand new places. And that seemed like conceptually like, oh, that's cool. You've now got 3 or 4 different places that you can take this one toy line. And then they just kind of like, well, we're not doing that anymore. Here's a new thing that we're doing, movie ones. And it seemed like they were just like, couldn't quite stay in a lane. And then we started getting, well, here's Stranger Things. And here's Motu TMNT. And so it feels like,
I love it.
Maybe because of the success of those, the question is like, I mean, do we do a Princess of Power thing? Like, that's so old. That's a certain, like, do we know that people want that? Because what's their big announcement recently? It was like, oh, we're going to do Thundercats next.
Well, it's
so
the
it
beauty
seems
of
like
Masterverse, though, right?
What's that?
It's the beauty of Masterverse is that they could just kind of pick and choose. Like they did New
100%.
Adventures. They did, you go all over
funny
the
thing
place.
about it
Which
is,
is,
though,
I love it. Give me more.
I absolutely love it. And I think they need to stick with that. But then it seems like when something brand new shows up, like they're moving in that direction. And then, now there's this movie thing going on. No, like how many cartoons have we had? Which is, I'm not complaining. I think it's great that Motu seems to have this much activity. But now I think you're watered down the line kind of, and I kind of am losing track of like what it is, and it's hard to commit as a collector to be like, I love Masterverse, which I do, but then like, are you supporting it or are you not? Like one last example was Eternia. Y'all remember that? Like, hey, we've got an Eternia, and in the one live stream they're like, and we designed it to work with Masterverse, and then they stopped talking about that completely, and then nothing ever came back of anything else doing that. And it was just like, it seems like it's a bunch of like, again, from the outsider, not accusing them of anything because I don't know what's actually going on, but from an outside perspective, it just looks like they're throwing a bunch of shit up against the wall to see what sticks.
It doesn't feel like they have a long-term plan. It feels like every
and if they did,
quarter,
I'm
they're
saying
like, this is what we're doing for this, this quarter that we're working on. And I've said this numerous times when I've done, unboxings of the Masterverse stuff. I think they dropped the ball on Masterverse because I think Motu fans are looking at Masterverse, but I don't think that they've done a good enough job sort of selling it to 6-inch scale collectors, or sort of, for one thing, it's too big. So it doesn't really translate as well as some of their lines might if you're trying to bring new fans in. But the packaging doesn't say He-Man on it. Like it says Masterverse, and the window was too small, and the art didn't, like, that IP should jump out at you in the aisle off the peg. Like, those designs are so vibrant and so fun, and the packaging was like
very dark, bland,
and a small window. You couldn't even barely see what's in there.
Their newer
black
packaging,
dark background.
Yeah,
the new packaging's much better.
Much better, much more colorful.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fisto right over sort of in the corner of my eye. Yeah, that packaging is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Quickly, please everyone join me Monday night at 9 p.m. where I'm going to talk about how Brick Something says that Mattel is just throwing shit against the wall for He-Man and Masters of the Universe, and that's why they can't keep a line going.
No.
Awesome.
Don't worry, he won't get to that topic until midnight, and he'll talk about it for 5 minutes, and then the show will be over. So
there you go. But
Punk,
to what
did
you're
you get
saying
my?
here, well, go ahead,
Sorry.
Stanley.
Did you get my link for the Detroit Villains figures?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that
Okay.
earlier today, and
Okay.
it's like a 1/10 scale.
Yeah,
an indie line?
NECA scale. Yeah, that's NECA scale. So there's NECA Robocops, but
Yeah.
not
Oh,
any
the
other
one you're talking
figures.
about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, so just to kind of go with what Brick's saying here and how I feel about it, right? And Adam ties in with what you're saying. I think they had kind of a long-term plan initially, right? Like, this is how we're going to go. This is kind of what we're going to do, and we're going to kind of roll out these new things. But I think fan backlash has also had a part of it. And I'm saying I feel that there are multiple factors here. Origins was coming out, and honestly, like, people were getting really hopped up and excited because we're getting these great toy lines or great figures, very similar to the original look, but with more articulation. It was great. We're all excited. We're very happy. That packaging, like you said, the packaging on this stood out amazingly. But like all fan bases, there's quite a bit of negativity that can come along with it. And as soon as people started seeing things that they didn't like, they started getting very loud very quick. And Mattel's trying to pivot, not so much because they want necessarily to just appease the fan base, but they're also trying to attract new. Because let's face it, right? Like, we're all, 30s, 40s, going into our 50s. And, hey, I said going into our 50s, Ed. I didn't even say you were 50.
thank you.
You're welcome. So
Ed is almost 50.
almost.
Almost
He's
50. That's right.
He's like 2 inches away.
2
I
weeks
tell
away from
everyone,
being 50.
I go, don't complain about being over 50, over 40 till after you hit 45, because you can always say you're almost 40, almost 50 till you hit that 5, and then you have to round up. And
Right, you just gotta roll it over
I'm
into the
hitting
next
47.
one. But
I'm hitting
yeah, like
47.
one of my big things, I really feel like they're trying to find a balance of attracting new buyers, new fans, right? How do we bring in new people? Again, a big push to get into mass retail is you want to sell to the younger audience. And I think they realized, like, their initial hope was that they would, but they didn't. Like, new kids were like, what the hell is a He-Man, right? But they were trying to supplement and complement that by putting out a new series. And, the new series, I really enjoyed it. I loved that CGI show. I thought it was great. And I think part of it just falls to how they marketed it, too, because I don't think I knew about it. I was excited about it. I brought Connor's attention to it. But to the everyday kid, they had no idea what that was. And if their parent wasn't like a big Motu fan or anything, there was no reason for their parent to say, oh, you should check that out, kind of thing. Or
that's kind of one of the biggest things is a parent passing it on. Yeah.
Right. Like passing it down kind of thing. Like we got crammed toy commercial after toy commercial inside of a 30-minute toy commercial for every day of our lives for a couple of hours, and then a big block on Saturdays. They don't do that necessarily for kids anymore, unless it's on TikTok, apparently, and that's why we got to shut it down. So D Griff saying 55 today. Happy birthday, D Griff. Thank you.
Happy birthday. Almost 60 today. Happy birthday.
Almost 60. Almost 60 now. And Lionra, because she's been a big fan of the DreamWorks Princess of Power, as I pulled up a couple of her chats throughout here. Yeah, you are definitely. Well, I don't know. Is Victoria in bed?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I would hope so at this point, but yeah.
Well, I hope so.
Right. We've got some kids that watch the show, but you are definitely the youngest in the chat, and we appreciate that, Lionra. I'm glad that again it does me good to see a younger generation embrace and enjoy something that I was so passionate about as a kid too. This brand. But that's why it's important for them to do crossovers with something like Turtles, right? And that was a really good time to kind of do it too, was right after the new movies kind of come, or right during while that new movie was out. They've got all these new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys hitting shelves. And even aesthetically, the packaging was kind of similar to what Playmates was putting out with those new Turtle toys. Kind of drawing that attention with that more purplish look. I really feel like that kind of helped kind of carry it on. And for people like Bud, who's always a big, contributor of the show here, not with us right now, but he absolutely loves like the Turtles and He-Man crossover was like his thing. Like he wanted that as a kid because he used to play like that. I never got to see those Turtles in any of my stores, Adam. I'm jealous that you found them because I wanted those.
Don't be jealous. This figure is very
garbage.
disappointing.
Good to know. Good to know.
This I picked up on a clearance at Walmart in Kona, and I can't remember what I paid for it. I think I paid like $8. I think it was like half price or whatever.
Well, I was gonna say they were like $10 brand new here, but that's US. So,
and then in Hawaii things tend to be a little bit more expensive. So
yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty disappointing. The articulation, again, go back to my point about Playmates. Like, you have every model in the world of how to do proper articulation, but can you see the leg joint where it's placed?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only, like, it rotates and it goes forward and back, but it can't go sideways. So he can't
do a side kick.
Well, it's like if you want his leg to go out,
God,
you have to turn it at the knee.
Horrible.
And that doesn't look good.
Why
and
does traffic accident Donatello?
And then the articulation in the ankle is literally just like it rotates, and as soon as you do that, it breaks the sculpt, so it looks terrible.
Who did the Crash Test Dummies toys from back in the 90s?
They were way better than this.
And you know that artist version one, the ones that came in the white boxes for the 40th anniversary? I saw those at Target the other day when I went to the doctor. They were on clearance for $4.
Yep, I saw those at Target in Kona as well, and I passed because I had opened this the previous day.
Yeah, and it's funny though, Adam, because I saw those and I really, really wanted those like versions because I was like, great, this is like the origins of Playmates Turtles. This is what I want. And I could never find them, and I was so upset because like I don't want to go and just piecemeal getting one turtle because you may never find that. If I can't get a full set of 4 at once, I won't bother.
Yeah.
I buy Donatellos. So for lines where I'm not going to buy, let alone the Turtles, but like, Bebop, Rocksteady, Shredder, Splinter. If I'm not going very deep, I'll just buy Donatello.
Yeah.
As like a reference.
So I did see today.
Favorite turtle. Oh, he's my favorite turtle.
Right. I did see today that they did the 2012 Ninja Turtle reissues, right? Like from that series. Like I think it was like when Nickelodeon.
Playmates is doing those, right?
Yeah, the retro ones.
Because NEC is doing those too.
Well, it's crazy because they done like the. Well, see, the NEC is different scale though than the Playmates, so that's where it works. It's non-compete type thing. But the
Wait, hold that up again, Brick.
That is cool, man.
I was just barely seeing the 2003 ones in store a few weeks ago, and now it's like the 2012 ones are already hitting the store. And I saw the whole wave today, and I could have bought the whole wave, and I was thinking, should I? But like those were never like really my turtles. Like not the 2000. I love the cartoon, don't get me wrong.
The ones that Super 7 did recently, the 2003, like those look rad. I ordered those ones, but the other series were never really.
Yeah, like the 2003 ones would be the ones for me because they did have better articulation. They were really good. Yeah, this one that Thanos is holding up right here. That was the one.
It's actually one of the 2012 ones. It's not the reissue.
The 2012, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Mind you, they were good.
But the articulation in this figure, this new, updated reissue of Donatello, is like the same articulation as that. Is it? Like, is there a side by side? Like, does it have that same joint for the hip? Like, I feel like they took the best articulation that they've done at Playmates and just put it into this figure, but it's still bad articulation. No, he can do it. That one can do it, and that figure came out.
That's what I'm
years
saying.
ago.
Like they had better articulation then than what you just showed with that one.
And Origins is Mattel, and it's better than this.
It doesn't have the ankle swivel, but these were not bad figures. Like for they're old, but they look good.
Well,
they
yeah,
move
now.
pretty well.
No, they were a lot of fun because Connor's sister Marissa, my ex stepdaughter, she got into Ninja Turtles when those were coming out, so we bought a bunch of them. And they were great. And they had a bunch of the old school action gimmicks too with a couple of them. Like it felt like Playmates was just doing better articulation, newer style turtles, but it felt like the old toy line. They were just a lot of fun to play with. That Donnie does look so much better than that first Donnie that came out.
Yeah, the biggest reason is you could take that stuff off, right?
Yeah, that's a big part of it for sure. Oh man, he's really good looking though. I like that one.
Yeah.
I like that hood too being a separate piece. I do appreciate that. Because
Yeah,
you just pop that on like a scare glow or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This one you could probably do something with the Man at Arms. Obviously he's got that snake version of it, but that just goes under the head. It's kind of cool.
Oh no, you
It's
do
different.
Snake Man at Arms. You just paint that up to match the Snake Man at Arms color. Give him the fangs. But yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out what Playmates is doing because they're still flooding the shelves with or they haven't cleared out all the ones from the movie Mutant Mayhem yet. And they're still trying to push more and more. I've watched the turtle section in my toy aisles expand because they haven't sold out of what they were originally shipped, and they're still getting more and more and more of the new waves. And it's like, why is Target ordering more when they haven't even sold out of the old ones? And it's the same in Walmart too. Walmart's section is expanding, and it's like, yes, but if they're not selling, why are you getting more of them in? Because they haven't moved what you initially shipped. So it's
they're clearing them out now, I guess, though. They're dropping those prices pretty crazy because $4 for that 40th one, like the Thanos just had up, $4. That's crazy.
These ones are actually the articulation is not great on them, but they're cool, fun toys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those designs.
I'm just glad, it's good to see that we have so many toys that we can just bitch about. I'll say that. It's nice that we have that ability. There's so much toys that we can actually just bitch about stuff. But it gets frustrating though, because I want to spend money and I can't. Mattel's toy prices are going to go up once the import tax goes into effect. Also, the Shredder Slime Pit never came to fruition. We don't know that yet. It's not like they've said the line is done, right? We don't know yet. We might still see that. I'm hoping we do. My son was in Turtles, and those were his Turtles, talking about the 2012s, I'm assuming. I had to go everywhere searching for those back when we had a Toys R Us in the States. Yep. You could still pick them up at Toys R Us. They were great. They were a lot of fun. I never owned TMNT toys, but my baby brother was obsessed. I've had my finger on the trigger for the quarter scale NECA on sale on BBTS for $75. Go for it. Yeah, I mean, if you want it, go for it. I still think Mattel could have made Turtles of Grayskull ground chuck using the masters of WWE Andre body and armor. I still think there's a lot of things that they could do with Turtles of Grayskull. I'm hoping that because they are moving forward with the
Reptile Wars.
We got the Reptile Wars still coming, so there's again still some stuff to be said, but I'm hoping that as we move in and see more of this Thundercats, that they don't take the pulse off of what they're doing with Turtles, because there is a lot of great, unique sculpting they're doing with the Turtles stuff right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Real quick, I do got to get going, but first off, I just want to say how rad it is to have like toys roughly the same size of like Awok and Kamen Rider and Kakaida. Like, to your point, in terms of just what's out there and what you can get now, kind of like comparable to one another and all that kind of stuff, and the sculpts. It's a cool time. I do got to go, but I wanted to hear if you guys are going to end up talking about it, or maybe Punk on Monday or Adam tomorrow, because that's rad, Joe.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That boar is one of my favorite toys, man. I love that boar.
I actually missed out on it and didn't want to pay the inflated prices, and just happened to catch a sale on AliExpress and was finally able to snag them.
Nice.
Yeah.
I gotta keep
It's
my
a black
eyes on
one, right?
AliExpress.
You got a black boar?
Yeah, it's the black boar. They were sold out of the brown one. This is the black.
Yeah, I
one,
have
but
a brown one. They're both beautiful.
I slept on it. I didn't order fast enough and missed it, and I'm happy to have it in my collection finally.
Man, now that I'm leaving, I'm just like, there's all these things now. Because as you point that out, I just canceled my Griffin. Remember that thing being made by those folks?
Yep.
I canceled something else, but that wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say I would love to hear folks talk about this piece of news, but unfortunately I can't hang out. I'll listen. And I'm doing the Cursed Dead tomorrow. Sorry, I am doing the Cursed Dead tomorrow, so that's pretty much the whole show. So no like opportunity to talk about this. But have you seen that Storm Collectibles Arena announcement or like pre-orders? Right?
No.
I love Storm Collectibles. They're like not cheap figures. I love the way they're built. I love everything about them. I love the sculpts. But the fact that they're doing $25, $112-ish.
I think they felt like they had to.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like it's being pushed because of I think Jada and everything. But I think it's great to have that kind of like new player. But anyway, I just want to bring that up.
That one they have up on
talk about
BBTS
it.
for pre-order looks really nice.
Yeah. At some point, if you talk about it, I'll hear it tonight. But again, and any one of your shows, I would
Is
just
anyone-
kind of curious to hear what this group of folks thinks about that.
Do any of the websites have it up there?
BBTS
has the one.
BBTS. They're the only places you can get Storm stuff in the US.
But like, there hasn't been any like Toy Newsy or.
I think it's
like
up. I think it's
coverage?
up on those.
Okay.
I think it's up there.
Yeah,
I think I
they're
missed
covering
it.
it.
I really don't pay attention to Storm.
Oh,
But it is interesting. I didn't know that, because now I'm interested to.
That figure looks like it's gonna put
right
Jada to shame is the way it's designed for sure.
So there you go, Spark it. I would love to listen to it, but
I think
let's get into
I think the pricing had been speculated to be $25 or $30. I think the like when they announced that arena line, I think they kind of suggested that it was intended to compete with the sort of current price point of sort of $25 to $35 for a standard size 6-inch action figure, and then it would be in scale with those. So I'm not really surprised it's 25. I thought it might have been 30, to be honest, but I don't know. Storm works a little bit different. Not all their figures are the same price. So when you look at Jada Street Fighter, all the figures we've seen so far have been the same price, but we're going to get that bigger box, so we've got, Zagat and Blanca, I think, are the next ones that we've seen boxes of. I don't think those are going to be $25. So Storm might have this guy at $25, but the next figure might be $35. So there's not necessarily, I'm not jumping to any conclusions just yet as far as pricing for that line. It's a very, very simple figure.
There's nothing to the figure at all.
And I don't think there's any accessories. Like, I think it comes with an extra set of hands, and that's it.
So here's the Baki Hanma from Storm.
Oh, I saw that up there.
Yeah.
But I didn't pay attention to it.
I think it's an interesting choice for that to be the first figure in the line.
Yeah,
articulation looks really good on it.
So he comes with 6, 7, 8 hands, and then some kind of like little stand thing, and an extra head.
Oh, that's more. Oh, that's more than I thought it came with, actually.
Yeah. So he's got an open mouth head and a closed mouth head. Some kind of figure stand. I can't even see what it is because, of course, it's in the
Yeah, it's a little weird.
DVTS picture. But and then 8 hands, or maybe 6. It's hard to say. There's 6 separate on the picture. Then
There's 6. There might, it might be 6 total or 8 total at Target.
Yeah,
and that stand is this right here where it kind of holds him up.
Yeah,
a little sideways.
Yeah,
the articulation looks great, but
yeah, it does look good.
I gotta
So
say,
we're talking about
Storm. Go ahead, there.
Go ahead. I'm just saying we were talking about Playmates and like their articulation, and they did this last Ronin.
I love that figure.
And, it's got much better articulation. You actually have like a rocker and a swivel in the ankle. I mean, it's definitely limited by his costume. Like his head barely moves.
Looks like it moves really smooth too.
It does. And it's got like double jointed. Like this is what I thought when they were like, "Oh, we're going to redo the old Turtles." It's like this would have been the model I would have gone with. Like starting point.
Exactly.
It's kind of shocking that they didn't. But this was a great figure from Playmates. I actually like this one better than the NECA one by quite a bit.
I actually boxed my NECA ones back up, and that Playmate one is still on my shelf.
Yeah, he's fun. He's a cool figure. That's it. I just wanted to, before we lost the plot on that one.
God, that Blanca is badass for Storm. Holy cow.
Yeah, Storm's stuff is really, really nice. It's just pricey, and their size is a little, little more than I would expect. But
I saw that 80s Alf at Target the other day with the skateboard.
I haven't actually seen the Alfs in store.
Bust on my old turtle. Articulation on these.
Yeah, I don't see any of that stuff in Pueblo. I have to go up to Springs to see any of that good stuff at Target. My Target doesn't have anything.
So I'm looking at this here. I hate this figure. I hate the anatomy on it. And now maybe that's the way it's supposed to look, but I'm like,
that's the way the anime looks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as I'm looking through it, well, first off, those knees look awful. But if that's how if that's how it looks.
Well, the knees don't look like that. That is the joint, but
yeah, and that I get, but it's really weird. But the okay. This is gonna tell you stuff like this. It just looks wrong, and I'm not talking about I know they're showing the pose, but the way it breaks apart.
Yeah.
Right.
But,
yeah.
But these calves bother the hell out of me.
That's a stylistic choice.
Split.
Yeah.
They have shown Street Fighter ones, haven't they? Could have sworn.
Yeah, and that's why I'm sort of surprised that this is the first sort of offering that's been solicited for pre-order, because they showed Ken and Ryu at
they have Ryu
San Diego
on
Comic-Con.
BBTS. They have it.
Well, they do?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I saw it today.
Let's investigate.
Everybody's looking oh.
I didn't see it. I was looking.
No, that's the old one. Never mind. Sorry, they have the old Street Fighter 6-inch Ryu.
Yeah. Like they to the best of my knowledge, that's the first of this arena line.
Yeah. That's the old one. Sorry, I saw it when I was looking at the other one.
And what's funny is that they're still listing everything as 1/12 scale.
Yeah.
So all Storm is listed at 1/12 scale, but the arena stuff is more of a 6-inch scale. Yep. And then the 12-inch stuff is all 7-inch. So it's a little bit, it's going to be confusing for a lot of people, I think.
So that's the only difference, is that they're going to do a 6-inch scale for over $50 less and try and get in a market that Jada is already dominating.
Essentially.
Yeah.
It just
I think Jada stole their Street Fighter market, and they're trying to get it back
to win some of it back.
I feel like you're. I mean, you're gonna cut off your own, your own collectors, because these guys are gonna be like, well, I've already invested in this 7-inch scale. Now you want me to start buying a 6-inch scale, and if they're already in on Jada, why? I mean, I just feel like you're cannibalizing your
It's a
own.
different game. So they're doing like the alphas
They'll do different
in the
characters.
arena. Yeah, it's a different set. They're doing the
But
Dark
they're also doing
Stalkers.
Darkstalkers.
Yes.
Yes.
I just
Another
want the
werewolf, maybe.
Darkstalkers.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
I was actually just looking at that when you said it. I was like, "Ooh, that's a nice one."
But that's their like 7-inch 112 Darkstalkers figure. They're doing these like price point ones for
Ooh, that's
Darkstalkers
nice.
as well, which is
I'll pick those
something
up.
that I asked. When back, I don't even know how long ago it was, when I was like, okay, if you could have somebody make another toy line, what would it be? And a Darkstalkers line to me would be very, very interesting, because those designs are super fun. Yeah, and if you're not familiar, think like Street Fighter but with Universal Monsters crossover. It's like it's a 1v1 fighting game that has like a mummy and a Dracula and a succubus and like a cat girl and a swamp creature. Like the designs are wild and they're so much fun. And if they're $25, I'm all in.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That's cool. I didn't know they were coming out with the cheaper versions for sure. I remember watching that cartoon. There was, you catch one episode on YouTube. Somebody was doing it on a Saturday morning, and then I just went and binge watched the entire series. It's actually really good.
I didn't even know they had a cartoon. They just played
Yeah,
games.
I didn't even know it was a game. That's funny. So I went the other way. I saw it actually when I took my son to the arcade. It was there, and I was like, "Oh, there it is! I want to play." That's kind of cool.
I mean, I'm going through the Big Bad Toy Store like Storm page now. I hope Samurai Showdown makes it into that arena line too. There was some really cool designs in that.
Yeah.
And I'm not paying $70 for some of those figures, but if they do them at a price point, I think that's where I know a lot of people that are very, very into the Storm collectibles at the price point that they've been offering them at, and people love those figures. Like they say, the plastic quality, the posability, like the articulation, everything about them is worth it. I just look at them and I go, okay, but something like Samurai Showdown, where it's an IP that like I have memory of the IP, but I'm not about to invest $1,000 into that IP for action figures. But if I can invest $200 into it, I'm more interested, And so I think that's maybe where it is. And I don't need them to be $80 figures, right? I'm happy with a $25, like a Marvel Legends quality figure for an IP that is cool, but I don't need, the best of the best figures. So I think it's kind of a cool play on their part to sort of offer something different. Now, do I think they're going to be the same as Storm Collectibles? No, I don't think it's going to be as well finished. I don't think like the paint apps are going to be as good, and I don't think the articulation is going to be quite as good. And I don't think the engineering will be.
Like the articulation's really good. So
on that first one,
yeah.
But I think in some respects, like that, what Punk was sort of pointing out, like the weird break when the leg goes up in that hip joint. Like with Storm, they tend to fix those a little bit better. With this at $25, they might go, that's good enough for $25.
25,
and I'm okay with that.
And John's saying they're getting into the 1/6 also. That's kind of cool.
That's a weird. I don't know anything about the 1/6 scale market. Like to me, those are too big. I just don't have room for. Like I barely have room for 112.
Yeah.
1/6 is truly like don't
You're cherry picking. Like
Yeah.
you're not buying
You don't-
as many things.
Yeah, you don't see, and I don't want to. I'm gonna say you don't see anyone, but someone will be. This person does it. You don't see people going outside with 1/12 scale and taking pictures, photography with it, because most of them have soft goods or whatever. And again, I know someone's gonna point out someone that does, but for the most part, you don't see that.
I did one time, but that was it. And then I put them away.
Like I would never take out the 230 Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow that I have. You know, and if they didn't cost so much and I had more space,
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd go all in on them because they're awesome.
A lot of times with the 1/6 though, the photography is literally like, oh, the face looks really good. Let me get a portrait shot.
Yeah. I put that Beast Man on a branch, but it broke the branch. No, Beast Man's so heavy. No.
You know, but that's another thing when you like even trying to pose these guys, and I just have them, pretty much a stagnant pose. 1/6. That's what I meant if I did say that. But the weight of everything, like a weight of an M16 or whatever, it starts to weigh down since everything weighs more, hands and everything, arms. So again, they look nice because you get wonderful detail for the most part, and if you have people come over, they're gonna look at those because like, wow, this looks amazing. This looks like a real person. Or even with the 1/12 scale, people are looking right up at it and like, wow, it looks really good, but most don't have soft goods. So you see all the breaks. So did Oz just leave or what? Like
he was and so did Ed.
Awesome. I guess I'm in charge. So
We're not talking Joe's. Stop it. No, just joking. I did get this from Amazon before Pulse. That was kind of cool. I got him the day before you did, Punk. I win, and I'm not even a Joe guy.
When did you get him?
I don't know. I opened him up before your review. So.
Oh yeah, I actually opened him up last, but I changed. Well, I have two of them, so
I'm just kidding.
I painted up a gridiron piece and threw it on him. But now, to all the people that are no longer collecting like Valaverse figures, but they have a whole bunch, and you're into Operation Monster Force, let me just tell you, their heads fit perfectly on your. So if you want the multitude of heads we give for Operation Monster Force, or all the other lines they're going to get, and you just want to start customizing, just keep those bucks in. Because I have a feeling that almost every single Valaverse figure will eventually be some sort of Fresh Monkey Fiction. I want to see if any of them burst into flames.
I already had who the hell was the dude that was the real dude that they made? Duster. I had Duster's head, and then I had the dude with autism. What the hell? I don't even remember the figures' names anymore. Who's the one they turned into the sniper with all the camouflage?
Oh, Blowback.
Blowback, yeah. I had both those heads on my Delta Red figures.
There you go.
Is there something that's changed with Valaverse, or is it?
What was that?
Is there something that's changed with it, or is it just kind of a normal statement for like people that stop liking them, or are they going out of business or something?
There's a lot of people that don't like Valaverse. So the Operation Monster Force is another line of military figures.
Gotcha.
And the owner of Valaverse absolutely hates Fresh Monkey Fiction.
Yeah.
That's an understatement. I mean, it's an understatement.
I think he hates everybody, doesn't he? He hates
No, he doesn't expressly hate everybody as much as he expressly hates Fresh Monkey Fiction.
Yeah.
I thought he was a big fan of me because he made a tribute figure. So.
Oh, that's true.
He definitely he was the first one to make a Thanos tribute figure, and I appreciate that.
Sorry, I missed it because I don't pay attention to what he says. But what did he say about Fresh Monkey Fiction?
He's been trashing them since the figures, like right before they actually got started shipping. Like when
the owner.
Yeah, like when Robo and MCU Collector started putting up their reviews and stuff like that.
On Facebook, he went after him in one of the Facebook groups, specifically to the owner. Just
well, big part of that is because of that. So again, he calls this line Action Force because it's so original. But then everybody who's actually making Action Force style toys, like the Crimson Moon faction, he has special hatred for it. That's why he really does not like Skeletron.
But he doesn't own the designs.
No, he doesn't.
No.
He just owns the name.
And he's also said with his Action Force line, he doesn't want to recreate the old stuff. Right. He wants this.
So wait, he's mad that somebody is using Action Force designs, but doesn't see the irony in him using the Action Force.
I'm not trying to get
essentially.
I'm not trying to say
I don't know.
It's
I'm
rational thought, but yes.
I got a couple of those ones with the. I got the one because he's got the hood. That hood is really cool on that one from Big Bad Toy Store from the Crimson Moon,
and they're doing a blue one too. And if
they're going to do a
those
lot
heads
of
fit on GI Joe bodies,
the blue one is from the Special Operation Agents or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Have the Dr. Quest one come out yet?
No, that's coming out. It's on pre-order.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go
I think
pre-order
that releases
it right
in
now.
the summer. Supposed to ship in the summer.
The biggest issue is that the GI Joe team changed the size of the head pegs, so they're much smaller. So you need to use sticky tack. Where Marvel Legends has stayed the same, and they put Operation Monster Force and Action Force and stuff. So
haven't they? Isn't the classified peg now standardized across the line though?
For all new figures.
Yeah.
But it's a smaller peg.
Oh, but it's smaller than what everybody else is doing. Okay.
Yeah, way smaller.
Yeah.
But at least now it'll be uniform for their own figures. I mean,
that's a start. That's a start.
Yeah.
Well, when Lenny talked about it, I thought they were talking like they're going to do this across all of Hasbro lines because that would make sense. But when I
Can you
popped
imagine?
Well, I mean, they were all using the same size heads or pegs, and then Classified decided they did a little bit smaller, then they did way smaller. Then if they did a mold, like if they redid the mold, the repaint, they use the same one, except for the bats and the Crimson Guards. They swapped in between the two. It was like, what? Like, just stop. There's no reason.
Hasbro's just so weird with neck pegs.
Quit it.
Yeah, it should be uniform.
Right, like it would just make so much more sense, even logistically across making toys.
So
we don't want you to make not really. Actually, that's
you don't think so?
No, it's well.
If you're doing 1/6 scale figures, right? Why wouldn't the neck peg just be the same?
I mean, I could understand for like a completely different style of head.
All right.
To use a different neck peg.
So this was brought up at the skate park. I had no idea, right? And they were saying, because they sell scooters, they're like, all the parts on scooters are different. Like the manufacturers don't have something standard. So the owner was like, imagine your skateboard, and it's like Thunder trucks, they use a different size hole set. So it won't fit on every skateboard. It's
right, you'd have to buy a fresh deck and drill the hole every time.
The wheels are standardized with the exact same bearing set and for the I can't think of the name for the axle. Like everything is standardized.
Yeah, so, imagine somebody used a 3/8 and somebody else used a 9 mil, and then it'd be chaos.
And skateboarding actually did it many years ago when they decided to move where the truck bolts were. So there was actually two different holes on all these boards on the nose. So of course they'd snap eventually because you put 2 holes in it. But the neck peg, it's something very easy. Like people want to swap heads between the two. And again, no one's saying between a 7-inch and a 6-inch figure, or even like what you guys are doing, Adam. With that's a completely different type of
Right.
figure.
To me, like a bird head would fit on a body differently than another
Yeah.
one. So that to me makes more sense. But, well, like, again, more of.
And you wouldn't stick an animal head on a regular body anyway. So.
Right.
Sure
Who would do that? Who would have
It ain't
such
easy
a.
being cheesy.
And I had to use
Right.
stupid sticky tack for this one too.
I.
So for the record, I will say that our neck peg is the same, regardless.
Nice.
Those are actually like pegged on there. Like this head can look around. Like this is on properly.
That's awesome.
You could have a hulking kitty cat with a tiny. Or
I put the original Shunari Legionnaire's head on Thane when I first got him, and it looked hilarious.
Yeah.
Right, because he just looks like he's roided out.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you know what? You could put a hyena head on this. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I sprained my thumb in Hawaii, so I'm like having a hard time taking action figures.
How many
apart.
other injuries did you get in Hawaii? Jesus.
I was going to say
you saw that picture of my wrist. That was the same time. It was one.
It was all one incident.
What did you do?
I slipped on some lava rock, and it shredded my wrist and also sprained my thumb.
Oof. Thor, no, it is sea bison now.
Sea bison, right? Sea bison.
Sea bison, and it is an actual character.
This may remain on my shelf like this.
Oh my gosh.
oh, go ahead and get him again, Ed.
You know what that looks like? If anyone watched the Umbrella Academy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm picturing right now.
That is cool.
And he's all furry too, so it's almost
it's even better. Right? Like it just fits. Oh, it's so good.
Hey, there's Mikey. Was he on a long time ago? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, Mikey jumped in a bit ago.
It's like an hour ago. I didn't even pay attention.
It was probably his lunch break at this point. It might be over. Just like 3-star draw slipped in and I didn't manage to see it. Oh crap.
Oh, I didn't see 3-star pop in.
Oh yeah, well
what's up, Darren? Let us know if you want the link. I dropped out because I had to go drop some kids off at the pool in the middle of winter. And
the heated?
Yeah. No, because I hate kids. Joking. I love, kids are the future, man. Pop Lender's asking, hey, Punk, sorry about the Lions. I was live and didn't watch the game. They were my favorite team behind my Steelers. Fuck your Steelers. This postseason sucks.
Okay. Let me reiterate. I am
not
not
a
a
Lions
Lions fan. I watched the Lions because they're from Detroit. I gave up being a Lions fan in about 2000. So that they lost, I don't lose any sleep. It doesn't bother me. And as I was going to say earlier, the arrogance of Detroit fans, they deserve this. They have been the most arrogant fuckers in the world. And I'm like, you guys have had a good team now for 3 years. And a shitty one since 19.
Have a good night, Rick.
And if you would have heard them talk about the Commanders, and I know this is sports ball, no one really cares. But
Rick's
the
back for
way
sports
they
ball.
were talking, I almost wanted them to lose. But for the people that have been suffering, it sucks.
You're right.
I watch them. I don't hate them. I don't root against them. And they have a good coach. But I'm already reading people like, oh, no one's going to get fired for this. I'm like, dude, they just won 15 fucking games, man.
They're going to
Most
lose
games
both
they've ever won in a
coordinators.
season.
They're going to lose both coordinators to a different team.
I'm going to tell you right now that if you're a Lions fan, you probably want that defensive coordinator to go.
Yeah.
He has not been that good.
And they just
people
got worked too. So
yeah, but before they got injured, even last year, like people were bitching about him. Brick,
well, I just gotta say too,
sit down with one day with you, and I'm gonna make you watch football.
I've watched football.
What?
I watched several Raiders games. Like
Well, there's your
the Cardinals
problem right there. The
Yes.
Raiders fucking suck. Sorry, that's only my Bronco fan coming out.
Just
No,
the
they
fact
suck.
that the Lions lost to the Commanders is like the worst part to me.
That blows
Like,
my mind.
That kind of threw me off a
Oh.
little. Also,
The
Me too.
Commander, they were the worst team in football for a few years in a row, weren't they?
Jane Daniels turned them
Oh,
around.
my
Man.
But hey,
Rookie quarterback. Rookie.
Yeah, I know.
I told my
rookie.
daughter when we started watching it, I go, they're done. I go, they let them go right up and down the field on them. And again, injuries are part of sports. They had 18 guys in the IR.
It's always next man up, man. It's next man up.
And they've been doing it. And I'll say this: when Golf got hit today and he had to go on the concussion protocol, when he came back out, you could tell he wasn't right. Like a lot of the throws that he was making, it's not that he was off; it was
he was.
You could tell that he. And I'm not going to say they would have won because injuries are part of the game, but he didn't look right. He did not look right at all.
All right, D. Griff has nailed this. Detroit fans not as bad as Patriot fans complaining that they're sick of losing.
No. Believe me, I just said something to Tony about that the other day. I'm like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing these Patriots fans like, oh, I'm sorry, you only won 6 Super Bowls and you haven't won in a few years. Must be awful.
Yeah, you had a dynasty for a while. Lay off of it.
Don't get me wrong.
I've been sick of hearing about the Patriots for the last 10 fucking years.
You have every right to be mad that your ownership ran. It wasn't even the ownership. It was more Bill Belichick, but he wanted
Definitely
to get rid of Tom
Bill.
Brady.
Right.
But
he had a system in place, and he had the right quarterback, and he always had the right receivers. He had a great system, and they aside from Deflategate and all that crap, like honestly, they earned it because they had a system.
Was letting players go before they declined, though.
Yeah,
he's consistent with that.
You're absolutely right, but let's be honest. When he wanted to get rid of Brady to bring in who was the guy they ended up trading?
Exactly. Nobody remembers. No one cares.
Yeah.
No, everyone does because he keeps bouncing around making all kinds of money. Jimmy G. Because he's hot and he's dating porn stars and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But
Garoppolo.
You just can't let the guy.
Wait, does he still play? Is he still like a third string
Wait,
somewhere?
I'm back because you mentioned porn stars.
He's on it, yeah.
So he's on a practice squad somewhere?
He played for the 49ers.
Then he went to the Raiders.
Yep.
And sucked.
Oh wow, that didn't go so well.
Todd says
he's on the Rams.
Jimmy G's on the Rams. There you go. Good for him. Good for him.
Oh yeah,
he might get a ring.
You know what? If you're in the NFL, you probably make more money this year than I'll make in my life. If like the practice squad guys make like $300,000.
Right? Yeah.
One of the best gigs that you could have in sports is a third string quarterback. You're gonna make good money.
Mm-hmm.
You're never gonna get in the game, and if you do, they're not expecting you to win. But you're gonna hold that clipboard, and you're probably gonna stick around for 10 plus years because there's no mileage on it. They just want someone that is good with talking with the first string quarterback, helping get up to speed. That shit. Like, sign me up, man. Like,
you forgot to mention functional brain, but yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
and then they end up being a coach and making more money, and then
look at Frank Reich,
or being the 12th man on a basketball team. You're only getting in garbage time. You're making probably $5 million a year. Sign me up.
Yeah,
right. We were talking about Dilfer on Punk's Pit a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
and it's like that dude didn't play. He wasn't a starting quarterback for like 11 years in the
Isn't
NFL.
Cam Newton still signed to an NFL team?
No,
somewhere.
No, not
I don't know.
But he was.
No, but
he had a career trajectory like that. Like he just
Cam
seemed
Newton,
to still be on a team somewhere.
Wasn't it Cam Newton who recently there was like, I think 4 guys that attacked him at a bar and he just kind of like tossed them around?
Well, you know what? Cam Newton's doing that that Army show or that Navy SEALs show on
Navy SEAL
NBC or
training
something.
show?
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
No,
Does he
Like
wear his
jumps
hat
off of,
for it?
like he
Does he
jumps
wear
off of a boat onto
cool
a
hat that he
helicopter or
doesn't?
something. I don't know about the hat.
I do want a quarterback that I'm glad he's not playing anymore, and he shouldn't be. In RG3,
Oh yeah,
he is so good on the broadcast. Like when he comes on Jim Rome stuff, he is so good talking.
Yeah.
He breaks stuff down so well. I love
Can
talking.
I just say that I love the fact that Brick had to go, and he wanted us to talk about the whole Storm Collectibles thing, and we did.
Yeah, thanks. And he came back and it was
then
sports again.
We came back and it was sports.
Yep.
Damn it.
I love the fact
No,
that
I
there's-
left, and then basically everybody, I didn't wait up anymore. So I was like, all right.
there's 9 people on here, and I know Cobb, Thanos, and Brick could care less. Yet Adam, who lives in Canada, knows about the NFL.
It's because he's tired of watching the CFL.
I don't think I've ever watched a full CFL game.
I have, because before we had the Ravens.
Oh, that's not true. I watched a Grey Cup game because I was at a pub and it was on.
My team won a Grey Cup, actually, in my lifetime when we were still the Baltimore CFLs.
When Baltimore and Las Vegas had teams for a couple of years.
So weird. Yeah, Baltimore
I love
CFLs.
that. That's yeah. Yeah, the CFL where 2 teams can have the same name. It's very professional. It was bankrupt for a year and it shut down, and then it opened back up because I think the Canadian government gave them like $1 million, and they were like, "That'll do."
Hey, the CFL had made some real stars like The Rock,
Doug Flutie.
Doug Flutie.
The Rock.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug
Their
Flutie had his
biggest
own
star-
cereal.
their
That
biggest
makes
star
him a
is
star.
professional wrestler.
Flutie Flakes. I mean, how many
Flakes.
how many quarterbacks have had their own cereal? I
That's
think it's
true.
probably one.
I've got something to contribute. I watched
I
Milan
think
2 today.
I think it's
Rock
just
was
a
in it.
Buffalo thing because they have cereal factories in Buffalo. Because Josh Allen has his own cereal now too.
Oh, he does? I'd buy that. I love Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I
We
think
have-
he's the MVP this year.
When you drive up to like almost Niagara Falls, you can actually smell the Cheerios in the air when they're making them.
No kidding. That's crazy.
I have some Terrell Davis Hall of Fame crunch, but they only made it because of the induction of the Hall of Fame, and then they only made it for a limited time. So
Oh, you mean like how Terrell Davis was only good for a limited amount of time?
Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame.
He doesn't deserve to be in there.
Bullshit. Hall of
Bullshit.
Fame. Well deserved Hall of
He
Fame.
was not good long enough.
Ooh, the heated sports ball talk.
He has better stats than Gale Sayers, who was in there also.
Did I say Gale Sayers deserves to be in there?
Well, he's in there.
Okay.
Obviously,
Well-
the people that are paid to know if they deserve to be in there or not said that
Really?
he does.
Really? The Hall of Fame voters. These are guys that will keep someone out because they were mean to them. They were mean to the media.
They kick people out of the Hall of Fame?
No, they'll keep them out.
Yeah.
I just had the thought that like the Hall of Fame is kind of like toy collectors. They get to a point where they have too much and they're like, "Oh, how do I downsize? I can't decide. Like I can't get rid of anything. I just have to keep adding more and putting some stuff in a hallway, in a bin."
I've always had an issue with Hall of Famers and or Hall of Fame, and other people talked about this too. That like,
All right,
well,
so-
they're a Hall of Famer, but not a first ballot. Like,
Yeah.
fuck theirs, man.
Faker Battle Cat, I want to address this here, is asking about, didn't Dilfer win a Super Bowl as a starter? He won a Super Bowl as a third stringer that moved up to starter because our other 2 quarterbacks got injured.
And he jumped on Ray Lewis's back and ran it.
Yeah,
all
I
the
was
way.
gonna say the mannequin could have won that at quarterback with that defense. So
But a mannequin didn't. Trent Dilfer did.
yeah,
Trent Dilfer
Well,
sure
I
as hell
mean-
did.
People try and take that stuff away, but it's like he did it though. Like
Just like that other guy's in the Hall of Fame.
Just like Terrell Davis, you trying to take it away from him.
no, I didn't try to take away that
One
he
of-
won a
one of the-
Super Bowl.
had one of
No,
the
he's just
best-
saying he didn't
And
deserve
you know
it.
what? He's the reason why they won the Super Bowl, but he was not
Twice.
good long enough.
Twice. He's the reason they won
Yeah.
it twice, back to back.
But I still think that I still think that there should be something with the length of time. I think he was good for like 5 years.
Well, Faker Battle Cat, I gotta say, I certainly hope so, because it's about time we got another ring.
Wait, can I say something else, Kenzo?
That's a tough game tomorrow.
It's honestly, I thought the
Do you
last
think
game was
whoever
gonna be
wins
a
that game,
tougher
that's
game.
the MVP? Do you think that game will
No,
determine which of
no.
those players is the MVP?
I believe it's already. I believe it's already voted on.
It's a regular season award.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's just regular, so it's already voted on. Is that
right? I think
because I think
Jackson's got
this game, if it was like, if the vote came, a week
vote's
before the
coming after,
awards,
yeah.
which is like the week of the Super Bowl or whatever, I think this game might sort of. Some people might go, I made the wrong decision after this game, is what I'm saying. I think one of them might completely outshine the other. And if you don't know what we're talking about, I don't know, go get a snack. But there's two players competing for the MVP this season, and they're playing each other tomorrow. I think it could go one way or the other. And I genuinely think that Josh Allen is. I don't know. He's like on a different level this year.
I just think he has intangibles, and yes, I know the other one does too. But I think he just, when you watch him play, you have more confidence that he's going to win over Lamar Jackson.
I think Jackson against the Pittsburgh Steelers kind of screwed him up on that vote. I would have kind of pushed a little toward Allen based on the way he played against the Steelers in the regular season.
Yeah. I think, and I don't watch a ton of Ravens games. I watch quite a few Bills games because that's sort of the Eastern team. My family's from that region of Ontario. I just feel like the Buffalo Bills want to play for Josh Allen more than the Ravens want to play.
Well, Josh is a team guy.
That's what I mean. Is like
the other guy is not a team guy. He is. I'm going to do it by myself. And
didn't he hold out for a better contract like a year ago or something? And people were kind of like, "Dude,
Lamar is definitely in it for himself more than anybody else."
Yeah.
Do you think that plays to the people voting?
No.
No, they just look at the stat lines and
Did he hold out?
Yeah, I think so. He said he'd rather sit, I think, for a minute.
Yeah,
and he was,
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but he negotiates for himself. Like, he doesn't have an agent, right?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, he did like his own, so he can take less and make more.
Yeah,
because agents take.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's not getting 12% off the top or something.
The whole team, but without what the hell's the running back's name? I forget now.
Travis Henry.
Travis Henry, the freaking locomotive. I mean,
I put money on the Ravens when they picked him up at the beginning of the year when he signed with the Ravens. I went on my DraftKings and I put like $30 down on the Ravens to win it all.
Yeah.
How much were you win?
At the time, because I did it at the beginning of the year, I think it's like 150 if I win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
I did the same thing for Jokic to win the MVP a couple years back before Embiid got hurt when they were trying to push for Embiid. And I think I won about $80 on that one too. It was kind of cool.
Nice.
I don't make I'm not a gambler, but it's every now and then I want to throw one out that's going to be the whole year.
So Figure Battle Cat's bringing up historical fact that Dilfer was a QB 8 years, won a Super Bowl. Flacco won on his 8th year, and Lamar is in his 8th year.
Ooh,
Flacco. There's another quarterback with a very, very long tenure in the NFL.
Yep.
He's still playing. Well, not playing in Cleveland. Is that right?
No, he was on Cleveland last year, and then they didn't want him back. So then he actually went.
Didn't he go to Indianapolis?
Yeah, Indianapolis.
Which is really funny to me.
Yeah, it's so weird.
He played in Denver for that 1 year. It was bad.
That guy, he refused to sign a contract. He bet on himself because the last season, last year's contract, they won the Super Bowl. He signed a huge contract. I think he was good for 2 more years, and then he just went.
He got so beat up while playing for the Ravens because our offensive line was just horrible.
Yeah, but Flacco was a good quarterback in his day, man.
Yeah.
He
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
great, but
don't,
he was a
yeah.
good
Oh,
quarterback.
absolutely. He was
He
the best
broke my heart
quarterback we
one year
had.
in the playoffs. Oh,
He bet on
And he was
himself.
another one too, where he came up from being like second or third string because he wasn't our starter,
Yeah.
and he outplayed like our other two quarterbacks in that 1 year, and they were like, he's our future. We're putting him in and we're keeping him in. And they built that team around him, but our offensive line just could not catch a break, man.
he has an arm on him, man. He does.
Yeah,
He
he
has a
did.
cannon.
Him and Heap together, they were magic. Heap had that height too.
Hey, speaking of football, how about those Harbinger Studios college football action figures?
I got one of those.
Collegiate-
Alabama.
Collegiate Heroes, is that what they're called?
Yeah, Collegiate Heroes. They've only done like what, 2 for Alabama, and that's it. Like one black,
I
one
bought
white.
it so I could make it into a Bo Nix. I'm gonna paint
Yeah.
it. But it looks.
I
I haven't
think it's
opened it yet,
great.
but it looks good. It looks pretty
I
good.
think it's great that they're doing those. I hope their ankles are better.
Well, they don't have articulated toes, so they'll be all right.
No, they kind of learned. And
I haven't paid attention. What are those figures actually like? Are they actually fully articulated and stuff?
yeah,
fully
they're
articulated.
actual action figures, not
Do they have
statues.
removable helmets and pads and stuff?
No, all that's sculpted.
No, all the things that you'd hope that they would have, they don't have.
That would be a cool one, like sitting on the sideline holding your helmet. You know, like when you're. That'd be kind of a cool.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
if it was like just an alternate head, right?
Is the football magnetic so it sticks in his hand? That's what I'm
Or is it like
That's cheating, Ed.
the McFarlane that has the little
No, they just
tag?
have the sticky gloves.
sticky gloves, yeah.
Some
Little pine
Odell
spray
Beckham
on there.
gloves.
They deflate the accessories a little bit so they can get a better grip on them.
Tom Brady.
John,
Brady.
how you doing? Good to see you here.
Doing
What's up,
good,
John?
doing good. Just hanging out.
Now
Hey, guys.
Brooks got to go again.
Yeah, it's because I got here.
Actually, it's me. I'm fading. I'm sorry, guys. I worked
Oh,
a
Joe.
ton
Well,
of overtime this week. But before I go, I did manage to snag a incomplete Kurzog from eBay for $50 this week, which I thought was a steal. But I had to
Dude, yeah.
enhance them a little bit.
Is that Michelangelo's hair?
It is.
it sure is.
And I feel like it looks so good on him. So
Actually, it looks a lot like Greg now.
I think he needs a Hawaiian shirt.
yeah, something to spice him
Do you
up.
think he could run for president with that hair?
Almost. He's green and not orange, but yeah. I mean,
Now, if you
Is
could
there
only
an orange
find
version
Devon's
coming?
mustache and glue it
there
on him.
should be. I hope. All right, guys.
I'm sorry. This is not political, but goddamn, every time I
Night,
see
Joe.
that figure in the store, I'm like, that is Donald Trump's hair.
Yeah, the Michelangelo with the way
You
the
cannot
hair
tell me they
flows
didn't
in his
mold it
face.
after that.
It's so much.
With that in
So
mind.
much.
All
But,
right, later, Joe.
all right, guys.
Later, Joe. Have a good night.
Good night.
Take care, Joe. Thank you for dropping in. Third string QB action figure with the removable helmet and a clipboard.
And the clipboard. You gotta have the clipboard.
Gotta have
Yeah,
the
the third
clipboard.
string
If it's
quarterback
third
and
string QB, it's gotta have a clipboard in his hand.
Yeah.
He's got to have a clipboard and a water bottle. Because for some
When
reason, they're always so dehydrated on the sideline.
When do they talk about those Harbinger Studios football figures? Do they do those on the Savage Crucible like podcasts or?
No, those
They literally just came out. They just
but they
were
they
a
don't,
couple
like,
months
really
back.
talk
They
much about
announced
them,
them. They made a big announcement last year, and then it was like they've got their own separate IG account for those, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. That one didn't hit my
Yeah, they don't have.
algorithm.
They're under the Harbinger Studios instead of just Savage Crucible.
Yeah, because I'd brought them up. I thought it was really cool because we haven't actually had well articulated. I pulled them up because it was around the same time that we were all finding the starting lineup figures on clearance at Ollie's. And I was like, now this is how you make a good looking athlete figure. Because they do. They look good. They look really
good. Yeah, I think they laid the way that the padding looks on the figure. I think they executed that really well. But we'll see what the articulation is on it, because I mean, it's going to articulate as much as a actual football player is, right? That's what I think, but I don't know.
And the other thing they didn't do was they didn't put names on it.
No,
So-
well, because it's college.
One has a name,
rules.
and then the other two are just generic. Yeah.
There's a whole reason that they had to stop making an NCAA game. For, you know.
Wait, so who did they make then?
They made one character.
They modeled it after one particular player, but the problem is, like, the money cannot go to him because he is a student athlete, and he's not supposed to be getting paid.
It doesn't matter anymore.
No, NIL, baby.
Yeah, that's paid.
Okay.
They can make money now.
Here you go, Brick.
They can make a lot of money now.
Yeah, well, Michigan just
That's it,
paid
Hunt.
$2 million
That's
for a
the-
quarterback.
And so far, it's only been Alabama, if I remember. Only like they're the only team that's signed
People
up.
from Alabama are.
Yeah.
They
Them
feel
in
like
Texas.
it's like they feel like it's a different country that is superior to the other states. I've met enough people from Alabama that it's like they may as well be Alaska. Like it's like a weird.
Have you met
It's a
Ohio
weird
State
thing.
fans?
What's that?
Have you met Ohio State fans?
I'm not even talking about like sports fans. I'm talking about like people from the state of Alabama.
Well, I think everyone there, because that's all they have. It's Alabama or
Them in Texas.
Texas. I mean, their high school.
I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I should say that. I'm not saying it as a bad
No,
thing.
no.
It's like there's a mentality within Alabama that the Alabama first. You know, like it's.
Is that actual turf from the field?
The player they're doing is Malachi Moore. Excuse me.
Oh, but
Malachi.
you know what? When I
Thank
used to do my customs, that's what I would use, like actual
Turf.
grass, like the little turf
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I
look
just
them up,
thought this
see how
was
the
a really cool
articulation-
idea. I really, really did like enjoy the idea of them doing this, especially again because the starting lineup that they just put out recently was just god awful.
Well, I mean, we've talked about the starting lineup before, and I think their biggest mistake was not doing past players because
Right.
I don't know what team that player is going to play for, but Isaiah Thomas, I know he was a Detroit Piston. Michael Jordan, I know that he was a Bull. Like those are the ones you want. So
Maybe those are the ones you want.
You know what I want? I want
no,
a
I'm not.
Wizard.
Well, I'm not saying me, but those are those. You know, I don't want someone that's on the Pistons now, or because you don't know.
Jason Tatum, who just became an NBA championship last year, right? They
But I
did
don't know
him.
I don't know where he's going to play next year. You know, in a couple of years.
Regardless, you get him on his NBA championship jersey.
Well, it's the
I'll
same
take a
jersey.
Nikola Jokic anytime.
Yeah,
because you live in that state.
So
Or I'm a
anybody
fan
else that
and he's
ever
the
heard
MVP 3 years in a
YHS?
row, coming on 4.
But I'm saying most people when they're investing in something like that, they want a Hall of Famer, right? So like you do football. If you do football players now, well, football is a little different because it's. But let's say you did hockey, right? You don't know where they're going to be playing. So if you do like these Hall of Famers, this is for you, Joe Sakic, all right?
Sakic.
Or Peter Forsberg,
like Patrick Waugh.
Did you watch that Joe Sakic Netflix documentary?
I have not.
Oh,
We got the real all-star
I
right
always
here.
like Joe.
Hold on.
Joe Sakic seemed like a poor man Steve Eisner.
Look at him.
Oh, get off of yourself.
Oh, I'm
That's a
sorry.
bunch of bullshit.
He was a poor man Steve Eisner.
No, he wasn't.
I understand what you're saying, Punk. Like, I would have loved a Steve Nash in a Phoenix Suns, right?
Yeah.
And I think they would have done that if that line would have been going still, right? I think
you know
they just
what's
started off-
you know what's really sad is if that line was still going, like the breadth of sports that they had intended to do would have like shocked people. Like they were gonna do soccer players and like they were gonna
cross at one point too.
They were gonna they like the list that they were working on for like 3 or 5 year plan.
That's crazy.
Some of the athletes on there were like pretty. They would be considered obscure by Americans.
Yes.
So it's kind of weird that it never. But why start with NBA and NFTs that make the figures undesirable to toy collectors?
Yeah.
Oh
but
my God,
also
so
like
much.
NFT collectors are like, why do I want an action figure?
And even like the sports player, like the sports fans themselves, they get collectibles. Were even like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, what is the point of this? What do I need this for?
But like SH Figure Arts, they did a skateboarder Yuto. Well, he's coming out.
Yep.
Which is strange. I know who Yuto is. All right, but I mean, he won the gold medal. He's Japanese. He's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
But why would you not like? I feel like if you want to get something like this, like, hey, Tony Hawk, let me talk to you. Mark Gonzalez, like guys that have been around. Again, I know who
the
you are.
legends.
I think they're going a very different route, though. Like I think because Bandai is also doing like some comedians and Japanese musicians, and if you know who these people are, you know that like the market for these figures is actually literally like hundreds of millions of people.
When I saw who it was. Like if it was Naija, who has numerous shoes and
Oh, but I think they're just leaning into like being a Japanese brand and making Japanese.
Okay, so
culture.
If that's what it is, it makes a lot
Which
more
I think is great for them, mind you. Like I think that's actually really cool.
I love the comedian guy that just wears like briefs and then poses so that he looks naked. Like it's such a weird thing, and it's such a Japanese style of comedy.
Right.
But the fact that they're making that action figure, I was like so close to pulling the trigger on that action figure just because it's so random and so weird. And people would be like, "What is that? Like, why
Who's
is there
that dancer
chubby
that
man
they just did
in briefs?" What's that?
That dancer and the new dancer figure. I don't know. He's like some pop star in red and.
He's not a dancer. He's a lead singer from he's a super famous
like a boy
musician
pop group.
Yeah.
Look at the articulation on his neck.
TM Revolution, I think. I can't remember what his name is, but TM Revolution is like. I'm trying to think of a band that it would equate to, but
but that's what it's like. The thing is, toy buying, just like manga, it's like it doesn't have the same sort of stigma, and it's an accepted thing.
Oh, in Japan, absolutely.
In Japan, that's so it's like
that's what I'm saying.
Though,
is that like they're picking their icons, and they know that people will. If you're a fan of that musician, you'll probably buy that figure.
Even if you're like a fan of, I think like that player, even though I guess that's a college student, like it's not a given that all sports fans would buy it, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm turning this one into a Bronco guy, so that's what I'm doing. But you can make him lefty if you want, because they actually did put the other hand in with football on it.
And sports are the biggest niche of them all, because if you're a Red Wing fan, you're going to buy the Red Wing stuff.
Right.
But if you're a fan of anyone else, you're not, unless if they're like a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Right? Like if
you're
like
buying no damn Hall of Famer Red Wing thing.
You'll buy a Steve Yzerman. You'll buy a Pat Roy or a Wayne Gretzky, even though he played for like 18 different teams. You'll buy that, but no one's unless if you're a Red Wing fan, you're not going to buy any of the new Red Wings.
Right.
And football is the same. College is even more drawn. Like if you're not a Michigan fan, you're not buying a Michigan player.
When I collected sports players, I collected a lot of the classic Red Wings: Gordie Howe, Steve Yzerman, Lidstrom.
Right.
But that's because they were icons. Like I wasn't collecting the current players, and at the time, Datsuk was not an icon yet. And then I bought him like years later, and then I just purged my whole McFarlane collection. Sorry, I jumped in midway, so I don't actually know we're talking about McFarlane sports here. I don't know.
I picked this one up, Ken. That's what we were talking. I got this.
Fair enough.
So I would have bought if they were going to do starting lineup and they would have done legends. You know what I would have bought? I would have literally bought, what was that superhero sports cartoon was called? The All Stars or whatever?
Pro Stars.
Pro Stars.
Pro
Stars. That's it. Yeah, I would have bought that. Like those three, like Gretzky, Jordan. Like I would have bought those three, and then like
Bo
who
Jackson.
remembers
Bo
those?
Jackson. Yep.
Yes, it would have been great. Like I would have loved to have had that on my shelf. But yeah, it was such a weird way to, like, I get that maybe they wanted to approach new fans, but here's the thing: most of the fans that are watching that are probably not paying attention to what Hasbro's doing, right? Like, they're not looking at these toys.
They're too busy buying basketball cards.
You know what would be a
buying
great
jerseys,
figure?
man.
A Carl Lewis with a button on the back, and he sings the national anthem.
Red Glare.
If you've never heard Carl Lewis sing the national anthem, just
At a
look it up.
Chicago
later
Bulls
on.
game, and it's so funny seeing the players' faces when he hits that high note, and they're like,
"Oh God,
uh-oh."
Don't look it up.
Roseanne
Save
sang the
yourself.
national
Uh-oh. I'll make up for it now. No, you won't.
That was so
But we
bad.
got Mr. Mad Gus jumping in saying hello to all the distinguished panel members and in chat. I gotta say, Mr. Mad Gus comes in with some of the best energy into the chats, no matter whose chat it is that he's in. I appreciate you, Mr. Mad Gus. Thank you. But yeah, remember when Roseanne sang the national anthem and then like everybody hated it and got mad? And it
But
was like, what did you expect?
Yeah, that was on purpose.
Yeah. So like Carl Lewis, he wasn't trying to make an abomination of it. He just did it, right?
Well, it's no worse than that country star that just sang it loaded and wrecked it.
Oh,
yeah.
that was kind of a big deal because of how the intoxication of it all, right? But like when you chose Roseanne to sing the national anthem, like you knew this was a bad idea, and yet you went for it. And then you tried to be like, we didn't know she would be that awful.
Yeah, right.
Like, what part of Roseanne ever made you think that woman could carry a tune at all, ever?
Her voice just cracks with one syllable, let alone if she's singing.
Right.
And when you
Like-
and when you hear singers say that it is one of the hardest songs to sing, like why do you let anyone that isn't trained, try and sing that, at an event like that? It makes no sense. It's very. I'm not going to get into it. I think it's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful. That's the right word.
You're right. Like
All
you
right.
were doing it strictly for the pop, and then you tried to act all offended after everybody blew up about it.
I mean, that song already offends so many people to begin with. You don't need to add it.
Right.
Isn't one of your amendments that you can't stop people from singing the national anthem? It feels like it could have been.
Oh, yeah, but you don't have to hire them to sing it at like events
In the first place,
like
right?
they can still sing it. You don't have to hire them to sing it.
You televised.
You got to
it
think
for
though that
the biggest.
somebody whose like job is to coordinate those people. They're like, you know what? I'm so tired of all these people. And somebody's like, "Hey, Roseanne's in town," and they're like, "Oh hell yeah, let's get her to do it." Like it's probably just like a joke to them too. They're just like, "This is so stupid." Like
I want to get fired. Let's get her going.
Let's see what happens. This is
Or it's
gonna be
one
fun
person-
either way.
It's one person that says, "Dude, you can't get fired from this job. Watch this."
Right.
We're gonna ask
Yeah,
Roseanne to do it, and I'll have my
exactly.
job the next day.
No, that
Somebody
was the
either
guy
wanted to
who
get fired
was
or knew they had so
retiring.
much job security that they're like, I can do anything I want, and I love Roseanne, and we're gonna pay her a whole bunch of money to come and do a terrible job.
It was probably a guy who was retiring, and they were like, "You know, it'd be funny."
You know what? There should be a 30 for 30 for that.
There really needs to be. Like, I
John
want to go
Goodman
back and
hired
revisit
Roseanne.
the decision
John
making.
Goodman sang on the Blues Brothers 2000 movie, so Roseanne can sing the national anthem.
Yeah, but did you ever hear Tom Arnold try to sing?
Yes.
Now,
He's probably great too.
if anyone had Roseanne singing the national anthem on your bingo card, you probably won today.
I just got to say, this has probably been one of the most abstract clubhouses ever, as far as conversations.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No. We normally
That
don't
one
get
night,
into sports ball, and
it's
the
been
amount of
action
time we have
figures and
spent.
sports. It has not been that crazy.
We didn't talk like that one night, with the other stuff.
It wasn't open mic night.
As long as you don't talk too much music, because then Adam goes nuts about it.
Do I?
Hey,
When I was on Bricks, and all we talked about was like punk music, and you're like, "Do you talk about anything else?"
I didn't think Adam liked you anyway, Punk, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, well that's true, but that's beside the point.
Well, if you guys want to go back to open,
how are you?
Me?
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm
Hold it up again, John. Keep talking, Cal.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, if Jean's showing stuff off, his Luke
No,
stuff.
go
I
ahead.
just
wanted to know what that
I'm going to unbox.
I picked up this week. Actually, I think I can actually full screen myself, can I? I can.
You can. I beat you to it, but go
yeah,
ahead.
No, that's cool. So this is the Gundam Tall Geese, which is actually the figure version of the figure, which I like because I don't have to assemble it out of the box. I was just talking to Oz and Adam and Bud and anyone who's into Gundam. Like, I can just buy these. So now I'm down another rabbit hole. So it means I got to purge parts of the collection because I don't have room for Gundam right now.
Just send those classics my way, Ken.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the thing I was gonna. Oh, that's funny. I was asking Kenzo the other day, what should I do with my classics collection? Because I haven't thought about it in a while. And now he's like, I have an idea for you. But yeah, no, this Gundam Universe stuff is freaking awesome. So I'm gonna be getting more of it because the hardest thing, one of the reasons I got out of it was because of the assembly hobby or the nature of having to assemble it for like hours and hours on end. And if you want it to look good, you got to like spray paint it at minimum. Let alone airbrush and detail.
You can use paint and Gundam markers on those too. The plastic works pretty much the same as the plastic model kits.
Except I'm not going to because my excuse is it's already together, so there's no point. But you're right,
Yeah.
I could Gundam marker it, but
those Gundam Universe figures are great, but then they don't paint a lot of the plastic. That's the only sort of real.
But that's fine because my excuse is I don't have to do it because it's.
Oh yeah, no, they look fantastic as
because
is,
usually you paint them while they're unassembled, right? You might put the marker on when they're together or when they're not. It doesn't really matter. But I have an excuse not to paint it, so it's good, right? I haven't painted a model in 15 years. I don't plan to start again. So
painting is fun, Ken.
It is if you don't spend 3/4 of your waking hours editing videos. So I'd have to
if you have time,
the
painting's
YouTube
fun.
hobby for this is what I'd have to do, right?
So
I can't have both. So
Ken, you had me looking at those all day as I was going around doing my NECA hunt today. And I was like, ooh, I did see the Tall Geese too, and I almost picked it up. I almost picked it up like twice.
I ordered the Death Scythe Hell today, and I'll probably go back and get one of the Amuro Ray ones.
You know what I was looking for though? I was looking for a Wing Zero for you to see if there was one still sitting on a shelf.
I don't think there would be.
It's fine because I have the master grade model of Wing Zero, which is like half an inch taller than the other one, which is fine. If you're gonna have one taller, it may as well be the main one, right?
Right.
So
they also had Birding Gundam, like they had Hibod Shelf. One of the other ones I can't pronounce the name of. Oh man, it was good though. I was looking at them, but I was just like, no, I'm on a very specific hunt today, so I got to be careful. And then I saw tits on Elvira, and I was like, I'm buying Elvira. I almost bought her twice.
That's awesome.
But
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm about 5 minutes into the final, into like the edit of the collab I've got with you and Adam right now. So it's making headway. You know,
that's gonna be such a great video when it comes out too. I freaking love Gundam Wing.
You both had such good insights for that in terms of like because you both came from completely different backgrounds of anime. You know how you both kind of came into it. So yeah, right. Like,
I just want to say, I think Todd C has found our new tagline for the Clubhouse. We are men of culture. We can talk about topics beyond action figures. And then I want to re-edit on the end of it when Allison comes on. When Kayla's here. We're men of culture. Yeah, but those guys are just assholes. We miss you, Allison, and we miss you, Kayla.
We really do. You know, I know Allison will probably be back on more once she's settled in because she's moved, but she's not. But she's like not moved, I guess. And Kayla just has stuff going on. And Todd, see, there's no grade of this because this is just it's just a toy. So I guess the
Gundam
equivalent-
Universe.
Gundam Universe is considered the grade, but it's also just the sub brand within it. So anyway, why did I get Crunchyroll? You know, I'm going to cancel Crunchyroll at the end of the month.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Ken.
I am, because there's enough anime on Netflix, so it's pointed me over to that. Then when I get through all the anime there, then I'm gonna get Crunchyroll again. It's gonna happen.
Okay, that's good.
Anime is good for the soul.
Hulu has a lot
So,
too.
Anyone want to
anybody
recommend
here-
Evan? Oh, sorry. Can I just ask one question?
Well,
Anybody
I
wanna
was just
recommend
saying to you,
Evangelion?
Ken, that you should watch Freerun before you cancel Crunchyroll. It's excellent.
Anyone
But
want
it's
to
a little more
recommend
grown up.
Evangelion? Anyone want to recommend that?
Oh, me. I
Dude,
love
so
Evangelion.
good.
Yeah, if you want to go back, sure. It's great.
Okay.
Evangelion's so good, but here's the thing. You're going to hate it.
Wow.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Oh no.
It makes
And it's
sense.
and it intentionally doesn't make any sense. The writer has like explicitly said that he never wanted people to be able to take away any sort of like concrete idea of what it was about, because he wanted it to be about like just how cool it was.
Yeah.
Hideaki Anno is a depressed person, and he just loves his mom. That's what Evangelion is. It's about loving your mom.
Well, now you
I mean,
ruined
in
it
a
for
nutshell,
everybody,
yeah.
John.
Like, but so he made a TV show and like several movies that don't make any sense. And people were like, people thought that when they like came back to it and like wrapped it up, that it would like all come together. And
No,
it's
yeah.
more confusing at the end.
Rebuild is a lot
if
more.
they hadn't done the last go around. But
I
it's
haven't watched
so
it,
visually, it is
Yeah, like
stunning.
ultimately, it's exactly what he wanted to do. It's incredibly beautiful. It's cool, cool designs, everything.
All right.
So,
Reopening.
but you're right. It's Ken. I don't think it would.
You're
sit
going to be
well with
frustrated by the end.
You will be frustrated, and you'll be asking a lot of questions that will have
I
no answers.
psychoanalyze
You
everything.
won't like the answers.
Yeah, I watched a hockey game tonight, and I psychoanalyze how the penalties. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Why are they giving this penalty to this player and not to that player? And this guy's
I
gonna have
mean,
disciplinary
Evangelion
hearing.
is about psychoanalyzing. Like that's what it is. So it's just gonna
right.
Watch
You're gonna end-
Freerun. Freerun is more grown up. It's a little bit more reflective. Oops. But I wonder how that would sit with you. I wonder how if I'm kind of curious. You guys watch that? Anybody watch that here?
It's very good.
I have not gotten
Yeah,
around to it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So I just started over the last 2 days going through the new season Castlevania Nocturne that just the new episodes just popped on.
Yeah.
And
good?
oh man, I've been enjoying it so far. It's got some of the slow pacing on the hero side, while the enemy side is like fast paced. It's crazy. They get back some more history to it. It's really good. And like if you like, how can I put it? For me, the Castlevania anime is like really, really good because it adds a lot of depth to the games.
Mm-hmm.
And I've really, really enjoyed that depth of lore and story with everything and the story arcs that they've decided to do so far. And it just makes me more excited to see if they keep it going. And like, maybe even if they jump even further back and do like a Castlevania Lords of Shadow, like full anime with this too. Because the Castlevania Lords of Shadow, the first game at least, was one of my most favorite games I've ever played. Even if I saw the ending coming like a mile away.
Sorry, I heard everything you said, but I just saw something towards the end of that. Slight different topic. Is there a way we can comment as ourselves on StreamYard? Because I've been replying and didn't realize that with the mod controls, I'm replying as Oz, not as
I
Ken.
did the same thing earlier.
Yeah, if you do it in StreamYard, it's going to pop up as me because it's connected to my channel to host the stream, even though I have several admin partners now on screen with me on a Saturday night, which feels really freaking cool. but the yeah, like if you bring up a YouTube browser, you can respond as yourself.
Okay. That's okay.
Every once in a while, I forget about that when we're doing Toy Frenzy, and I'll respond to somebody in the chat as Skelly, and I'll be like, "Oops, yeah, that was me that said that."
I should not have done this.
I was gonna say, I was looking at some pictures of how that got assembled earlier, and I was wondering how it was coming. I didn't realize you hadn't started it yet.
Oh wow!
This ain't no YOLO Park assembly.
It's in Japanese, so that does not help.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Just look at the
YOLO
picture.
Park is easy though. To
Yeah, just
assemble.
go by the pictures. All right, but if you're, it's not YOLO Park.
I am.
Oh,
I am going by the picture.
shoot. Never mind.
Oh, but I'm dropping stuff. But these pieces, it says in the picture that they connect together. They do not connect together, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So,
Oh no!
If you get
Can you pull
super
up a YouTube
frustrated
video?
and you're pretty close to me, you want to ship it up here, I'll build it for you and send it back.
Get Google Translate out.
Is there a
hoping
next?
that it
What's the
doesn't come
next
to that.
step?
I need to find the eye sprue and build a joint for the neck.
That
So I'm
might be
hoping
what
that when I
holds
do
it
that,
together.
Yeah, it may be
it
that
might all lock together.
you may have to put them together onto the next piece, and then it might like lock in, kind of thing.
I am curious because I've never had that brand. What is it? Playmatia?
It's the
yeah,
Figma
I
brand.
think it's Figma
Yeah,
though, right?
it's,
Yeah,
Figma. Good smile.
Good smile, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I've never messed with it. I've only messed with the one kit, which was the.
I heard it's a good size.
Yeah, it's like a 7-inch figure. It looks really good when it's done. It moves really well. Because I've seen people like mess with it, but
yeah.
Oh man.
Are there videos online? Have you seen anybody like walk you through it?
I haven't seen
That's
anyone
what I
like
said.
do
Try
a
to pull it up on YouTube. All right, guys. I will be back on the inside because my fingertips have gone numb. See you in a minute.
It's cold there.
Also, this is the tiniest desk ever, and I don't think it's the right space to try to put this together.
No.
You gotta get a nice little mat, different color.
Yeah, I used to do like Gundam models like way back in the day. They weren't too bad, and those weren't in English either, so I could probably figure this out.
You'll get it.
My whole excuse to not watch anime is because I'd be tempted to build models again. And then when my shortcut came, that's it. It's like I'm back in anime. As if I needed like, another rabbit hole.
What about figures though, Ken? Like, are you at all interested in action figures of?
I think because most of my anime stuff is mecha related. So
I mean, you can get
so
some
it was
good
always
figures.
gonna be
Yeah.
it was always gonna be Gundam and like more recently Robotech / Macross, right? But I kind of crossed into that because of Jetfire, right? So yeah, we'll see. It'll be another rabbit hole. Extend the life of the channel with more history videos, I guess.
Yeah.
Be like in a wheelchair, old with dentures and everything, and I'll be like, and this is the history of something.
Ken, have you seen the I can't remember what they're called. Bandai has another line for Gundam. I'm trying to look up what it's called. I want to say it's called Robot Spirits or something like that.
I've heard of that,
Yeah.
but isn't that the really pricey? That's the really pricey
Yeah,
one,
that's
isn't it?
like they move like the model kits. So the Gundam Universe stuff moves kind of like an action figure, but
That's
the models move like robots would. Like they're you build them the way that a robot would be built, kind of thing. So their articulation is fantastic, but they're not as hardy. But then the Robot Spirit stuff is like basically the model kits built like action figures, so they're heavier duty, and I think some of them are even like die-cast parts and
but
stuff.
they probably have like 18 million accessories with them, and
it's crazy.
I was getting pissed off trying to take some Transformers off the shelves and like turning over every bin to find the accessories so I could throw them in my sales pile. right? And I went through like 3 boxes to find like some Omega Supreme parts from a third-party company, and it was so frustrating. So when it has a billion accessories, you know, it pisses me off.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna have fun sitting here like next week, waiting between calls, doing this.
It's therapeutic, right? It's like a stress ball.
Yeah. Well, and it takes me right back to being a kid and doing exactly that. Just like now, mind you, that one was a little bit more free flowing with the way he spun than this one. Like this one's a little stiffer, a little tighter. But oh man, thank you, Tom Tasty Cake, for sending this my way. I was a little bummed out when I originally did not pick this guy up, but then I was like, I'll get it, eventually kind of thing. So now actually having Cyclone back into my collection with a Modern Origins figure, because I got the vintage downstairs in a box, but it feels great having this again with the new upgraded kind of like back piece there that he could take off and kind of use as a weapon, or it's just great to have this guy again in my collection. So Tom, if you're watching, thank you again, brother. It means a lot.
That's awesome. Cyclone.
This just in. The latest wave of Gundam Universe is up on Big Bad Toy Store right now for pre-order.
Right.
Oh, I just saw Ken light up. Look at it.
I'll be
and
right
it
back.
and it includes
Heavy
the Wing Gundam Epion.
Yes, Epion.
And the Wing Gundam Zero. From
the regular one. Right?
Endless Waltz?
What is considered the Proto Zero?
Okay, so that very first one from the beginning
The Vernier
of the series.
jets, not the wings.
Right. Which is still cool. Cool.
So cool. I love that suit.
Quickly, I want to say I'm sorry to Thanos and Brick, because now I know how you guys feel when we're talking football.
Why? Oh, because they're talking anime.
Can I just say I appreciate how nerdy this has gotten, because we had like the sports nerd talk. Now we're getting like anime, nerd talking. Ah, man, it's good. It's a good place to be. Clubhouse is fun for the parts you enjoy while you're here. And after tonight's conversation, I feel like YHS is no longer the number one sports stream. I think we won.
Oh no, it hasn't been for a while. We took that moniker a long time ago. We just been going around talking about it.
I wanted
Dude, I'm going to now.
This stuff. I don't know if Ken, have you seen this stuff coming out of Akiba?
No, I've not.
It's
What
the
is that?
Karatomi stuff. Oh yeah, they're showing a bunch of new stuff. It's a couple days ago. Check this out, man. Wait till you see. Well, I'll show you that. There's this Diaclone. This one right here. Oh God.
What the hell?
Whoa.
This
Looks
is
like a Zoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, John.
I'll show you new Zoids in a second. There's new Zoids, but this is kind of like a hybrid. Diaclones. Takara told me he was trying to do this whole fusion thing, where they were going to do like Transformers and Diaclone and all these other things. But yeah, this thing looks fantastic. And they have
posed that so well with the claws over the edge, so you knew that they were articulated.
Yeah.
Right? Like they wanted to make sure you saw that feature.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it.
Look at that.
That is sick. I dig
Waruda
that.
roars, Jaguar.
And they show a little bit more of the robot form on the box there, because they don't really have it at that.
No. And then there's proper sort of new Zoids.
Okay.
Which are like cool. I love
Mini
Zoids.
Liger.
You know.
Wait, is that a hermit crab one?
This one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I've seen this one before in like an older version.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just kind of going back, and it was like this for a while. I remember I talked about it on the news a while back. This project, whatever. Yeah. So they're merging things. It's kind of cool.
That's the Berserk Fury. really cool. And then I also saw Irvin's. Yeah, here he is. Irvin's Command Wolf, which I loved this design in Chaotic Century, which was the best version of the show.
It was great.
Man,
and it was one of those early mixing like 2D and 3D.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So much news, so much good stuff. You gonna cover this on the news then? I guess, Brick.
No, we're tomorrow's all Cursed Dead. Cursed Dead.
I see. Okay.
Kickstarter.
Yeah. Because I
right.
heard, I saw you guys were
Save the
talking a
thing.
bit about the Fresh
Check
Monkey
it
Fiction Crimson Moon stuff earlier, and I was like, oh, I wonder if we'll catch that on Brick News tomorrow.
I don't. I tend to not like. It depends on the guests too, if they're interested in talking about something. But I'm not a big military guy in general. But I guess I don't know. Some of the Crimson Moon stuff I do find interesting. I've talked about it before, but especially the occulty stuff. Check this out.
Whoa, wait a minute. What the hell is this?
Check it out. I'll zoom in. I don't know if you can see it.
Look at that little guy.
It's hard to see. But yeah, this stuff is fascinating. And this
All right. That
Fire
is
Battle.
really cool looking.
Anyway, there's all sorts of cool stuff. And
Where do you think those are going to range in price?
Oh,
Rick?
Expensive.
Window
'Cause
shopping.
That's how those toys are. Those
Yeah.
kinds are always pricey. Now, I'm
Not
glad you
not so much the Zoids, but the
yeah, Zoids,
the big old one.
All right. So seeing that last one reminded me of something that Ed had brought up earlier today that I did want to talk about. And Ace, he made a post for Ramen Toy today.
Oh yeah.
Got his first official license. Yeah, right. I see that look there. That first official license for
I'm
an
listening.
actual brand.
What is it?
It is Gatchaman 2.
Yeah, he's announced it before. Gotcha, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing
and,
the ship, right?
Yeah.
And figures, little figures.
Little
say, it
figures
didn't look
show
that
up.
big.
1/24th
Holding
or
his
something?
hand.
Yeah, they're really.
They're
tiny.
gonna scale with the red gull wing.
Yeah, it's whatever size his mask is, I think.
Yeah. But
Keenan.
can I just say overall, like I'm really proud and I'm glad to see we're getting again, he's got a full license and he can make stuff. And at a brand that's not really getting any love at all right now with Gatchaman or Battle for Planets, more
Storm
from the US, you know what it is. I think, yeah. But again, I don't look at much Storm. So, but I've had to avert my gaze because they almost stole my soul with Mortal Kombat. Those figures look so freaking good. I love them, especially when they did all the retro costume ninjas. Like I want to jump in on Storm so bad.
Can we talk about the fact that Ace is giving for Zika Toys the Mystery Machine, which is they're calling the Misery Machine?
Yeah,
How
that
easy
is
it's going to be to take the Jada Scooby Doo figures and put it with that?
Right? Oh, ooh, I didn't even think about that yet. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Were you going to bring up the photos? I
I'm
gotta
scrolling
say,
back
it's interesting because it's like Gatchaman 2, and I don't have the same connection to those ships, those versions of the Phoenix that I do the first, and also the scale isn't my thing. So like, I got super excited when I heard that he got the license. If he ends up doing like Marshall and Aviators of whatever they're called, Heroes of Aviation or something like that. That scale in Gatchaman 2, I'd totally be down for those, but I'm not really in the market for that. The ship that I'm not familiar with and or not as into.
Quickly,
Right. So
back
here
to
we
this
go.
Misery Machine.
Here it is, kind of.
Jada could make their own Mystery Machine, right? Like so.
Yeah, they could for sure.
I feel like that's
depends. I mean, they could.
I feel like they would.
Yeah.
I mean, they make vehicles. They make RC vehicles and they make
Hot
you know
Wheels vehicles.
scale die-cast vehicles. And
I can't imagine that Jada would make Scooby Doo figures without planning on making the van.
Or at least having it as a consideration in the back of their minds, depending on
Right.
how well the line does.
Right,
Right.
exactly. Yeah.
I'm looking at the Misery Machine and I'm like, I wouldn't put the Scooby Doo figures in that. It doesn't fit the aesthetic.
Too modern.
But anyway,
I would like to say, you know, if G.I. Joe fans were also Scooby fans, they would be saying, oh, how can you make Scooby Doo figures and not have a van? You know, like the whole, like, how can I have CoverGirl and not have a Wolverine? I wish
I was just about to bring that up, punk. Man, give me.
Although in that picture of Ace, was that Wes in the background with a gun, with a pew pew looking for him? Because I'm telling you, Wes is coming for him. You guys, you're gonna hear that story about Wes catching him.
Who's Wes? Yeah, you sent me the video before.
Oh my goodness, Wes is the guy
That is the Bandito.
He's the guy that's got a thing against Ace for the file.
The tattoo guy.
Yeah.
He made the file for the what is it? Gloria's the machine for math.
The shark.
And supposedly it didn't work out with the person who made, but then he made it on its own, and Wes was losing his mind. So you don't get him. Just saying. I've had conversations with that guy for man.
Yeah, Ace has a bit to continue.
It was pretty dirty. Let's just
Do you know who owns the Mystery Machine, Punk?
What?
I said,
Fred?
Do you know who owns the Mystery Machine?
Fred? Oh, she would be Fred.
No.
Who owns it?
Daphne.
Really?
Daphne's father gave the Mystery Inc. a loan to buy that van.
Oh. They do a good job not letting a girl drive.
Yeah, that was the 70s, man.
Yeah, I
also
there.
think, like, wasn't it too, like, he fully funded the Mystery Incorporated, like the actual Mystery Inc.
Starting it, yeah.
I really didn't know there was a backstory.
Part of that was the van.
Yeah, I had no idea there was a backstory to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sick paint job, that's for sure. I know he didn't pay for that. That had to be like Freddie. Here we go. Zika toys.
It occurred to me, is Zika the one that tried to do Sectars?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's an interesting
Zeke is the one
collaboration.
that's doing like what is it? Space Odyssey 2099 Eagle ship right now.
Yeah.
They have it on a Kickstarter, or at least it was on Kickstarter.
It was on a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I don't know how well it did.
I don't think it funded because it was really expensive.
Yeah,
but here it is.
Yeah, but check the comments.
Well,
Zoinks.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It
quite
definitely
work
needs. It needs to be
model-wise.
more Volkswagen old school van, but
But like I was saying, I think I was saying in the Clubhouse chat, there was in the Palo Alto, there was a van just like that, without all the lights on top and spoiler, where they painted that thing.
This looks similar to the one that they used in the actual live action movie.
Which I never saw.
Because that was
a Matthew Lillard is Shaggy, so good that he now does the voice for Shaggy.
He does. Yep, he does the voice for Shaggy now.
You mean is that the same Matthew Lillard that was on Skate TV? With
Yeah.
Skate
Yeah.
And Scream.
Scream fame, Serial Mom. If you're a John Waters fan,
13 Ghost.
Salt Lake City Punk.
Oh man.
SLC
Punk. SLC Punk. Oh yes, Brick. Thank you.
That was an interesting.
That was John.
Oh, was it?
I'm from
sorry.
Salt Lake, so
Yeah, who brought it up first?
they filmed some of that in my hometown.
Nice.
All right, so
You were born and raised SLC?
No, I was born in Peru, but raised in
in Peru,
Utah.
So that Zika mystery van.
Yeah, the
Misery van.
Misery
Misery.
machine. It's called the Misery Machine.
Okay.
Here, I got the better pictures here now.
It goes on pre-sale next Friday, and they haven't announced a price yet.
I thought Zika Toys was on because they contacted me about wanting to do a live stream with them.
Yeah, because they were promoting their Eagle from this.
Eagle Force. They did Eagle Force too, didn't they?
They did a couple Eagle Force back in the day.
What's
They've
Eagle
done,
Force?
They've done all sorts of scales, like 12-inch figures, 112, 118.
Oh, Eagle Force was the little gold diecast people, right?
Yeah.
So who is making this for them?
Ramen is making this for
Okay.
Zika Toys.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I'm like that.
Right.
Yeah,
that's the bread van.
It's the bread van. It's the
I was gonna say,
the price. The price is $190. It's in this post here. They list the price, so it's $190. Which again, yeah, not bad. I love
Well,
the
with
fact
all
that
the
the
paint
tires say
hits.
killer performance.
Yeah, with all the paint hits, I guess it's all good.
Is it based on something?
I like the
the actual.
It's just their
Misery
version of a.
machine?
It's basically
It's a
them
zombie
getting
van.
It's basically them getting a mystery machine without calling it the mystery machine. And
Right, but then
do
they
that.
changed it up so much that like it doesn't.
Yeah.
18 van.
That's
It
what I'm
puts out-
saying. It doesn't
but
really
also
work.
the artwork, like
Yeah,
the whole misery.
it's the
it says
same vibe.
misery machine.
Yeah, I mean, like clearly they put the zombie on here. You got like a body count going up the side of the door. You know,
I don't really understand the pitch. Like if
Bloody
this were me,
handprints.
if I wanted to sell, here's my pitch. If I wanted to sell some of those vans and I was willing to paint them, I would full on do like the 70s fantasy.
Oh yeah, for
airbrush
sure.
art
Give
on
me
the
the
side.
Rosetta
Put some
panel
Rosetta
van.
on the side.
Yes.
Yeah, and just go like here. And I suspect, that reference would be on the nose enough for people to be like, okay. But this is like it's the.
I'd buy a
mystery
collection of
machine, kinda.
Right. The thing is you could buy that white basic bread van for $100 and probably get someone to paint it just like the mystery machine for the $90, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
are you?
Dude, put like Aerothere on the side of one.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was just thinking. Like, I'd buy a,
if you got the white Red Raider or the black one, you could easily print out a water slide decal of a Mythic Legions or Frazetta Girls, whatever, right? And put it on there.
Yeah.
Just make it like Chong Man, dude.
Yeah.
Right?
right. I was just thinking up in smoke, baby.
Yeah. Hey,
All right.
Pendeco.
So Greg mentions he got the A-Team van. I'm just realizing here I've completely left the chat alone for far too long here. Yeah, and that's essentially what it's going for here, Todd, for sure.
Yeah, it's just a homage without having to get a license.
Now,
Right.
has anyone else seen the movie Midnight Madness?
I don't think anybody's seen that movie.
Is that like a JCPenney?
It is from
Kmart.
78 or 79, I think. It's about a road rally in California. It's actual Michael J. Fox's
Sounds
first
familiar.
movie. And there is a van that this needs to be painted after. And I have it up here. It is fucking amazing.
Well,
And if you see
Bring
the
it down.
movie,
Let's show it.
let me present it really quick here. And I think that if you watch the movie, I think a lot of people might remember the movie. But it is hard to find now.
Madsen says he's seen it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there we go.
And it has like an observation bubble on the top here. It has a computer in it. But this movie is awesome. It has Pee Wee Herman in it. This is an awesome ass road rally. See the observation bubble?
All right, I gotta check this movie out because this is
It is
clearly
so
where
good.
they got the paint job for the Murph Mobile from. They inverted the observation dome and filled it with licorice in the Mercmobile. Wait. Where's the red phone go to? Who the fuck are they calling?
They call anyone they want. He's rich.
This is old. This is even pre Cannonball Run, huh?
Right.
Oh, this is like. So we all know that you've seen
Oh
this.
wow,
nerd.
Yeah, they ride scooters.
That was Marilyn Manson, right?
Yeah, and you guys.
Oh, look at the silk, man! The silk pajamas. Ooh.
You guys have seen the Fat Twins before, right?
Yeah, I'm digging moo-moos and caps, though. Just saying.
Yeah.
The one before had the good silk pajamas.
Anyway.
Great. No. Friggin'
Find the
thank
movie.
you.
If you can find the movie and watch it, it's actually made by Disney. It is hard to find, though.
Speaking of Cannonball Run, you could take that ramen van and make it into the ambulance. Get a Dom DeLuise as Captain Chaos, and you're golden.
Man. What was the name of the other dude? The dude with the wacky
eye.
eyes, the doctor?
Oh, what the hell was his name?
I saw him on a bunch of westerns too, and I would do Gunsmoke and
he was on he was on a lot of westerns.
A bunch of westerns, and he was like obviously younger, so he was kind of a badass bad guy.
I could totally buy the movie off Google Play for $3.59.
Is it up there?
It's on Amazon Prime. It's on Amazon Prime for $3.59. Google Play $3.59. If you're fancy with your Apple TV, $3.99, and Fandango $3.99. So it looks like it is available digitally now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I actually have it on. Somehow
I'm so gonna buy it.
It is awesome. It is so stupid that it is awesome.
I'm digging it. Yeah.
You can watch it with your kid. Like, there's nothing in it that's wrong. But Michael J. Fox isn't even Michael J. Fox yet.
Nah.
And the lead guy is the guy from American Werewolf, or what is it? American Werewolf in London.
Yep.
You got to send the
Which is only going to make me want to hunt down that freaking Kessler Wolf more now.
What did Michael J. Fox go by back then? Just Michael Fox, or
Michael Fox? Mike Pee Wee Herman's in it.
Yep.
Paul Rubens, or
is Paul Rubens?
Yeah,
he's Pinball City prop.
Yes,
I'm looking at the cast now.
Like they go and get quarters at the arcade, and he pulls out this 6-shooter gun, and he puts it in his hand and he fires it, and just all these tokens come out. It's awesome.
Great. I'm digging it. Yeah, I will definitely have to.
Rick, the doctor's name in the Cannonball Run was Dr. Nicholas Van Helsing, played by Jack Elam.
He was called Van Helsing?
Yeah.
I never caught that as a kid.
Me neither.
Didn't pick it up. Now we can't not pick it up. Like, really? Oh, man. And now I just went back to my tab, too, where I'm debating on buying yet another Primal Kilowort. But I guess I should get the Kessler Werewolf first to see if I can get it delivered in like 2 days.
Do it.
Well, like, I kind of wanted it to be here tonight so I could open it up and then have it for Friday or Thursday's episode. And then I'm gonna pre-order both the NECA and the Syndicate Collectibles Howling Wolf, so that I can compare those when they come out. Plus, again, just like to make a pack of werewolves and be able to like kind of just put them all side by side and actually have them look different. Because even between the two Howling werewolves, like, with the two different brands, they both look very different from one another, which I'm all for.
Punk, what you drinking?
Arnold Palmer.
Something non-alcoholic.
It's always something non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Well, you cracked a can. That's why. Oh, it's an Arnold Palmer in a can.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of them Arizona ones. One of the best teas ever made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Half and half.
Well, I was thinking about Thursday though. When you said Thursday, didn't I hear Punk on Thursday actually say out of his mouth? He said his tank. It was weird.
He's not the one that said it wasn't a tank.
Oh,
I do not say that.
I heard him say his tank the other day.
He didn't make a video about that.
That Thursday with a friend was really good though. It was actually a really good show. I was
That was
tasting
with
it while I
Gaz?
watched it. It was good. Yeah.
That was the one after.
Well, that was 2 weeks ago.
No, it was, no,
but
last
yeah.
week was good too though.
With Spec,
Yep.
let me say something. That whole show, when I had the idea to do it, that was exactly what it was about. I knew nothing about Spec. Didn't realize he was an army brat and that he traveled around. Like, that's exactly what I wanted from that show from day one.
That was a good one.
So, you know, I also was like, I can't wait to talk to someone about suicide. And I got that 2 weeks in a row.
Wasn't that like
two guys over here? Two guys over here.
Too.
You want the real story? You want us to give you the fluff?
I give you the fluff. That's just not nearly as interesting.
I was okay. Just it was unexpected, as I tell everyone.
I kept it light.
So, I gotta say, the dagger that comes with Elmira, I'm pretty sure, or I said Elmira.
Hug you and squeeze you.
I think
Pinky and
this,
brain?
like, the Delta 17 K bar is bigger than this. Like, this thing is so tiny. And I can, where am I supposed to? I better not ask that. Okay, there it is.
Bend over and I'll show you. No.
That's how
Yeah.
I feel. I got
No,
the
she's-
Protector of Metropolis figure, and his glasses are so small, I'm afraid to actually even put them on my fingers.
Well, I noticed there's that little loop on the very front of her belt that I just thought was like a decorative decision, but no, that's clearly where that goes, so I can just leave it there and it'll stay there. No need to move
Boobies.
it, take it anywhere.
Boobies.
You want to see him, Kenny? Here you go.
Yeah. Yep. Otta. South Park. Otta. Otta. Oh, that's it.
That's
Yep.
it. What did you expect?
I don't know.
I'll get some tassels. I know Thanos knows a guy, so
Just some stars. Just put a couple stars on there.
I'll get some tassels, and that'll make the illusion better.
There you go.
But
Just
yeah,
have the
I needed
toys
that.
covering up where the nipple should be. That's what I did.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, now I'm going to open mine.
You're Elvira. Do go for it. Open her up.
It's sitting in the garage. I have to go find it. Thankfully, I did do the inventory on my phone, so I know exactly which bin has which figure, which is completely unlike me.
Love
But
that.
the fact that I have the black and yellow tubs, there's no way I would find anything as many tubs as I have in there. So I did a good
Right.
thing. Yay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to heat her up a little bit more and pop her out for the winking face because
So I
classic.
I
look.
assembled the head. Actually got it all together and it fit together.
Did you just need the neck piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a couple of connecting joints.
Yeah.
So, but pretty cool. Now I'm working on part of the torso. But having a little.
So you getting the hang of the
issue.
instructions then?
Yeah.
He's fluent in Japanese already. You wouldn't believe it.
I do wish I could actually read it because, like, there's certain things. It's like I probably should have assembled this in a slightly different order because I'm having trouble getting the chest
Have
piece
you?
to go in.
Did you already look? Sorry, but did you look on their website to see? Because sometimes they'll have like a PDF.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
All right, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know that that's true, but like
I'd do that with that Johnny 5 Lego thing I bought. It actually came with
Right.
some way to translate it. And it
Yeah, they give you like a link,
the
right?
Rattler.
Mhm.
The Rattler's there, huh?
There is a QR code here, so I'm gonna.
There you go.
Did you grab that from KB?
Punk,
or
what toy are you playing with?
Oh, me?
I was wondering this the other day. I just ran out and got it. That is Big Ben's head on an Operation Monster Force. It's the only Joe that has the neck system, and it does fit.
Neat.
Interesting.
And it actually looks kind of good too.
Well, yeah, he has all the green on him, so it actually fits perfect.
Yeah.
It fits in the story too, so he doesn't get the sleepwalker gas on.
Yeah, and it's just a different looking head, and I don't ever use this one. I kind of regret not getting two Big Bens because I have his regular head on, but I wanted to run down and grab it because I've been sitting here looking at all these figures that I'm kind of swapping around. But
that looks really good.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
I'm gonna be swapping out so many of those Valivers because as the packs come through, we have. I mean, Ed knows there's so many damn heads on these fucking figures right now, with so many different accessory packs that, yeah, all those Valivers figures that I was probably gonna dump. Now I'm probably gonna be.
Hey, Brick.
Them.
Look how cold I am.
Oh, damn.
It's freaking 5.
Are you saying that because I put my thing back on?
I'm actually starting to get cold. My back is fucking killing me too, man. Jeez.
I was gonna say, like,
I went out to recycle a bunch of packaging.
I'm hurting so bad right now.
We're 33 degrees and we're supposed to be getting a blizzard tomorrow, according to I don't know, everybody. All 6 inches of it.
Yeah, we're at 5. we're low as -1 right now. So
I gotta laugh the way people freak out around here. They're like, "Oh my god, there could be 6 to 12 inches," which chances are we're probably going to end up on the lower side of that. And the way people just start freaking out.
Well, you tell most women they're going to get 12 inches and they're freaking out.
Yeah, but they're not running to the store to grab bread.
Mm-mm. You know, all the guys in prison, they always got worried when they were going to get 12 inches.
But they were.
I've been not all of them.
Tuesday we're supposed to be at -3 on Tuesday, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, we're supposed to get to -10 on Monday.
Yeah, we got over 4 feet of snow. We're supposed to get another 1.5 foot. So
yay!
Kids, there's all the Entertainment Earth. Came through that whole wave.
Gotcha.
Stay tuned for traffic at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
Oh, we got gridlocked on the I-25 corridor.
We haven't talked about Diamond filing bankruptcy yet.
I mean, what more can we say about that? I know Mega J did a big stream about it, talking about it with Carlos, Jorge, and all. And honestly, I'd say one of the best pieces of information we got, and Danny Green, don't want to leave Danny out, but I'd say one of the best videos talking about it really came from our boys at Hella Dope. You know, directly getting the email, kind of just putting out there what the facts are. Like, they're going to be doing a bit of a restructure and trying to sell off some assets and, you know, hopefully trying to keep themselves afloat. It would be, it'd really suck to see them go, especially considering, again, like, they are a distributor to a lot of the smaller guys, especially. But at the same point, it's kind of like they gotta find their footing. You know, right now they're not making it the way they gotta be. So.
I'll tell you what, that's where some of these toy stores are getting stuff a little bit earlier, where Entertainment Earth takes their sweet old time. I'm actually surprised how many people were getting this, the Xandar and
yeah, he just popped up out of nowhere for people.
So Entertainment Earth started shipping those out to, again, before anyone says I ordered it from them and I haven't got it, they ship out to their distributors first, or the shops first. But Diamond Select is the one that I believe John from Sergeant Reds has been getting stuff faster and cheaper. So if they don't, if they restructure and it hurts them with their Hasbro stuff, I think you might see a lot of these toy stores take even longer to get stuff.
a lot of independent toy stores have to go through Diamond because they can't really afford to be buying the volumes that some of the brands require.
Yeah.
So Diamond is sort of the intermediary that will buy from these brands that have higher kind of buy-ins.
Was the same with EE.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're so slow. That's they're so slow. So,
and it's crazy how fast they've been doing Masters of the Universe. Like all the stuff that I've gotten early has been Entertainment Earth.
Yeah, just this last month is the most I've ordered from a month or so.
But I got that collector like a month before, and
And
was
it's
from EE.
what's funny about that is 2-3 years back, right? I pre-ordered my Tila and Zwar 2-pack from EE because they were like a couple bucks cheaper than from BBTS, and everybody who pre-ordered from BBTS was getting all their stuff in, and I was like waiting. It took me like an extra 6 months.
That's crazy
to get it from EE. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, it's cool. I know it was on the way, but
I got, oh no, you know what I was thinking? I got the Skeletor and Screech one from Amazon first, and then I got the first wave, which had that solid green line, and then I got the next one, which was a faded green. I don't know, that it was a very small difference, but
right.
I don't know. Shit. Yeah, I told you too, Kenzo. I ended up getting him, right?
Oh yeah, he told me.
Okay.
Yeah, either way, I've got
I remember
more of them
telling you
sitting
now.
in the closet anyway, so yeah.
I like that Mecha Neck came with them. He's freaking.
Yeah, he's cool. He's pretty cool, man. He's not bad.
I say I am impressed with Turtles of Grayskull right now, like the newer stuff that they got coming.
Yeah, this whole wave was pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
But just quickly back to that Diamond thing, I think they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, basically. Like it's
right.
They're not going out of business. What they're attempting to do is keep the sort of creditors and debtors at bay while restructuring. I think what happened is over the last few years, that COVID bubble that a lot of companies that are involved in expendable income saw this huge growth through COVID where everybody had free money and nothing better to do. And I think they got into more things. They got into more brands. They got into more lines. They were shipping to more stores. A lot of those stores shut down. The market, has kind of collapsed. Like that bubble burst. And so there's less shops asking for product. There's too much product probably in the market right now. So essentially, I think what they're probably trying to do is legally downsize and get rid of a bunch of people where they don't have to pay people severance and they don't have to pay, certain lease. They can break lease agreements if they have a warehouse that they don't need anymore. If they've got 3 and they're going to go down to 1, it allows them the flexibility to kind of do all that stuff. So when everybody sort of jumps on this, like, oh, Diamond's shutting down, they're not trying to shut down. Like the announcement wasn't Diamond is done and they're out. The announcement was that they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the same as a company being bankrupt.
Right.
It's also has to be filed publicly. So there's no reason for them to sort of hide it or pretend it's not happening. It's happening in a lot of different industries as well. I sell bicycles, and in the bicycle world, there's like a pretty famous brand that essentially is doing the same thing, and people jump to the same conclusion, like they're out of business, and it's like no.
So they're still going to be around. Long story short, they'll be around. They'll still be around.
I
they're
think
just
they
trying to
will.
figure
I mean,
out how they will
exactly, and I
sell
think
off. And
I think
remain
they
solvent.
probably have a pretty good idea of where they need to be to move forward from this, and so
This
it's
is just
just
some process, I wish they
and I think they get 90 days or something like that to.
I was trying to
go
rack my
through the
brain this
process.
whole time we were talking. Like, who was it that broke it down? I think it was Jonathan, Nostalgia Unbox, on Friday with Hatter, and he was just like, it was similar to what Adam said, but it was just like, yeah, it was just explaining the process. It's not going anywhere. This is what it means. And he was just so matter of fact and deadpan. He's like, okay, can we talk about something else?
Yeah, I mean,
what does suck is that as you know, you've identified a lot of these small businesses who can't afford to go direct with like Hasbro or Mattel, and obviously not even McFarlane's not an option. But like, there's that. But then all the actual comic book stuff is
the
rough,
other side of it too. The
because-
people that are selling to Diamond are
Right.
screwed if Diamond
So they're
goes
like, what do
under.
we now do? Like, how do we move our product while this is all happening? And because things have shifted, where the big guys have their own. They've handled their own distro. DC's handling their own. Marvel's doing, was it Penguin? I think.
Yeah, Penguin.
And none of those companies will not touch anything independent because they've got their own stuff, and so it just leaves this like vacuum for the independents. Like, how are we going to get our product out there to shops and everything?
I will say this though, like a lot of the two local comic shops that I frequent have been getting like back, like their shipments, their Wednesday shipments don't show up from Diamond.
Yeah.
So like, you know, even for the local people who they are supporting, they're not even supporting them because that's bad for their
Right.
business, right? If you don't have new comic books on Wednesday, they got to push those sell dates later, and then people go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, for the independents, where else do you go? That's the thing. Is like there
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
there isn't a backup. There isn't another
There's not.
option. It's not if you're you know, for all the criticism that Steve Jeppy and Diamond have gotten over the last few years for you know, being a monopoly, and when DC left, there was a whole bunch of people that were sort of like, it's about time, you know, like it's about time that somebody else
Right.
tries it. And Steve Jeppy kept saying, like, if somebody else wants to do this, they're welcome to do it, because
But no one
the
has.
margins are $0 and it's a whole lot of work. And, you know, there's less and less return. You know, every year the margin, you know, erodes to the point where he was saying 3 or 4 years ago, like in the height of the bubble, he was like, this is not easy. Like, there is not a lot of money to be made here. So anybody that's criticizing us as a monopoly really doesn't sort of have the whole picture. And I actually saw somebody say, like, remember to blame DC if Diamond goes under and all these independents kind of have to shut down, because for the longest time, you know, Diamond was making money because they were the only game in town. And when the big guys went, you know what, we're going to take our ball and go play somewhere else, they kind of left a weird sort of hole, because how is Diamond supposed to make up? You know, DC and Marvel probably makes up 80% of the comic books at any comic book shop. In terms of sales, not in terms of like titles on the wall, but in terms of sales, like Batman and Spider-Man, you know, are gonna, like, there's 11 Batman titles. Like, it's crazy how much they've got. So to like take those away from your business, like, you know, imagine you're a restaurant and you serve, you know, burgers and salads and pizza, and burgers and pizza decide they're going somewhere else. You're like, well, we're a salad restaurant now. It's like your customer base is going to be like, we're out, like, we're done.
Yeah.
So it's just a broken model that, like, there's nobody's making money, and then people kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, for all the independent guys, if Diamond goes away, it's not like Penguin's gonna go, oh, hey, Dynamite, you know, come on over here. Like, hey, Boom Studios, like, the DC distributor is happy to they don't care. They don't want that business because it's not profitable.
Right.
It is not a profitable model, and it hasn't been for a long time. So this does not surprise me at all, and I think it was bound to happen sooner or later.
The other concrete piece that was interesting was, like, some of it's as simple as, like, well, not simple, but they have several warehouses.
Yeah.
And it's like, we want to consolidate to one.
Yeah.
You know, so some of it is something you can figure out. Some of it, I don't know what's going to happen to Diamond Select. I don't know what's going to happen to Gentle Giant. You know, they are actively shopping. They are shopping those around for somebody else to buy.
Well, they've sold off, like they sold off they had like a gaming component too, which they'd already sold off. And I think they'd laid off a whole bunch of people, and like they've been moving in this direction for a while. So I think this is like the kind of last step, and this sort of allows them a little bit more flexibility. And I don't know exactly how it works. I am not a corporate bankruptcy lawyer. I don't know how it works, but my understanding is that it just gives them a little bit of breathing space where they can kind of move their pieces around, you know, without penalty kind of thing, for a short period of time. And then, you know, if they can't get to a certain agreed upon point financially, then they by default will have to like sell off or whatever. But yeah, it's not as dire as I think people want it to be, who like to sensationalize things of this nature.
Yeah, it's more fun to say it's going out and it's going bye-bye, right?
It definitely gets people more interested.
The ship is sinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
My dear Lord, there was a fire. What?
But you know, you got to
like I said, I'm glad they're taking the steps they need to protect themselves.
Yeah. Comic books is a funny one because like the turnaround time between, you know, when you submit the product to be made and the product being shipped to the consumer is very, very short. So it's very different for them because they've already got, you know, they've solicited, you know, Previews magazine gets sent out to all the shops, and all the shops have their orders in for the next 2 months. So they know exactly what they will sell in the next, you know, 60 to 90 days. So it feels, it would be weird to see it fail in the sense that you've already, you know what your market is for the next few months, and you can sort of project off of that, like what you're going to have for sales going forward, like so long as all the titles that you stock continue to be available, like you have the numbers in front of you. You can pretty accurately probably predict the comic book stuff. I think the unpredictability and the difficulty is probably in more of the toys and memorabilia and paraphernalia that sort of comes along with the comic book business. So I wouldn't be surprised if you know, Diamond came out of this doing less of that stuff and leaning more into the comic book stuff, or just sort of going back to the roots of the comic book stuff. But
I gotta imagine they lose a lot on their statues, right? Like, because those things got to sit around forever.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is them trying to get out of a lot of that stuff.
Right. Because if it's just sitting around and nobody's buying it, it's taking up space, warehouse space, which is a cost of money in terms of, again, who knows how many different warehouses they have to store stuff in or where they can, or even storing in just more product that's got a higher turnaround rate. So it like comes in, it goes out, comes in, goes out, you know, like, because that's realistically what they want as a distributor. They don't want product just sitting. And you know, I think right now, like, action figures are a lot hotter than statues, whereas before a lot of these properties we may have only had statues for because they weren't doing action figures. But now so many things are getting action figures instead. I think I'd prefer to pose my own and put it on a shelf than have it pre-posed. Right? Yeah, unarticulated action figures.
But that's us.
Articulated
action figure collectors.
Right, we're a bunch of toy guys to begin with,
Yeah.
so that just makes sense for us. But yeah, there was a reason I wouldn't buy statues because I didn't like the fact that I couldn't pose it myself. Like one of the few statues I had for a long time was the The Witcher 3 Collector's Edition came with a statue of Geralt and even the God of War. Like, I'd get statues with my Collector's Edition games, but that was it. Like, I didn't want a statue from whatever random. Like, I'm not sitting out there and going, like, Sideshow Collectibles or Gentle Giant or Tweeterhead and being like, yeah, let me get this $300-400 statue. Like, you know, no, I'm gonna buy a $300 or $400 collector's edition of a game that comes with a statue as well.
Yeah, I will say the Iron Studios X-Men Sentinel display. That thing is beautiful.
That is sick. I can't deny that. I mean, I certainly can't deny the artistry behind those statues. Don't get me wrong, because I love it, absolutely love it. Think a lot of them look great. I want something I can play around with a little bit more.
Yeah,
and if I get bored of its pose, I can change it up and repose it, you know?
Yeah. And the other thing that I've never understood on that note is, like, in 2025, there's the internet. Like, I could bring up a picture of that thing, maybe even some video. No, I'm totally being facetious. It's gonna be the same every time versus, like, my figures where I can pair them up with those. Like, it's a dope display. It's already, like, you know, has a dio and everything, and that's it. It's that one thing forever. Versus, like, oh, I can pair these figures together. I can pose them up. I can do whatever. You just can do more, and then not to mention pop and swap and all that other stuff. So I've just never personally understood it. But there's, you know, people buy different kinds of things.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of collectible,
absolutely.
right?
And
You're collecting statues. Like, it's
A lot of people collect statues though because they don't want to say they collect action figures, so they collect statues. So
true. Yes,
It's more
If you're-
sophisticated, right?
If you're a Batman fan, but you don't want to be perceived as immature and childish,
right?
You can buy a statue and sort of skirt the idea of, like, oh no, this is a very, very high-end statue of Batman.
Well,
It's
I
not
wonder how true that is, and if so, those folks, I'm sorry, I really.
I would love to have a conversation with somebody that is telling themselves that, and
because you're like
someone comes to your house and goes like, "Hey, Batman, cool, nerd."
Right.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if it moves or not. They're not. They don't
like
care.
in your head, you're like
The person they're worried about doesn't care.
And to Oz's point, as far as, well, actually, I'm sorry, to Brick's point, as far as 2025, also people like me can pull it up and actually find something very similar, and I can print the damn thing and paint it myself and spend $20 on the file as opposed to spending $800 or $900 like some of the things I've seen on BBTS. So
I mean, but the
and
materials,
a lot of those are really good.
But we're also out of box collectors. You have to remember that there's people that collect figures and just leave them in a box. And again, Brick's the exact same thing. I say to myself, why don't you just look at it online? You get what do you need to own it for? That doesn't even make sense to me, because you're not engaging with the item. You're just holding it and going, let me just put this away carefully on the shelf. I'm never gonna open it. Like, why do you need to own it? If you're never gonna. It's like you half own it at that point.
I've been stopped.
I'm always curious. Is there a YouTube channel? Is there a Clubhouse somewhere where there's a bunch of dudes talking about the cardboard boxes that they own? Like, what does that conversation sound like? What does that?
Do you want to make a video topic on that?
I'll say this.
It'll make a lot of people angry.
No, I mean, I've heard people talk
a lot of weirdos
about,
that collect things in box.
Yeah, I mean, they're very like, no, I can't. I got to buy more than one.
I used to be an inbox collector.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna pick your brain. Hold on a second.
I'll tell you why.
Let's put it in the center.
Let's unpack this.
Let's change the layout. Here we go. Go.
Okay. So,
do we need to bring in the rapist? I mean, the therapist.
Whoa.
I was an inbox collector for one line, just one line, and it was the NECA Pacific Rim. And it was more out of me just enjoying the character. Like, I had Toy Biz Lord of the Rings figures prior to that, like Power Ranger figures. Always played with them. For whatever reason, something in me was just like, I just want to display them in their Jaeger form, like just in the box. The box had a cool design. It was a blister box, and so I don't know. They just looked clean. All of them were in the same size. The kaijus were in the bigger boxes, and so they were just a clean overall aesthetic. And I had the whole line, and so like I just kept them in box as I was collecting them. I never, opened them, and eventually I did, because I just asked myself, like, am I ever going to sell these figures? And I love the Pacific Rim so much that I was like, no, I'm never going to sell these figures. So what's the point of keeping them in box? And I cracked them all open. But it was just more of like the visual.
And you regretted it.
I never regretted it. Never.
Was it cathartic to open those?
It was. So I like the smell of like that plastic.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if anyone else does, but
dude, I smell my shoes when I open them out of the box. I put my face right in the shoe for like 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
you're never gonna smell like this again.
Never again. Nope. But yeah.
Do you put your lips on them?
Just smelling.
Now, kid.
No, I think it was more for me. It was like an aesthetic. Like it was a display. It's like kind of like how I display art. Is just like up on the wall, all in one thing. Like,
but you were opening other stuff too at the same time.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I was just one line that I wasn't in box. Yeah.
No, I get that. I mean, there's.
Like, I can understand that part.
Yeah, I have a very limited amount of things that I haven't opened, but in most cases, it's like I bought 2 of something, or 3 or 4 or 5.
Right.
And it's sort of like I have one. Like I could kind of go through the list because they're all like sitting very close to me. Like I have, a Playmates Donatello. I have the first classified Snake Eyes. I have Animal Wars of the Kingdom Pale. Like just certain ones, and they're not in box because I think the value is going to increase or anything like that, but just as like a memento. Of like a line that I really like. What else do I have?
What about getting them signed? Because look, I've got obviously a bunch of loose Sergeant Slaughters, but this one that came with the Hasbro crossover, I'd get this one signed by him, and then the Leatherneck signed by Ron Rudat because that's his face likeness.
What?
On the figure.
Bullshit.
Sorry, that took me a second.
No, I mean that's different, right? Like that's a you're collecting that piece as like that's a different that I totally understand.
Yeah, because
I'm talking about people that have an entire collection of toys wrapped in plastic and cardboard.
Yeah, but have classified Leatherneck, you get that signed by Lawrence.
I kind of
the vintage one. I'm gonna get the one signed by Rudat.
After hearing John,
I'll be signing them.
I kind of retract a little bit. Like if it's like a thing where you're like hanging on the wall. When you said hanging on the wall, I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's like if it becomes sort of like a decorative thing, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
But like literally, if you've got bins of stuff in boxes,
yeah, that's different. Yeah.
I can't wrap. I mean,
I don't get that either.
More power to you. You're totally allowed to do what you want to do, but I feel like you're missing out on a bunch of really cool stuff that's inside the boxes and what you can do with them.
That jumbo collection of Masters of the Universe I have up on the wall in box, but that is such a cool look because it's got the old school vintage look to it, but it's a gigantic freaking box. It's like the 12-inch figure in package. I don't want to open those up, so I have those up on the wall and some other ones. Like Duplico, Manny Faces. I don't know. I have that Moss Man from the CGI line because that one I couldn't open just because of the value of it, and all I would do was sit it on the castle. For some reason, that thing is worth over $100. Just that Moss Man from the CGI line, and some other ones. I have the 4 Horsemen signed Disco Skeletor that I haven't opened up. So
yeah, like 1 or 2 pieces like that. Well, again, I feel bad and it comes across as really judgy. Like I get it if that's your thing. I just I guess I started it saying I don't get it because I can just look at those statues, whatever.
Yeah, I don't get it.
But
people can do whatever they want. I've yet to have somebody sort of. I've yet to have an inbox collector sort of convey to me any reason that made any sense to me.
Because I think back in the day, there were folks who were like, "No, it's gonna like the value."
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
But the thing is, like,
so few of them sort of say that anymore. Right. So few of them will admit that.
Finish. I would have just said that it doesn't translate because they realize that's a thing. So why still at this point?
Yeah.
To Ken's
That's
point,
kind of
though,
how
like,
we found.
I want to get these 2014 San Diego Comic Con Pacific Rim end credits Jaeger signed by the as
There
many
you go.
Pacific Rim
There you go.
actors
Right,
that
like
want signed.
yeah. I don't like getting the vintage stuff signed because I think that's pretty cool as it is. Like if I had a vintage carded, so, I mean, I know he only came carded in the Marauders wave, but I wouldn't get that signed, right? Because to me that's epic on its own. But I wouldn't want just the sealed one. I want a loose one as well.
Yeah.
Right. Like I've had it happen. Like my carded Mr. T is a complete one, and then my loose one is not complete. So I've done things like that before. Right.
Yeah.
So, or if it's a variant of something, right? It'd be cool to have that as a collectible because you have something to play with already.
Yeah.
So
Cobb, did that come from the Swamp Thing toys from the 90s?
What, Cynicals?
No, I know they came from the Moss Man, but I'm just joking. Like I'm
Yeah.
totally getting like the Unmen feel
Right,
from
yeah.
the Swamp Thing toys.
They fit pretty cool with them being translucent now.
Yeah, but to the topic of again the inbox versus out of box collecting and all like that. I mean, no matter like whether I can understand it or not, collect what makes you happy. Just don't sit me in a room full of your mint on card collection. And,
Leave me alone in your room with your mint on card collection.
Right. Don't do that to me because you're going to be upset with me.
A couple things are opening up, yeah.
All right. Or if you do, leave it
I'm about to
sleep.
pass out.
All right, Punk, have a good one, brother.
You take
You
care.
guys have a
Take
wonderful
care.
night at 3:30 a.m.
I just too, Larry. Have a good one.
Talk to you guys later.
Later.
That's cool.
Hey, Larry. If you are an inbox collector, open up a couple of your toys and see if you have more fun.
It feels good. Feels real
Feels
good.
good.
And it smells good too, like John said.
Smells good. Smells good. Uh-huh.
Smells good.
Thanos, how far are you on the build?
I've got the torso and the head. I'm assembling a couple more joints right now. Because basically you have to build the joint and then piece it together.
Build around it,
and
then smoke it. Oh, wait.
Like, this is all like this whole sprue is like the joint pieces.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Like it's pretty in depth, but I'm getting it. I don't think I'll finish.
If you're an inbox collector, Stone Cold has one thing to say to you.
No, I like building like the model kits because like you get to kind of see the inner workings of figures, and so that's why.
Yeah,
I like
it's
it.
cool. Like, it's
fun.
like got decent articulation already. There's like the arm joints are here, the leg pegs are here, but can move like pretty well already.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to getting them put together.
Cobb's becoming the kit bash king over there. Look at him, man. He's got the good background.
He's always throwing stuff
and he's
together.
been doing really good with kit bashing.
Yeah.
Well, I do Saturday nights. Mess around over here.
I had my tabs open and I just went back to BBTS. That tab was open and I've got stuff going in my cart. I shouldn't, but I do.
I did actually go back to KB Toy Store and I ordered those Masterverse ones from him too. Stupid, because I know I'm overpaying and I know I'm going to find them anyway.
Well, what I'm,
but I want
somebody
them.
that told me about them earlier said that they are selling out like real quick when they go up.
But
Yeah,
he
so
sends
what-
them like I got mine in like 3 days.
I know. I went earlier. All there was the King Randor. And I was like, shit. I was like, I'll get them.
Yeah, I got all three. I got all three.
I was kind of glad. I was like, that way I'm not overpaying for all of them. I was like,
Yeah,
kind
I
of glad
know
they weren't all
it's
there.
stupid. I don't know why I do it, dude.
I know.
Oh well.
Well, right now I got Necroconda and I've got Reptilex in my cart.
Necroconda's so good, dude.
I got a bunch of stuff from another anti-Tyranny He-Man, Buzz Off, because they're all like $4 or $5.
I'm
you gotta get
eyeing up.
those, Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I'm eyeing up Turtles of Grayskull Beast Band, but I only really want to get them if I can get Slamurai. because
That
I want
armor-
to take the samurai armor pieces and put it on Slamurai so he actually looks more like a samurai than Ninjor, right?
I was gonna say I got that shield
Yeah.
too. If you want to go for that shield too.
I mean, the
You want
shield's
printed?
yeah.
Oh, I got it right here.
Oh, Hey,
This
Steve. Oh, sorry. I think one of us.
No, go
added
ahead,
him
Ken.
and one
Take
of
it
us-
away.
Sorry, I think one of us added him and one of us took him out. Sorry.
As
Multiple mods
as
here.
Steve jumps in, I'm gonna jump out, guys.
All right,
Adam,
All right, Adam, have a good one.
Take care, Adam.
See ya.
That's
cool.
Yeah, see, I just like that because again, it adds a little bit more color. It definitely makes him more distinct from Ninjor.
I made mine into a snake. He's cool.
Yeah.
Steve,
I
your
mean,
background's different. Sorry, keep going.
Everybody
your
else.
background's Your background's different.
Now Steve with the flex on the collection. Look at you.
Oh, he's got some inbox. Let's talk to him. No, just joking.
Those boxes are empty. The other stuff's set up over there and there.
Attaboy.
I was gonna say that's when we talk him into opening them.
They're all open. They just look closed. I love packaging, man. I'm a huge packaging. It's like
Yes.
artwork, right? I love packaging. It's one of my favorite things. But yeah, I also love the loose stuff itself too. You know, to actually put it in your hand, and be like, yeah, ta ta ta. You know, it's awesome.
Ha! You have Ninja Force. I didn't even know.
Yeah, I got some of it. I'm just cracking open. I got about 15 bins of figures here, and I'm finally going through them. That's why I put myself in a different spot. So,
good.
Somebody
call.
sold something.
Are you on your phone or what's going on?
what's what?
Are you on your phone or you got a laptop?
No, I got the laptop.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, I just shattered my mint complete Zartan's heel, of course, because that always happens, right?
Let's see which version of that is though.
Oh, it's version 1.
Oh, well, actually, that's not true. You can get a set of replacement legs though. That's not so bad. It's just you have to take the knee pads off and put them on. That's all.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I got another 1 or 2 kicking around somewhere. I gotta dig.
Yeah.
You know.
You're fine. Yeah.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Good.
Nice to
Good.
see you guys.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Are you hunkered down? You said it's negative what up there?
Negative 19 Fahrenheit, also known as about negative 27 Celsius.
Also known as cold as shit.
It's not too bad. I mean, you know, you put on the right clothes and you're okay. It's just your eyes start to hurt and your lungs hurt a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Your boogers freeze together.
yeah. Yes.
Don't sniffle.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got to 3. We're at 3 right now. That's all right.
That's all right.
Traffic on the 9s. Oh. Steve, did you see my print that I got done? I printed a Yurko special. He did a Hunter bot.
Yeah, you showed me that the other day.
Cool. Nice. Is that FDM, I take it?
Resin.
Oh, resin, yeah.
Yeah, it's on the Jupiter.
Oh, wow. Then you painted it, I take it?
Yeah, I airbrushed it. Yeah.
Nice.
Came out pretty
Kenzo, do you do videos like on your printing?
Not as much as I should. I've done a few in the past. I did a He-Man by LA Figures, and I did a couple others early on, but I once I'm kind of getting back into the mode of making stuff. So I think I'm gonna do a video of that third wall that I'm doing now, but for Grayskull. But
You should.
I should do more.
You should just do time lapses.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing. I sped it up and just
Yeah.
kind of went through it.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
Make it easy.
It's hard because I know how fucking messy I am, and like having a camera in a spot where it's not picking up all my trash everywhere in the fucking camera. That's my biggest problem. But I'm cleaning up, getting it all going, so I'm organizing now. I got a new workbench and stuff. So
Yeah, as long as what's in camera is clean, you're good.
Right.
Just
I got
scoot it off to the side.
Profit good. Yeah. Just kick it over.
Oh, the Tron.
Just like we do with our toys, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thor.
Pick the boxes over.
You hold it up again.
Oh, sorry, Thor KC would just mentioned it. So it's a
wow.
Tron figure. It's here's where I'm guilty. The seal has not been cut. I have not cut it. So this one is in box. So just shut it.
We all got those. You know, we all got one that's just.
No, don't do it.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding.
I forget what's in here, to be quite honest.
Let's see it.
This is one I didn't open yet, but I don't think I'm going to.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And you got that one signed, didn't you, Alan Oppenheimer, on that one, or no?
No. This was
Who
this
had the
actually
one
just
signed?
recently won in an auction or in a
Mikey.
raffle.
Mikey, I
Yeah.
think, has the Alan Oppenheimer signature on his, which just makes sense for that. It's great.
Yeah. This is
And then some people get a tweeter head and get it signed by Alan Oppenheimer, and they act like it's the best thing in the world.
Greatest
And I
thing
think
ever.
they sold it now.
Just like everything else, because Transformers. I want to hang out with Ken and play
Robots.
Transformers. I'm gonna message him over and over and ask him if we could hang out.
Sorry.
I do love that packaging for that Tron, man. That VHS clamshell.
That
is
Yeah,
interesting.
it's some kind of
I
weird.
thought it was a movie when you
version.
pulled it out first. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, it's got this insert that's like a VHS tape
Yeah.
that goes in front of it, and then you got
That is cool.
the dark version of Tron. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
That's cool.
I got a couple of X-Men that came in that little VHS thing, but those were like really generic, and I got them at Ross.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
That was the
love
best plastic-free packaging that Hasbro made.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I agree. I haven't opened. There was a couple I haven't opened yet, so who knows what's in there? I guess.
Crumbled plastic now.
Yeah.
Mystery box, eh?
Yeah.
I found the pudgy pig. The Mighty
I
Morphin.
got a couple of those. Yeah.
The lunchbox
The
one.
big, yeah, the big yellow. Yeah.
Those were fun.
I got 2 of those, and the skin on him is weird.
I love it.
I just thought it was such a weird figure. You know what else I got there was I got Princess Leia's lightsaber. I didn't even know she had one, but it was like the heavy duty.
The force effects, yeah.
Yeah, like that one was pretty cool.
Those
I
are
probably
nice,
need
yeah.
to send it to Allison though, right?
Yeah.
If it was Leia's.
Have to.
Yeah, I got some cool stuff from Ross. I got that Black Panther helmet from Marvel Legends that was like
Oh,
a
yeah,
really
they had Thor's
expensive one.
hammer.
Or mask, I mean, or whatever.
Yeah.
You push the button, it lights up. Paid like $20 for it.
Ooh,
crazy, huh?
All right, guys, I got some late breaking news here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You know, because we crack news at 4:00 in the morning. But this just in about the TikTok thing. Spirit of Halloween taking over TikTok. Just let everybody know. Yeah, I thought that was pretty important. Guys, I'm pretty tired. I'm actually thinking about I'm gonna jump off. Like, I can actually say this right now. There are enough people on screen that you guys could hang out and keep talking. I'll watch in the chat until I pass out because I've had a long day. It was a very odd day for me because I normally don't go hunt NECA.
Very odd.
I am
day.
so glad that I got this
Boobies
figure. Like,
Hold on a second.
again,
Hold her back up.
not
Boobies.
even for that, man. All
Yes,
right,
it is.
all right, we're gonna
Alright,
put her back
here.
up here.
Boobies are life. The rest
Like-
is just details.
You know,
She is good though.
Her
The
beehive
heads-
looks good, man.
really does, and oh man,
I think
she's
I got
just
the red, white, and
outstanding.
blue one. Mine's kind of lame.
Well, I mean, now I'm thinking maybe I should have got the red one just so I could change it up every now and again and be like, ooh, who do I want sitting on my desk today? Do I want black or do I want the red?
Oz, did you see that you can take her robes off and then put it on the Ghost of Christmas Past? Or
I did not, but that's really got me
cool,
some new
especially
ideas
that
now
black-
for that other alternate head.
That head,
yeah.
yeah.
Shoot, now
That's
I think I
awesome.
need to find another one with the black dress so I can go just have one permanently. But again, other cool accessories that work with my collection.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, that's awesome.
It looks kind of like the Crypt Keeper's cousin.
Yeah.
Right? Like got this snake going through, skull with the candles on top. I know, Thanos, you put this in one of your pictures, and I'd asked you where you got it from before, and that's what I was looking to get. And this chalice. And when you get the red one, instead of like green mist coming out of the cup, it's red. Like
Yeah,
again,
that
that's
was
one of
nice.
those difference with the other one. But yeah, that stuff will look good with some of the Necronomina stuff coming out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
All right, Oz, before you go, what you're promoting, brother?
all right. So as you guys may or may not have heard earlier tonight, and if you tuned in a little bit late, this coming up Thursday, we've got another episode of The Frenzy on the Skelevator channel, where we're going to be barking at the moon. You know, it's going to be all about the werewolves. We're coming right off of the Wolf Moon. And it's a really great time. Like this little werewolf fever is kind of caught on, taking us by storm a little bit. It's honestly what made me go pick up this Elvira today, because I was looking for that Kessler wolf. And
since Spirit of Halloween's taking over TikTok, it's perfect timing for it.
Oh, it's perfect timing. Absolute perfect timing. I'm going to go put out a little short clip at Spirit of Halloween. Less than a minute.
Nice.
But yeah, that's what's coming up on the docket this Thursday. Next Friday, catch us on Let's Go Off-World. We're going to be talking about our favorite Arctic themed toys.
And that was fun. I got to join you guys. Yes, that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was too scared to join.
The funny part is I messaged Curtis privately, and I said, hey, would it be cool if I sent out the stream? Because we knew we were going to be a bit light because nobody had really responded, like most of the people that because there was a Let's Go Off-World 2.0 group chat that we all used to get the link from, and then nobody had really responded. Joe had said he was going to be late, but it was really just me and Jeff. Van and Jordan said they could hop on, but they weren't feeling too hot last night, and then we wanted them to get some rest so they could do their thing tonight. And I was like, you mind if I send it out to a couple people who I trust, kind of thing. Like that was a big part of it.
And then I show up.
Because I could have just been just dropped it and just go, hey, I'm gonna go make a post on my YouTube with a StreamYard link. But no. I did ask, and I was like, is it cool if I send the link out? So I know Curtis probably already shot it to Trevor, but I shot a link to Trevor and John. I approached you. I was like, come on, because I saw you in the chat. Like, jump on, it's cool. And any of the guys in the clubhouse, because I dropped it in there too. Like, hey, jump on, let's go off-world. Let's have a clubhouse invasion, kind of thing. Well, because Curtis and Purple Gang been jumping on with us here on Saturdays. I thought it'd be kind of fun to do a little bit of a role reversal and invade the Let's Go Off-World.
I was tempted, but I was recording with Adam yesterday, so it was like, oh, I want to jump on, but
totally understand. But so we'll be talking about our favorite Arctic figures, and again, that's like beyond just like G.I. Joe or there's other Arctic themed figures out there.
No.
Yeah, there is. Well, okay. So it's not Arctic, I guess, because it was Hoth, but like all of the Empire Strikes Back Hoth ground battle scene stuff is like some of my absolute favorite toys.
Yeah, okay.
I thought Hoth is not Arctic.
Well, I mean, it's not on Earth, so they wouldn't exactly call it Arctic. I mean, I don't know if they've got bears in Star Wars. I haven't seen any. I've seen teddy bears.
I've seen
Wampas. Ice Armor He-Man. Yeah,
well, Wampa and a Ewok. If they mated, you look what you got. You got a
Tauntaun.
You get a really fucked up panda is what you get.
I mean, if you were to do the 10 best Arctic figures, you kind of have to include all Hoth stuff, don't you?
Well, like again, it's our personal favorites, right? So like for me, yeah, that's heavy Star Wars. That freaking Snow Serpent. Just because Snow Serpent's always been one of my favorite G.I. Joes, even since I was a kid.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wow, this thing goes high.
I'm 6 foot tall. That thing went all the way up to my chest. This ergonomic
nice.
desk, so I can stand up because I'm dying.
I was gonna ask, like, you know,
I was wondering when he was getting high, but you know,
dude,
after we talked about mushrooms earlier.
Well, I got my own stuff. Not good for me at all. But
hey, Thanos, did you ever try any that was in that jar?
Yeah, I did this morning actually. It was good.
Yeah, it's still good. Yeah, I gotta figure, man. When it's in a nice sealed jar and it's fresh like that, it's gonna be good.
Okay, I drew this a couple years
Oh
ago.
yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
So that's what I'm talking about, man.
Dude,
this Snow Serpent has always just been
Wow.
a badass figure.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting rid of this. If you want it, Oz, I can ship it out to you.
Wow. Bring it with you to Joe Fest. I'll pick it up from there.
Are you actually going?
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, and you're driving, Steve, so you can make it.
Yeah, but
Ziggy and I are,
I'll never remember, dude.
yeah, Ziggy and I were talking today. Well, next paycheck, we're going to try to finalize all plans. So the idea is we're going to try to get in Thursday, have the hotel Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. I know it's a big expense, so I told him you're going to have to pony up because we want to be there for like the whole experience. And I don't want none of this. I don't want to drive when it's getting dark out and we're going to have to cut it short Sunday. Like I want us to be there for all of Sunday through the night and then be able to leave Monday.
Yep.
You know,
I
kind
mean,
of thing.
in theory, you could leave Sunday at like 5 and then get like partway there and then take a motel. You know what I mean? In theory.
Yeah, I guess maybe that might be a little bit cheaper, but you know, either way though, like
Yeah, but you guys aren't staying at the Marriott, right?
They still got rooms available, do they, or are they sold out?
I don't know.
They tend to say it's sold out, then they open up.
Yeah.
But you'll also want to see if the second best option is one that's within walking distance, because that's where Hans Chow walked like less than 5 minutes and got to his hotel. Right.
Yeah, and that if that's what we're left with as an option, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah,
I don't want him.
The hotels that were off-site were a little bit cheaper than the Marriott itself. So
Right, but I don't want Ziggy to have to worry about like driving us back to a hotel each and every night or anything.
You won't.
Like that.
You won't. Though. It'll be walkable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
like the Holiday Inn has free parking and free breakfast, and it's not that far away, and it's cheaper, right? So there was a bunch of guys there that were like, "Yeah, Holiday Inn kicks ass," but you know, it's kind of hard at 3 a.m. when you're hammered to.
I don't have that problem, fortunately.
Oh, right.
Our issue, Steve, is actually getting up. Like for me, getting hammered and stumbling back, I may have been able to manage. It's that I wouldn't have been on the booth on time. In fact, I barely made it.
You can't manage going into the right fucking bathroom. You think you're going to find the right hotel? Give me a break.
Well, that's the thing.
The right bathroom, the right car, the right Uber, van, bus.
Ed was the only one who witnessed me like almost go into the women's bathroom and then do like an about face, literally like this, right? Like you must have been howling sitting there just watching me.
The best part of it was to try to look innocent, like you didn't do it. That was the best part. Then you looked at me, you're like, "Oh fuck, I'm busted."
No, I looked at you when I came out of the bathroom. On the way in, I was like, "Yes, nobody saw me." Then I came out, and I'm like, "You didn't see that, did you?" I did.
We're gonna have to get Ken once he's off booth duty for the convention itself. We're gonna have to put one of those fucking like leash wrist straps that you're supposed to use for kids. You know, just to make sure we can wrangle them up a little.
Be like that kid from what was that show? Look what I can do.
Yeah,
Mad TV.
Mad TV. Yeah, Stewie.
There you go.
Look what I can do.
Yeah.
Nah, we gotta keep Ken under control here, because you know there's one thing we all know. It's
he's out of control.
Out of control.
Oh boy.
Oh, I see what you did. No, I'm joking.
I got to give it to Allison. I can't take credit for that.
Holy crap! You have a lot of videos and assets in your StreamYard here.
I kept all the old ones just in case I wanted to get nostalgic. But truth is, like now that I'm monetized, I never want to play them because although it's okay for use on YouTube, apparently, like that copyrighted stuff, like even if I were to play it, it could demonetize the video.
Yeah, that's happened to a few people before.
Yeah, so I just don't even want to play that game. I'll probably take those off there. But yeah, I got like the old Christmas logo from the original thing. I've got Skelly's thing going up here still from all that. I can pop up toy logo all up in the corner. Still got everything from the Alice and Troy Satsball takeover.
That's
And
awesome.
come down here. It could be Ed's Clubhouse. It could be the Holiday House. I got all kinds of shit in here.
That's cool.
Definitely playing Family Squares.
Tic-tac-toe, yeah. So who all here is going to be at Joe Fest then? So Ed, Oz, Steve for sure. Anyone else can come down?
Well, we're 50-50. Let's think we could save a couple of bucks. And I mean, I might go, but Ken, I don't know. We're going to talk later.
He said, "Oops, he Ken's not coming, but Kenny is coming."
I can
There's
go. I'm
a little mixed
closer.
up.
It'll be cheaper for me to go. I don't eat much, and I don't drink. So.
He's gonna hang glide in from the mountains in Colorado.
Doesn't take up much space.
The hang glide all the
I am
way
a lot
down.
bigger. I'm bigger than Ken, though. I'm a lot bigger than Ken. So
He's like, I've got all of Ken's friends from last year. I don't need you anymore, Ken. I got all the people that were there last year.
Pretty much, and the fact
Plus
that
one guy confused you for me anyway. So.
Exactly, because your other channel is actually called Kenzo's Customs, right?
Yes.
Like your sports channel, is that
My
what it is?
sports channel, yeah.
Yeah, so I got called Kenzo's Customs, and they're like, "Yeah, you're Kenzo's Customs." Like, yeah, nice to meet you. I didn't even correct the person. I was just like, "Yeah, how's it going?" And they're just like, I don't know. I didn't. I don't know if they did on purpose or what.
How the Broncos doing? You're like, oh shit, I'm busted. No,
they're
like,
still running the fields.
Does John
Are you
Elway
talking
still
about the
play for them?
Brisbane Broncos? No, good stuff.
All right, guys.
Remember that time Oz was going to leave?
All right, Oz, have a good one, brother.
Take care, man.
Later, Oz.
Take care, guys. Another show's in good hands.
Later, brother. Thank you again for letting me stream this, man.
Yep. And again, I've had the ticker going all night in case nobody's reading it, but definitely we're trying to help out Kenzo get some more watch hours. So if we can, roll over to Kenzo's channel, give it a like and a watch from there. And all right, guys,
Nice.
I will see you all around ToyTube and in the Awesomeverse. Take care.
Later, brother.
Later, dude.
Yeah.
I screenshotted my total, so when it kicks in, we'll see how much
Awesome,
it jumped up from it. So.
Well, how much longer do y'all wanna be out here for?
Yeah, I was gonna say I might be going pretty soon too.
I'm going pretty soon because I'm starving.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. in some parts of the world.
Me
So.
too.
4 a.m. right here, for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, if you all want to do unless anyone else has anything else to share, we could just do a quick roundtable or something and
All right.
who's doing what, right? So yeah.
Sounds good to me. Thanos is building away, so
Yeah.
Why don't we start with you, Thanos?
I'm just still working on this. I got one arm, torso, the head.
Looking good.
You got an organized room. Look at you go.
you're not
Love
finished yet?
What's that?
I said you're not finished yet?
Hell no. I haven't built a model in like probably 15, 20 years. Like,
Yeah,
other
like
than
6 months ago,
those
my son and
little-
I built a Gundam. It was the same way. I hadn't built a model for so long. It was
That's
He's
awesome.
cool though. Yeah. Are we doing the closeout? Whatever.
Yep. Promotion.
You might as
So-
well.
Sometime this week, I have the next episode of my YouTube show going, and then there'll be another episode where I'm just going to show off some of the cheap stuff I use for pictures, like Dio stuff. Like, I'm going to kind of go over my jungle Dio, but actually piece by piece, so you can see like what goes into it, because it's pretty basic and it's really versatile. So, might be kind of cool to show that off. And then I'm just working on this room still. The closet is actually super organized compared to what it was last week, but still a lot of stuff to go through.
Excellent. Cobb?
Probably nothing at all from me from power going out all next week from what they told me to my editing app getting shut down now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Everything's gonna freaking suck. I gotta figure out a whole new. Might have to
What
start
was
just
that
doing.
one that Brick said? Filmora.
Yeah, that's what Ken said too.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Kenny.
That's actually what I use because I bought it when it was like super cheap a long time ago, and it's actually.
And you could do that funny kissing app that you can like put two people that you
Oh
hate
yeah,
and make
that's
them
what you've
kiss.
been using.
That's on that.
Yeah,
one.
that's what I was doing for those.
I knew I heard about it somewhere recently too. I was like, "What is it? Is it like a one-time payment thing or a monthly or what?"
I think I paid for a year or something.
I'm locked in because I bought it a long time ago, so I have like a perpetual, like when you could buy it. Now I think it is subscription.
I think I only pay like $5 a month or something. Like
CapCut, I used everything for free. I didn't freaking pay for nothing. I'm a cheap bastard, so save all my money for toys.
Nice.
You can record for free in OBS, and it's actually like pretty.
I know. I'm gonna have to figure out how to use everything. Yeah, I had that CapCut down like so good, and then my son uses it too for his YouTube with stop motion and everything. I'm like, I just told him he's all bummed out.
Used.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. So yeah, it might be a little bit before I get back on track. Might just have to do some lives from work.
There you go.
Where I got power and to do something. But yeah, nothing special for me.
It's a yearly subscription for $39.99 or monthly $7.99.
There you go. I think I did the year.
Yeah, year way cheaper.
Yeah, back when I bought it, like years and years ago, it was like a one-time purchase.
You get that one time. Yeah, I've done that with some apps where I'm like, I'm glad I did back in the day.
Yeah.
All right, Kenzo.
Okay. Well, so I got a couple of I got my lives on Wednesdays. I think I'll just stick to that 9 o'clock Eastern. I was really liking that earlier time slot, but with my son's mom got that new job, so I have him longer during the day on that. So I'll probably stick to Wednesdays at 7. I'm excited. I got Cat's Lair coming. I got to rearrange his room. I've got we've got Rio Blast coming up this next week, and then I got those 3 Masterverse coming in probably in the next few days with King Randor, Roboto, and Beastman. So pretty excited about those. But other than that, yeah, just catch me on this channel here and Wednesdays on mine. And thank you guys for jumping over and helping me out with those hours. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Not live, no.
John.
It's Memorex.
All right. I'm John, one half the Clark brothers, the other one's the AI. Just joking.
That's right.
He's my actual brother.
Still selling it.
We still believe you.
Every Saturday at 9:30, we do our weekly toy news roundup, and probably be dropping a review of the Mayfix Luke Skywalker here in the next couple days. And I recently joined the Savage Crucible collab, and so check out for those posts on Saturdays on Instagram.
Nice.
Yeah,
awesome. Thank you, Steve or Ken.
You go ahead, Steve. Oh.
Okay, I don't know what to say, man. Things are just chugging along, and yeah, that's about it, man.
By Delta 17.
Yeah.
Well, we do have
10%,
10% off 3 figures or more.
Right.
But we did that as a silent launch because the 20% ended, and then prior to that, we had 10% off of 6 items or more. Now we've dropped the threshold to 3 because a lot of people are saying they've missed the sale. So we're creating a bit of incentive. So yeah, there's that.
Awesome.
Other than that, I've got History of Robotech finally coming. Everyone's kind of been waiting. As soon as everyone saw the preview thumbnail, they're like, I want it. I'm like, okay. But I actually, a lot of people don't know, I took a 4-week break from uploading after my last mask video went up.
Which was awesome, by the way.
Appreciate that. Now my highest viewed video on the channel, actually. So
it was great, man. It was so good.
Wow.
I'm trying to catch the Allison record. I think she still holds the record for views among all of us. So, yeah, And I only had one live stream in the past 4 weeks, and then I did a Sergeant Slaughter video yesterday, just a short one to ease myself back in, and then Robotech is next week. I moved that up. That was supposed to be a February video, but everyone wanted it, so I'm like, okay, I'll flip it with something else. We'll go from there. And I'm starting to get cross-eyed right now because I've been editing Gundam all day, and I only made it 5 minutes into the video. So,
oh shit.
Mark cross-eyed?
Well, because it takes so long, right, to kind of get everything organized, right? So, yeah. So anyway, otherwise that's it. Yeah.
When
What
does
about you? Yeah.
Sorry, question for Ken. When does the Gundam video drop? Do you have a plan for that yet?
I don't. Usually it just goes to the back of the queue, but then depending on like if I have a long video 1 week, then a short video next week, I'll probably do a long video the week after that. So
okay.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. Cool. Ed, you got Toy Elite coming up?
Yeah, I'll be all over the internet modding for everybody. And then Tuesday, Travis and I will be doing Travis is doing his top 10 Mattel WWE wrestling figures. So
cool.
That will be Tuesday on Toy Elite Show on my channel at 9 p.m. Eastern.
And you'll have Punk's to mod, I guess, on Monday as well.
I got Hella Dope tomorrow, Punk on Monday, Punk on Thursday, then Radom on Friday, and then Saturday I'm back here.
Nice, man. That's cool.
Good shit.
Yeah, that's all I have. So
6
everybody,
hours.
Yes, we hit 6:01 right now.
Yeah.
So everybody have a great night. Thank you all for stopping by again, and we will catch you all next weekend.
On the flip side.